Alrighty, looks like we are already getting started here with amateur racing. Welcome, folks, to the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix. This is round number 1 of the Monster Energy Triple Crown, powered by Short Block Technologies. And taking a look out at the race course as we got started a little bit early today. That looks like Ryan Dolly, who is out in front. Ryan, again, out of Canada, sponsored by JetX. Ryan had a pretty good day yesterday. Take a look down. He came into today third place in points. First in points in this class, and this being the final round, this will determine who the weekend winner is. Michael Northrup came in with 42 points. Cooper Caldwell, who had that accident and caused the red flag yesterday, sponsored by Caldwell Racing, came in with 37 points. Daniel Fiallo with 34 points. Garrett Lofton on 114 with 32 points, and 26 points for Mike Lopez, sponsored by Arilla Construction, and he is on a Kawasaki.
One of the very few Kawasaki's in the fleet.
I believe we only got like 3 Kawasaki's in the entire fleet. 30 racers out there doing battle right now. Again, sorry we came in a little bit late there, folks. They were taking a look at Cooper Caldwell there. And Caldwell was in the lead in race number 1 and then came off of his boat, so he ended up in 7th place. But he got a 7-1 finish yesterday, and again, that was good enough to give him 37 points.
They did give him the win yesterday.
Yes, they did.
Scored it. They must have scored it because part one incident that caused yesterday's stoppage of the race was he did end up getting hit in the side. Not him physically, but the boat did damage to the right side or starboard side of the boat, so had a nice little crack on the side.
Right, yeah. Well, that's time to get out the duct tape and the fiberglass.
They were looking for tools last night when I was over that way.
A little bit of resin. There you go.
Yep.
But that is Ryan Dolly. Again, we got just over 27 minutes left to go, so we didn't join in too late, folks. I'm glad all you folks could join in here with us. Again, today's event presented by Progressive, Experience Kissimmee, Sunoco Race Fuels, Mercury Racing, Wide Open, ICOM Communications, and, of course, our great friends here at Jefferson Parish, which are celebrating their 200th bicentennial.
Awesome shot of the race course there. Of course, offshore powerboats coming up later today. We'll have Mod V Class 2 factory stock, Super V Class 1, and Super Stock all racing today. 4 races total here on Lake Pontchartrain. And there, as we mentioned yesterday, is the VIP tent getting their first race of the morning underway here.
Taking a look again at Ryan Dolly. Dolly, again, coming down from Canada. As we talked about yesterday, we touched on, and I know that this is a great crossover for him, is he's also involved in snowcross up in Canada.
Okay. And him and Michael Northrup, I believe, are on the same team, correct? Their skis look similar? JetX, yeah. I believe, sponsored, correct?
I'm not sure if Northrop is sponsored by JetX. I know that there are a couple of the pro racers that are also sponsored by JetX.
Okay.
But I don't have too much information on Michael. But he is in the points lead right now.
Well, then that's all that matters.
He came in with 42 points, and it all depends on where he's at out here on the track. You get 25 for a win, 20 for second, 17, 15, and so forth down the line as far as points go here for Aquacross.
Well, there's a nice JetX logo right on the hull of his boat there, so I'm guessing they must be doing something to get that sticker there.
Yeah, well, him and his younger brother are actually racing in this race.
Okay.
His brother's actually racing in the 200 class. This is a combined class, the amateur 300 and the amateur 200. Again,
much different weather conditions today compared to what we had for this race yesterday. I mean, it's crystal clear out there.
It's absolutely beautiful. Great morning here in New Orleans, and especially down there at Bonneville Park. You're looking at Cooper Caldwell, who is currently in second place, trying to chase down Dolly. And again, Cooper Caldwell had as I take a look down here, he had 37 points yesterday. Dolly had, where do we got it here? Oh, Dolly, okay. Dolly right there with 20 points. So he's got a lot to make up. I didn't realize he had a DNR in race number 1. So DNR is a did not race, so he got 0 points for race number 1, did very good in race number 2. So that's why he's got 20 points and not a little bit more. But currently out there in the lead, trying to get 25 more and climb his way back onto the podium.
Garrett Lofton currently running in third place.
Yeah, and Garrett yesterday had a good day as well. Garrett coming into today with 32 points, so possible podium spot for him too. Garrett, one of the newcomers here to Aquacross. You can see he's sponsored by Monster Energy, as are we all this weekend.
So the variable here is Nathan Dolly, right? Because he did not race in the first race yesterday. Ended up coming in second in the second race and got him 20 points. He's going to be the variable that can kind of mix things up in this top 4 group.
Yeah, he's playing the spoiler. We're taking a look at 176 right there. That's one of 2 females that are out here in the amateur class. Valentina Lescano, sponsored by the Miami Jet Ski Shop, as well as Shop SBT. And she's trying to chase down 3rd place right now. So had a couple of bad days yesterday, a bad day yesterday because both motos she broke.
Oh,
and she was in 2nd place in the first moto, and unfortunately had a mechanical issue and broke down, I believe, right before the red flag came out 20 minutes into yesterday's second race.
Tough day for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's 174, I believe, right in front of her. That's Klein Glidden, Klein out of the Cayman Islands, and took a win in the Cayman Islands just a couple of short weeks ago. As we go back on board with your leader there, Dolly. Dolly riding smooth out there. And again, unfortunately for him, had that DNR in the first race, which kind of took him out. And is already catching up to the lap traffic. Again, this is a 300 and 200 class. The 200's much slower. And that was boat number 89 that or 59 rather, I believe. That 89, James Dowen, that just went down a lap on Nathan Dolly. So again, under 23 minutes to go here, 30 minutes plus a lap for all you first-time spectators out there. And again, if you're just joining us, welcome out to the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix. First time they've seen powerboat races here in 20 years, and you're watching the P1 Aquacross as a part of round number 1 of the Monster Energy Triple Crown.
Up next will be the pro races, and then after that we will get into the offshore racing. Race 1 is going to be Mod V. Had 6 boats in it yesterday. I believe 1 boat is out for sure, so we might only be down to 5 in Mod V. Second race will be Class 2 and Super V. Third race will be Factory Stock. Fourth race will be Class 1, and fifth race of the day will be Super Stock. Only boats not running today are Classes 7, 6, 5, and 4. They only ran 1 day yesterday.
Well, we were taking a look at Valentina Lescano. Again, she's challenging for that 3rd place position. Going back out to your leader here, 917, Dolly. Dolly, they brought the whole crew down from Canada and up in the northeastern section of the United States, Buffalo, Todd Zarsinski, that the whole crew, Jay Edworthy. Edworthy did very good yesterday, another one of the JetX riders. He took a 2nd in the pro class. But unfortunately, we couldn't see that because it was raining so hard. We couldn't see it on our screen here, so we apologize for that, Jay Edworthy, the chicken man. But again, JetX having a decent weekend out here in New Orleans for round number 1.
Well, and as you mentioned yesterday, Sea-Doos were expected to be the better boat in flatter water, and that's really kind of what we've had all weekend. It's gotten choppy and bumpy moderately, I would say, but nothing to really give those Yamahas a distinct advantage over the Sea-Doos.
No, well, that's the problem. The Sea-Doos are a little bit lighter, and you can see they're a little bit more sleek, a little bit more, down to the
they're cut down significantly more.
Right. The Yamahas taking on a little bit more wind as they come through, but they're a little bit heavier. So in the surf conditions or in the rougher conditions, you favor the Yamahas. There's Michael Northrop, 38, who is your current points leader coming into this race right here. And trying to see where he's at. We got 917 up in front. That's Dolly, followed by 193, Cooper Caldwell. And 174, that is Klein Glidden. And then I believe you got Valentina Lescano right behind Glidden. So those are our top 4 here with just over 20 minutes to go.
So in your incredibly unbiased opinion, what brand do you like? What do you look at and see that, the best of all worlds, so to speak?
I really like the Yamaha just for the simple fact that their engines are kind of bulletproof, and they have been since the 2-stroke days. So I've always favored Yamaha. I used to be sponsored by Sea-Doo. I don't mean anything bad against Sea-Doo at all, because I'm friends with all them guys at Sea-Doo. I know everybody at the R&D plant down in Palm Bay, Florida. But I just prefer the Yamaha because it's a little bit heavier, and well, for me it's more of a Cadillac ride, and me being an old guy, it kind of helps me out.
Well, I was talking to one of the amateur 200 teams yesterday as I was leaving the pits, and was asking them some questions about the ski. They ended up working on it, and I apologize, I don't remember the name of the team or even the rider, but they actually had the fitting that screws into the oil filter housing come undone yesterday during the race, and filled the bilge up with oil and lost oil pressure in the motor itself. They were able to get it all sorted out and got the fitting back in there. But I was talking to the dad of the racer And I said, that's got to be one of the rarest things you've ever seen, right? That's not something you would ever take apart. And he said, nope, we never would even touch it. But he said, you can guarantee it's red Loctite in there right now.
Well, I think I can tell you who you were talking to. You were talking to Gary Holbein, and his son was racing. Remember I talked about that being his inaugural race.
The big white tent with it's got the red logo on it, the C...
Jet Blast.
Jet Blast. Yes, that's exactly what it was. Yes.
See, I got ESPN.
Okay, good job. No, super cool family. They were working on it yesterday, and they'd taken the housing off under the seat, and I said, does that unbolt or snap into place? He said, no, it unbolts. He said, we had an oil leak yesterday, and they were explaining it to me, and they said that they put a certain amount of oil in it, and they were, they started the ski up on the trailer there on the hose, and said it sounded good, so they're going out here and racing today. I haven't seen him yet, but hopefully he's making out pretty well. Super nice family. Thanks for taking the time to talk to me yesterday.
Yeah, he was actually my first race director when I started producing races back in 1995. So, yeah, a great family out of Fairhope, Alabama. So hopefully they got everything dialed in and they're back out there today. But he's in the 200 class, so we won't see too much of him on the screen. I seen Ryan Dolly just getting past our other female out there, 828, Shelby Warman. As we take a look back at, I believe that's Cooper Caldwell. And, he just had some rough luck in that first race. Otherwise, he'd be way up there in the points. Again, sponsored by Caldwell Racing out of Texas.
And the Tunnel Vision team, who raced in Class 5 yesterday, is pitted right next to the Caldwell family, and they're the Caldwell Racing team. And they've become great friends now, sharing meals all weekend. And, the camaraderie in the pits here in New Orleans it's just been great. It's been fantastic to see these two groups mesh together. And, racers are racers, whether it's a jet ski, whether it's a boat, whether it's a dirt bike, a mountain bike. You're all here to do the same thing. But at the end of the day, it's all about going home safe and having fun with your friends. And it's great to network out and make more friends.
Right. And I noticed also that everybody was being very polite over there at the ramp. So that always means something, because you got 30 of these jet skis getting in and out, and you got the big boats trying to come in. So great job to all on that the ramp courtesy out there yesterday.
Well, the races you and I've done together, this is one of the very few race sites where that actually happens, because most of the time we're at a beach. Michigan City, we're at a beach. Sarasota, we're at the beach. We're at beaches at most locations, and the jet ski teams will pit right there at the beach under their tents, and they literally just back it 15 feet down the water and pull it right back out. This is very rarely one of the cases I've seen, at least, where they're using the same ramp as the offshore teams.
Right.
And it's a big ramp, but it's not a big ramp, if you know what I mean.
Exactly. So just under 17 minutes to go, Ryan Dolly in command of his destiny, or could be density. We'll see.
We'll see how that shakes out.
But Dolly, very skilled rider. He was just at a close course race with us in Guntersville a couple weeks ago, and in Alabama, and did very well there. So his family really travels. I know that they were at the East Coast Series last week. So these guys almost every week are somewhere.
Yep.
So first place, you got Nathan Dolly on boat number 917, Cooper Caldwell on 193, and Klein Glidden on boat number 174.
So right now, from my perspective, this is Cooper's race. This is Cooper's race to lose, right?
Well, Cooper, if he let me see here, I'll do a little moto math. If he got 20 points here, that would give him 57 overall. I've got to see where Michael Northrup is. If we can see where Northrup is, that'll help out too. So 57, and then up in the mix here, we've also got Nathan Dolly. Yeah, Dolly would only have 45. So again, Northrup has a great chance to be up onto the podium if he gets a top 5 position here.
And that's an impressive result, considering the events that went down for him yesterday in his races.
He
didn't have good luck yesterday. So
not at all. And there we're taking a look at the Cayman Islands' own Klein Glidden. And, when I go down there, I actually get to stay at his grandmother's condos.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, the Harbor House right there that's right on Grand Cayman Bay, or Georgetown Bay, I should say. Great times, and we're going to be racing down there again in just a couple of weeks.
Well, I will nominate myself to be your co-announcer down in the Cayman Islands. If you ever want a moderately good-looking guy like myself to join you, I'm sure I could be persuaded.
There we go. It's always a good time to go down to the islands.
I'm sure it is.
But Glidden comes from a great family. Been racing down there for about 5 years. And there we get a good shot of him, sponsored by Monster Energy. Just picked up the Farthing Racing sponsorship as well. And this is his first race with the Farthing team. And 2 years ago, he did very well, and he was in the hunt for the overall. And the last weekend, just had a horrible weekend. He broke down 2 of the 3 races, but he was in the points lead coming into the last race. So it's good to see Klein back out here again and up toward the front.
Having a better results today than than yesterday for sure. But back to your leader.
Yeah, there we go, Dolly. You can see water chopping up just a little bit, but when you got 30 of these personal watercraft out there that are running around, you know, I can understand it with the big boats, that's for sure. But when you got 30 of these guys running around, it gets really choppy, and especially when you get into the lap traffic and you're having to cruise off of other people's waves because now they're coming through the 200 class. A lot of these bigger boats, the 300 boats. And the
Sea-Doos actually chine walk just a little bit in this rougher water. They seem to ride a little higher, get a little bit more lift out of the water, and seem to bounce side to side. Nothing extreme that you've got to counteract, but you definitely see the Yamaha stay a little bit more planted. The Sea-Doos kind of they're a little bit looser on the water, it looks like.
Yeah, that's what I've been told by a lot of these guys that are riding the new RXPX 325 model from Sea-Doo. The fact that that they're so light, you know, and it does get rough, and, you know, you can catch an edge real easy. And we see Caldwell do that.
Caldwell did that yesterday.
Yeah. Anyways, Dolly riding smooth, going to ride there parallel to the causeway, which is just to the east end of our track. This track right here, I know that we didn't go into a track diagram, but it's 2 miles in length, which is a little bit longer than a lot of these racers are used to.
That's a good shot of how the Yamaha runs, how much flatter it's running, and how it's not chide walking side to side as much, set down in the water just a little bit more. But as you mentioned, a heavier ski, not lifting as much out of the water as the Sea-Doo did.
I noticed that was boat number 243 out there. That must have been a boat swap, because that's Dennis Mack's boat, who races in the pro class. So it might be one of his Farthing Racing teammates out there on it. So
that was a good shot of almost where the pits were, but the levee here, as they call it, and a beautiful walking path along the levee. This is really Jefferson Parish is really just a beautiful area down here. Super duper nice people, talking to a lot in the pits last night, had a great meal. Just a super cool town, very welcoming, super glad to be here, and they've done a really great job at putting on this race and organizing the pits there at the Bonnabel boat ramp, and looking forward to coming back in 2026.
Well, we were just taking a look at 117, Andy Martinez, one of our racers in the there's Noah Dolly, boat number 706. That is the leader's younger brother.
All right.
Who's racing in the 200 class. Good to see Noah out there, too, and he is a chip off the old block. As I pointed out yesterday, the Dollys are a racing family.
Racing family.
Yeah, Ryan used to race to their father, and now Nathan and Noah have kind of taken over. And Ryan is stuck with the wrenches.
Much easier today for our cameraman as well, just because it's so much clearer out there. Being able to just distinguish the skis and colors and numbers. Yesterday just seemed to be a little bit more hazy, and obviously the rain that came in, but just a beautiful day here out on Lake Pontchartrain. Expect to see a lot of spectator boats out today.
It looked like Dolly had a back marker over to his right, and you see he had to cross over that wake right there. And
that's a hairy situation, because that's when it'll catch that edge, and possibly high side is in those wakes.
And I'm not sure that's not Caldwell. Caldwell's still in second place. As you can see, he's just working his way through the back markers right there. Boat number 46 is Todd Sarsinski, and Dolly just got past him. And Todd is, I talked about yesterday, he's got like a Sea-Doo Hall of Fame.
Yep.
Out in Buffalo, New York. It's great to see Todd out here. Todd's been racing for over 2 decades. And look at Dolly. He is just ripping it up out there.
Now you wonder why he did not race in the first race yesterday.
You know, a lot of times, you know, they'll get the boat ready and everything. They'll bring it down, and then something will be happening right there at the ramp. And you just don't have time to go back and take it back into the pits and get it back out there.
And there's not another boat that he has that they could have brought down and got him on.
Well, I'm sure that there was, but there probably wasn't enough time.
Okay.
Yeah, because you know how tight time was yesterday.
Yep.
So Caldwell still holding on to second on boat number 193. Glidden 174 in third. But there is your race leader. And he is making it happen, Captain, here on Lake Pontchartrain. The yellow flag's out. I just seen one of the marshals, so that means there may be a rider down coming up.
Looked like something in the water there very, very briefly as we went by.
Well, he's just he's running an exceptional speed out there.
He's making it look easy, knock on wood. Not to jinx him early, but he is making it look pretty easy. And the lappers don't seem to be interfering with him too much either.
And going back to second place here, 193, Cooper Caldwell. Again, Cooper studied under Tim Miller, who will be racing in our pro class. Tim's been racing for about 3 decades and lives down there by Cooper Caldwell. And Cooper sponsored by Caldwell Racing. And nice to see their family in the pits. Great family. And just joined the scene about 1.5 years ago. And we are certainly glad to have him. Cooper was also the 200, the amateur 200 winner from last season. So moving up and now trying to take that 300 crown and work his way into that pro class possibly next season.
Now, Mike, looking at some of these racers that Caldwell is getting ready to lap, I would say that Dolly might almost be a half a lap up on Caldwell because he lapped some of these same riders in the same exact position on the course the previous lap around. And it was all along the causeway coming in right towards the land there, and as they swung up and then run back towards the VIP tent, that's where Dolly had passed boat number 46 and a few of the other ones, and Cooper Caldwell caught him in the same exact spot on the very next lap. So I think Dolly might be almost a half a lap ahead.
Well, and I see that. Again, it's about how you get through this lap traffic, and Cooper being one of the younger riders out there, he might be having a little bit more difficulty, but Dolly having that snowcross experience may have helped him out there.
And it's almost like the lappers are in clumps. They're in groups almost. It's not just one or two of them. They get into like 5 or 6 of them at once, and they've got to navigate around those, and just makes things a little bit more complicated. But as you can see, right now, nobody around our leader. He's got nice clean water, no whitewash, no spray. I mean, he's just out there just getting it done, hammering down.
Yeah, and I think that's what happened is Coop got caught up with all that lap traffic right there. And, I mean, there was literally, like you said, a gaggle of lappers.
It was. But Dolly just looked over his shoulder, maybe looked back to see if he can locate where Caldwell is. We talked about looking back yesterday, and this brings me to a thought I just had. I don't know if it's worth looking back if you're looking somewhere in lap traffic, because it's probably a whole bunch of white water and glare, and you might not be able to see who's back there anyway. Like, how can you know who's in second behind you if you're just kind of taking a quick glance over your shoulders? It would probably, to me, be hard to identify that person.
Right, yeah, you need to go to that 180 turn or that 90-degree turn where you can look over, you can actually see what's happening. And there's Cooper Caldwell, who came off yesterday. Again, a 7-1 finish for Coop yesterday, and looking for a second place finish here today. That would give him again 57 points. Now Northrop had 42 points. So Northrop, again, as I take a look here, he needs to get up to at least third place. So otherwise, Coop is going to take this championship home this weekend.
And for Cooper Caldwell to only get back to 7th place yesterday, I mean, he was thrown a ways from that ski, and it didn't look like there was a course marshal anywhere near him at the given moment that we saw him. So he had a ways to make up, and to get back and remount in 7th place, that's an attestment to how fast that kid got back on the boat and was up and able to get the lanyard rehooked and running, and that's a good showing, and that may really have helped save him in the overall results for this weekend.
Coop is he's kind of a skinny guy, but I'll tell you what, he rides like a beast out there.
Well, to me, they all look skinny, so and they all look young, and they all look like kids, so it's okay.
That's okay. Well, I'll tell you what, that's coming from a couple of veterans in the booth, right?
Yep, yeah.
9:17, back out to your leader, Dolly. Dolly, who is on a tear out there with just about 6 minutes and 15 seconds left to go, and still just discarding the lappers. You can see them just riding right past them. I mean, like they're standing still, so...
Now the mental part of it you talked about yesterday starts coming into play. They've been out there racing for 24 minutes, almost to the mark. They've still got a lap to go, but is it a little bit different knowing this is their last race for the whole weekend? Is it different knowing that now with under 6 minutes remaining?
Well, I'll tell you, they've only got one race today, so they're going to lay it all on the line. I mean, they're going to give it.
But they don't have to conserve anything for the second race either. They're going to go out and they can run as hard as they want all the way through the 30-minute moto plus one lap. They don't have to really think about racing later. This is it. Let it hang out. Let it on the line. Get it done.
That's it. They're going to take chances, no doubt about it. That's 117. Andy Martinez, who is racing in our 200 class. Not quite sure where he's at. They may be showing him because he may be in the lead. But it's hard when you get all that lap traffic and everything, and to score both of those classes at the same time. Hats off to our scoring girls that are down there on the boat right now, because it's really hectic when you're trying to write down 30 numbers, and in 30 numbers, and for every lap, you're writing down 30 numbers, and then you have to go back and you have to count those laps. So,
right.
It's a really intense job they have down there. So hats off to them from us up here in the booth.
So I see two different models of Yamaha on our rider listings here. I see the FX SVHO and the GP 1800. Now, to me, the GP 1800, the most Yamaha I'm familiar with is GP 1300, which was a two-stroke. What's the difference between these two models?
Well, the FX SVHO, a little bit more deeper V hull, a little bit heavier. The GP 1800, a lot quicker, a lot lighter.
but there's only 4 GP 1800s out there compared to the FX HVHO. So obviously, I think the FX is a little bit more popular of a boat.
Well, I think that a lot of people thinking that they were coming to Lake Pontchartrain, they thought it would probably be a little bit more rougher because it is normally a little rougher here. But we've had some overcast skies, and that's kind of kept everything kind of tame for these guys, if you will.
So do a lot of these Yamaha teams have both boats in their stable? They have the GP 1800 and the FX?
A lot of them do.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Depending on the conditions, like if you're going to the ocean, if you're going to the surf, you're going to use your SVHO. If you're here this weekend, you're probably using your GP 1800.
Is it the same motor between?
No, it's not the same motor. Two different motors. They started manufacturing the GP 1800s, I believe it was back in 2019.
Okay.
And they had a little problem with them, but then we had COVID, so nobody made anything for a whole year.
Right.
And then they came back out with the new Yamahas. There's 714, Dominique Oberilla, sponsored by Orilla Construction. Dominique, one of the elder statesmen here in P1 Aquacross, and we're glad to have him, and his son DB3 is out there as well on boat number 469 as we go back on board here with Ryan Dolly. He's got about 3 minutes to hold it together, plus a lap. He's doing a great job right now. He's riding steady, and you can see that the kid's got to work out. He does. He's got great stamina right there, and I know he's lapped probably half of the field at this point. I seen him go past a couple of guys that were up there in the points yesterday, like his teammate Todd Sarsinski. He just lapped him about 2 laps ago.
Now, is this protect mode now? Is this no, he's in the lead. I mean, I don't think he'll be in it for the overall at this point, but obviously he wants to win the race. Go out on the highest note he can for the weekend. Obviously, to win the last race is a good confidence booster going into your next stop.
Well, again, it's only round 1 of the Monster Energy Triple Crown. So, I mean, he's building those points. I'm sure that we'll see him in Sheboygan, and I'm sure that we'll see him down in St. Pete as well.
Well, Sheboygan, if he's from Canada, that's going to be like a hometown race for him. That's going to be not too far across the Canadian border there in Wisconsin.
Yeah, he might bring the whole family to that one.
I was thinking so, yeah.
So Dolly out in front, Caldwell in second, Glidden in third. No lead swapping with 2 minutes left on the ticker plus a lap.
It's interesting. You look at our 1 and 2 skis, Dolly and Caldwell. Dolly being from Canada, Caldwell from Texas. Caldwell, this was closer to him, not too far, kind of like a hometown race. When we go to Sheboygan in August, it's going to be closer up to Dolly territory up north. So they've kind of flip-flopped the travel arrangements almost equally between the two teams.
And it's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out, because I'm still wondering where Michael Northrup is. Because, Northrup has a good shot at taking the overall. He came in with a 5-point lead over Cooper Caldwell. But Caldwell in second place right now. Second place would give him 20 points. Again, a total overall of 57 points. Dolly, again, he's only going to have 45 points, even if he gets the win here with that DNR in the first race. But it all depends on Michael Northrup, because Michael had 42 coming into this one. And, again,
to Cooper's 37.
Right.
Which is your 5 points. So let's say if Northrup's in 4th place, for example, right now, he could actually take the overall.
Well, if Northrup was in 4th place, I believe that would give him 15 points, which would tie him with Cooper Caldwell, but it's whoever does better in the last race.
Okay.
So
Cooper would get second.
Right.
Okay.
So he needs to get up, Northrup needs to get up to 3rd place. If he doesn't get 3rd place, then he'll still make the podium, but he'll probably be in 2nd, 3rd step.
And with under a minute to go, actually just about a half a minute to go, 30 seconds left plus 1 lap. I do think it'll be 2 laps, though, almost, Mike, because with 30 seconds left, they'll come across the start-finish line. They'll finish out the clock, and then by the time they come around, it should be the white flag lap after that. Not what we saw yesterday. Remember, yesterday we saw them mere seconds before they crossed the finish line remaining on the clock, and they had to run full 2 more laps after their race, which was probably a strenuous situation considering what was going on yesterday.
Yeah. All right. We are ticking it down, less than 5 seconds. And your leader still, Ryan Dolly, on the Jet X Sea-Doo.
Beautiful livery on that boat. Love the gray and the green colors. Caldwell's boat's looking good, too. I like the red when I walked around it yesterday in the pits. Just a nice candy apple red design.
I kind of like it as an announcer when they do, kind of customize their boats, their graphics. And I like Caldwell, too, because look at those big numbers.
Yep.
That makes it easier for guys like you and I.
Yep.
And the IJSBA has always had a rule about numbers, but I don't know if it's just the way that the front of the skis are made now, that you have a hard time.
Well, there's nowhere to put them. There's no panels like on a dirt bike to put your numbers on. But even, you're familiar with motocross, supercross. You don't even worry about the numbers on the side panels anymore either. It's all done by transponders. So those side panels are just getting smaller, and smaller, you know.
Right, and sponsors are getting bigger.
Yep.
That's it. Well, Nathan Dolly having a heck of a ride here. One final time over here by the causeway. And he's got about a quarter of a lap to go before this one's in the books. And I'm sure that the JetX team is pretty happy down there in the pits right now. But the Caldwell family, the Caldwell racing team, rather, they're going to be pretty stoked, too.
I think they're going to be some celebrating this afternoon going on in the pits. Now, what about any sort of tech post-race after these? What has to be done?
Yeah, we got Adrian Wilson down there, who is our master tech inspector, and he comes all the way over from England. And
okay.
He's been in the sport for about 30 years, and he is the true lie detector down there.
Okay. So what's he looking at in let's say our top 3 boats? What's he looking at?
He looks at something different every time.
Just to keep them on their toes?
Just to keep them on their toes, yeah. You know, sometimes he'll get out the borescope. Sometimes, he'll leave it in the bag and want to check their props, That's all up to him, and I think that he does an amazing job with it. Nobody ever has a problem with him.
When he checks the props, are they taking the full nozzle apart to get it out?
Yes.
So he can check the pitch or the diameter and everything, whatever the calculations are for your impellers.
Right. He's going to take everything apart, and he's going to make sure that the numbers match the stock numbers.
Okay.
So
right, because it should be what came on the ski from the factory.
Right. Exactly. So you don't have an aftermarket prop.
Right, a Solus or whoever makes the props for your boats now.
Right, and we are on our final lap right here. 7:14, Barilla playing around right there with Dolly because Barilla, I believe, is a lap down right now. From South Florida, sponsored by Arilla Construction. And there's Cooper Caldwell, who's in second place, but if he stays in second and Northrop don't take third, then it's going to be Caldwell's
Now these are by your announcer calculations.
Yep.
We're not mathematicians. So we are speaking unofficially because we obviously can't see the whole thing. We don't have the crystal ball. But by your numbers, we're thinking it's probably Caldwell going to take it.
Well, I went to school in Ohio, so never trust me.
Okay. Why is that?
I'm just kidding.
Okay. I mean, I didn't know.
Checkered flag is getting ready to come out for Ryan Dolly. I'm sorry, not Ryan Dolly. What am I saying? Nathan Dolly. I'm thinking of his dad. I used to call his dad's name so much.
Kept looking at the screen going,
Nathan Dolly. I've made that mistake a couple times before.
There it is right there.
How about it? Look at this guy go. Congratulations. Congratulations, Nathan Dolly. 9:17. Going to take the win. I believe that was Caldwell, currently sitting in second. He's getting ready now to take the checkered flag. And we're going to see who that third place rider is. If it's still Glidden, Glidden just became Caldwell's best friend.
Yep, I think so.
So there is the finish for second place, Cooper Caldwell, sponsored by the Caldwell Racing Team out of Texas. And I didn't catch a third place right there, Mike.
I didn't see one either.
So I'm just going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say this is probably going to belong to Cooper Caldwell because we hadn't seen Northrop in the shot, in one of the lead shots since the get-go in this one. So there is your winner, straight out of Canada, sponsored by JetX, Nathan Dolly. Congratulations, Nathan, on that third race victory. And, with this being the third race, final race, you can see the camaraderie between the riders there with a nice little fist bump. And they're talking about, hey, how did you get through that lap traffic?
Right.
Again, Dolly taking out a bottle of water, going to rehydrate. But let's take a look at the highlights and see how this transpired here as we take a look. Dolly there with the hole shot. Takes a look back and doesn't have to look back pretty much the rest of the race. But Cooper Caldwell was given chase. Caldwell with the first place yesterday in the second race, and then you had Valentino Lascano, who had a tough weekend. But it was all that man right there, 9:17. Ryan Dolly, congratulations to the JetX team. And they came a long way to get this third race, that's for sure. Yep. 174, Klein Glidden from the Cayman Islands. He came a long way as well. He actually keeps boats up here in the United States. So it was Dolly in front and Cooper Caldwell on the 193 taking second, and I believe it was Klein Glidden on 174 rounding out your top three.
What a great day for all of our teams here. This will wrap up our amateur race. Up next will be Pro Class, running his Canadian flag right there on his cowling. Getting thumbs up from his fellow racers out there. You know, that's what it's all about at the end, the camaraderie. You know, the congratulations, you did it. Good job. Looking forward to racing and beating you again.
Yeah, Dolly also sponsored by Dave Bandits and company down there at Riva Motorsports in Pompano Beach. And you can see them all talking about it out there as Dolly taking the win. I believe that was a 7:06 right there. Noah Dolly, that's his younger brother. You can see the brothers right there in the same shot. Family that races together stays together.
I think that I think he just got told to go over and get the checkered flag from the course marshal for his victory here on the last day. So, Mike, up next is Pro Class.
Yeah, we've got our opening ceremonies, which I believe is going to be at 10 o'clock, and then we're going right into our Pro Class. I believe we have it scheduled for 10:15. We might be running a little bit early today. So
early is better. Our producers don't think so, but we think so. Earlier is better.
I like being early.
Yep.
You know, because it's Sunday and everybody wants to get down to that awards ceremony and congratulate each other on being masters of the universe.
Yep. And after the Pro Class race later today, we will have Mod V as our first race. That should be right around 11 a.m. today. Our second race will be factory stock at about 12:20. Third race will be Class 1 at 1:45, and our fourth race today will be Super Stock at 2:45. So I apologize. I said 5 races earlier. It should only be 4 races today because Class 2 and Super V are going to run with Mod V, I believe. But let me double check.
And I believe we are going live on TV today, too, on Racer TV.
We are, yes. Yes, so Class 200 and Super V will run with the Mod V team today. That's what gives us our 4 races.
You see Northrop, who came into this third race, the points leader, boat number 38, congratulating Dolly. And they're talking about it right now, having a little Starbucks moment out there. So congratulations to our Race 3 winner. That is Nathan Dolly. And, of course, Cooper Caldwell, who took second and is probably going to be standing on top of the box tonight at the awards, which I believe is going to be happening right around 6 p.m.
At the stage in?
Yeah, at the stage over in the pits, I believe. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And, of course, once the pro race is done, as I mentioned, we'll go back offshore powerboat racing for the final time here. This is the first round of the Monster Energy Triple Crown.
Again, we'd like to say a very special thanks to some of our local sponsors here, Harvey Golf, International Marine, and Jefferson Parish. Well, folks, stick around. We'll be right back after these messages.
It takes your breath away. That's how you can tell. You found the perfect landing spot. The vacation home capital of the world. Trade out the traditional for your own private sanctuary. Your own splash, your own snacks. Bring the whole family. Make it 2 families. And while you're soaking up the fun, never forget what's at the heart. It's big and it's bold, day after day. Welcome to More Than Special. Welcome to Kissimmee, the big, bold heart of Florida.
It's time to turn it up to 11. And ride full blast. The all-new Jet Blaster series from Yamaha. We didn't just create a new wave runner. We invented a whole new way to ride. turn it up to 11. And ride full blast. The all-new Jet Blaster series from Yamaha. We didn't just create a new wave runner, we invented a whole new way to ride.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to New Orleans for the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix. Thanks so much for coming out to a glorious setting here on the lakes, or on the banks of Lake Pontchartrain. My name's Kev Harris, part of the broadcast team. Live streaming this all around the world right now, and it really is an incredible event, making what is the opening stop of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown, and also as well the first of 5 rounds of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross National Championship. It really is a phenomenal event. A lot of work goes into something like this. There has to be a lot of goodwill and desire and confidence and trust in people to make things like this happen. They don't just happen by themselves, and that's between the agencies on the ground here in New Orleans, the organization Powerboat P1, and everyone who's involved in all of this. But at the top of that, I guess you need the council on board. You need the parish with you, and there's one man who's made that all possible this weekend. We had a chat to him yesterday. We're going to chat to him again today. So please welcome to the stage Town Councilman Hans Liljeberg of Jefferson Parish Council District 5. Hans, great to see you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having us. We're really happy that y'all are here. I want to thank Harvey Golf for putting us together. We've all worked very hard to make this happen. It's a great event. Yesterday was a great event. Today is going to be a great event. We're working bugs out to have a bigger and better next year, so thanks for being here. Appreciate y'all so much.
Hans, thanks so much. Like I said, it doesn't happen without the help of so many people and the desire for that to happen. Now, we also have a very special guest, so I'm going to welcome to the stage a guy who I really enjoy talking to whenever I do, from Team Faith. He's going to lead us in a prayer this Sunday morning. Please welcome up Brian O'Rourke. Brian, great to see you, my friend.
Thank you very much. Very, very glad to be here today, ladies and gentlemen. You're looking for a great show. You came to the right place. Let's pray. Father in heaven, thank you so much for your blessings on our lives today and this beautiful weather and this beautiful race site. Thank you for all the people that have worked so hard to put on this great event. We look forward to a great day of racing and a great day of fellowship and fun today. We invite you to be part of our show here today, Father God. We ask for your blessings on the racers, keep everyone safe from harm, and allow us somehow, some way to represent you in the best way possible. We pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please welcome the New Orleans Coast Guard Color Guard.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched vain. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much to the New Orleans Coast Guard, Color Guard, and on behalf of all of Powerboat P1, Hans Liljeberg, Brian O'Rourke, and all of the team here at New Orleans on the shore of Lake Pontchartrain. It is time for the action to continue. So if you're watching us on the live stream right now, we're going to hand back to Mike Yowalski and Mikey Young as the Aquacross action continues. Everybody, let's go racing!
All right, welcome back to the New Orleans Grand Prix. We've got the Pro Race in the P1 Aquacross coming up next.
Good look at the course one more time here. Not much has changed, but man, it's a big one.
Yeah, 2 miles. These guys are used to running about a mile to a mile and a quarter. 2 mile course, but giving everybody on the shoreline a great view, all these race fans.
And talked to people that were watching the VIP tent yesterday, and man, they said it was spectacular for both Aquacross and offshore. The view was spectacular, so I hope you guys are enjoying down there in that VIP tent.
So 10 buoys, 2 miles, and it's just about time to go racing. Again, you're joining us for the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. We've got 3 races. We start here in New Orleans, heading to Sheboygan, and ending up in St. Petersburg.
And much different conditions that we had yesterday. Looked at our amateur race earlier. At the start of the race, it was completely flat, calm. It did bump up a little bit just because we had 30 boats in that race, but expecting the same conditions here for our Pro Enduro.
All right, let's take a look at the starting race. Yesterday's winner of race number 1, boat number 6, Devin Farding. He's coming in with the bullseye on his back. You got boat number 37, Tim Miller. 77 is Jason Russo. Boat number 110, Tori Snyder. Tori took a third in yesterday's race. 126 is Ian Smith. 243 is D-Mac, Dennis Mack. Boat number 373, Noah Skip. 618 is Trey Williams. Boat number 22, Anthony Redetich. 44 is Camden Powell. 105, Christian Daly. Boat number 116, Vanjie Ramji. 221, Dave Davidson. 361 is Eric Legopoulos. Taking a second in yesterday's first race. 477, Jay Edworthy. And rounding out your field, 777, Juan Liscano.
Of course, Farthings were the boats to beat yesterday.
You know, I was taking a look at something interesting. You know, we started with 16 boats yesterday, and only, I believe, 10 of them got scored. We had 2 DNFs and 4 DQs yesterday. I think that would be the kind of the storyline today.
DQs based upon what?
Well, the DQs, late launch, disregarded a black flag, and did not yield to the blue flag.
Wow, here's our results from yesterday.
Yeah, here we go. Like I said, Devin Farding, who took the win yesterday. Devin took a second in last year's series. Jay Edworthy, he's been on fire so far here in the 2025 season. This ain't his first race. It's his first P1 Aquacross race, but it's not his first race. Tori Snyder, always a contender out there on the 110. Christian Daly, great to have him back after a one-year hiatus. 618, Trey Williams, always in the hunt. 361, Legopoulos. 243, Dennis Mack. 126, Ian Smith. Vanjie Ramji, originally from the Cayman Islands there. 116 on that GP 1800, took a 9th. And Dave Davidson rounded out your top 10.
One thing that stuck out to me there, Mike, a lot is how many GP 1800s there were compared to the SVHOs that we saw in the amateur race. The amateurs were much more loaded towards the SVHOs. The pros are much more loaded towards the GP 1800s. Do they know something more that the amateurs don't?
Well, like I was saying, during the amateur races, the 1800s are a little bit lighter. And if the water, like these conditions are like this, they're going to use the lighter boat. It's going to be a little bit quicker.
So the pros, if you would, knew a little bit more well in advance maybe what they were getting into.
Right, yeah. Some of the amateurs may not have the money that some of the pros do.
This is true.
So yeah, you look right here, and the top 6 out of the top 7 were on GP 1800s yesterday.
That's telling you something right there.
That's definitely telling you something. Taking a look there at 110 on the left side of the screen, Tori Snyder. Tori was third place last year in 2024. Another one of our major contenders out there,
and third place yesterday.
Right. With the absence now of Dustin Farthing and Chris McCluggage, who both retired last year, that leaves it wide open for this new field of young riders.
It's the same thing you see coming up in motocross, supercross, NASCAR, anything. The older guys retire, and the new young guns are what they're going to take over the reins eventually. And, of course, it helps when your lineage is jet ski racing in case of the Farthing family.
Right. Well, you can take a look at the riders right now. They're all heading up to the top right-hand side of the course as they would be viewing it from the VIP area, and they'll get them staged up there. They'll line them up perpendicularly to the shore, and then they'll take them down that back straightaway and throw the green flag. And that is the way that we start stuff here in P1 Aquacross.
And no sight lap today.
No sight lap today. You get your sight laps on the first race, and that's it. And these guys will have 2 races today. But Farthing coming in with 25 points, Edworthy with 20 points, Snyder with 17, Christian Daly with 15, and Trey Williams with 14. So those are your top 5, and those are what the points look like. Edworthy, the only Sea-Doo up there in the top 7, as I was saying. Then we had a Sea-Doo in 8th, and then 3 more Yamahas. And so, it's been pretty much a dominant Yamaha field here. So Sea-Doo's best help right now would be Jay Edworthy or maybe Anthony Rededick. Rededick ended up getting DQ'd yesterday as well. So, but I know that he's a great endurance racer. So keep your eyes on the double deuce too.
Looks like we're getting ready for a start. They've lined up. The course marshal's going to get in there with the green flags and make sure they're all ready to go. We'll be starting any minute for the second pro race. They're chomping at the bit, aren't they, Mike?
Oh, they are definitely chomping at the bit. They want this one here. This is first round, once again, of the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross, and here we go. Now you can see your winner from yesterday's down on the bottom of the screen. Look at second place, Edworthy. Edworthy coming right past Farthing right there, looking like they almost got together.
Well, and you said yesterday you didn't like that inside starting position because you were actually having to run back into the buoy just a little bit. You didn't necessarily have a straight line headed towards it.
Exactly. He really doesn't, he doesn't have any advantage there because actually you got to go out to come in. But if you're starting in that middle of the pack, I think that is the best place to start here, especially in the pro class, because these guys are hot and heavy right now.
Yeah, I would think so. Plus, they got to go into this one dog leg. There you see you make a left, and then they go back right again. Not much separation. Looks like 1, 2, and 3 maybe broke away from the pack just a little bit, slight bit. But, man, it's a cluster down in there for sure.
Yeah, well, they're all just exiting that Monster Mile out there, and that is boat number 37, Tim Miller. Miller having a tough day yesterday. Like I say, he was one of those racers that got disqualified yesterday, and he is sponsored by Miller Racing and Monster Energy.
Got something to go out there and prove today, maybe?
Yeah, he takes a look behind him right there, and I believe I think he can feel the heat. I believe that may be number 22, Anthony Rededick, on the top right-hand side of your screen right now. Yeah, there is Rededick right there, and there is I believe that's Smith on boat number 126. He had a tough day yesterday too.
Looks like some Sea-Doos may be running more up front today.
Yeah, Ian Smith, he took an 8th place yesterday. But again, like I say, this water kind of plays to the Sea-Doos, but the GP 1800s are pretty light too, so that's why you see a lot of the GP 1800s.
Roughly what are weights between both boats? Do you know off the top of your head?
I do not know off the top of my head, but I would say there's probably about a 100-pound difference.
Wow, okay. Which would make all the difference in the world when you're racing. 100 pounds is a lot.
Right, yeah. And you want these boats to stay hooked up. So, right. Again, like I say, if you're in the bumpy water, the choppy water, the surf, you definitely want that SVHO. And Tim Miller out there today, and he's also on a Yamaha GP 1800. And, I was talking a little bit about Tim yesterday. Tim was actually in Lake Havasu racing the World Finals 2 years ago, and he was all ready to make his retirement speech, but ended up second overall in his class. He's like, well, I don't think I'm ready to retire.
Got kind of motivated again.
He definitely got motivated, and you can see what his motivation's done for him. Taking a look at 126 there, Ian Smith on the Sea-Doo, currently sitting in second place. Now, I'm wondering, I don't see Farthing and them in the picture yet, so we'll see exactly where they're at here momentarily.
quite a few Sea-Doos up in this front pack, though, today.
Yeah, you got Smith, and then you got Jay Edworthy, who took a second yesterday. Edworthy, I believe, currently running in that third-place position.
And you said in the pre-show that he was the guy maybe to really put Sea-Doo on the map here and get them up on the podium.
Like I say, I've seen him race a couple times already this year, and he's on fire. Get out the extinguisher, man, because this kid has been doing amazing so far here in 2025. Good kid, both on and off the track. You know, it was funny because I was walking through the pits when I got in on Thursday, right? And I ran into Jay Edworthy. They just got in from Canada, and I had a Farthing Racing shirt on. And he goes, "Hey, isn't that a little favoritism?"
Yeah.
I'm like, "No, it was a free shirt, man."
You give me a free shirt, I'll wear your free shirt too.
That's right. That's right. The Chicken Man, straight out of Ontario, Canada, currently sitting in that third place position. Smith in second.
So this is going to be a weird comparison, but looking at the Sea-Doos, especially on some of the profile shots as they run across our camera screen, they look like the Blaster because they've got that shorter, higher back seat like a Blaster used to back in the day. Kind of more reference there than the longer seat the Yamahas have.
Right, exactly. And that's why they're kind of a little bit more unstable. You know, we've seen that the last race when things started to chop up with the 30 boats out there. So you got Miller out in front. Christian Daly has advanced into second place. Christian out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Comes from a racing family. Ian Smith in third on boat number 126. And in the fourth spot, Jay Edworthy on a C477 and Anthony Redetich also on a Sea-Doo. So now you got three Sea-Doos in the top five.
And where is our winner, Devin Farthing, from yesterday? How far back is he?
You know, we talked about, how he was in pole position. And he had to come in, so he probably got pinched, there at that first turn and probably had to hit the brakes. But, 30 minutes plus a lap is a long time, and I'm sure that Devin's not going to stay where he's at.
As long as he doesn't get too excited and get too pumped up, amped up in the first part of the race and make mistakes. It's a long race. It's an endurance race. You've got to be calm. You've got to make your way slowly and just methodically pick your way through this field.
Going back out to your leader there, Tim Miller. Tim hails from Waco, Texas. There's Farthing right there. And I believe he's probably right around that sixth place position, I would imagine. We just showed a graphic of the top five: Tim Miller, Christian Daly, Ian Smith, Jay Edworthy, and boat number 22, Anthony Redetich. Those are your top five here, as we are just under 25 minutes left to go. That was a quick 5 minutes.
It was a quick 5 minutes. But the pole position situation that you do here with the standings really does kind of level out the field, because we've got teams yesterday, we've got riders today that weren't up in this top five group yesterday that may have been in the middle of the pack that are now leading.
Right. Tim Miller, once again, sponsored by Monster Energy. And I know last year he was also sponsored by his friends, the Caldwells. He's the one that mentored Cooper Caldwell, the gentleman that I was talking about a little earlier today during our Amateur 300 race. Congratulations to Nathan Daly for taking the win, and Cooper Caldwell for unofficially taking that overall.
Hit that 25-minute mark, 24-minute mark now, actually plus one a lap.
I see right now the battle here is Devin Farthing. You got Banji Ramji, boat number 116 behind him. Banji hitting the podium the first time in his short aquacross career, just the last race last season. So again, you got Miller, Daly, Smith, Edworthy, and Redetich, 1 through 5 right now. Farthing trying to climb back into it, sitting in 6th, with Banji Ramjeet on boat number 117 in 7th.
Now, the shot we just saw, you could actually see the leaders going down this Monster Mile straightaway away from where the turner that Devin was going into. So he can see where the leaders are. I believe he's somewhere in the top 10 by a rough calculation, but right now he's going to have to worry about that boat behind him.
Yeah, he's got Banji Ramjeet. He's going to have his hands full with Banji, but Devin's he's a pretty smart rider. He thinks just like his dad. He's pretty methodical. He actually knows where he needs to be on the course, and he knows right now that he's got a lot of time. And I don't expect him to end up where he's at right now. Back out to Tim Miller. And Miller riding smooth out there. Again, hard to believe. I believe Tim just turned, 57 years old.
I was going to ask you, what is the age of the competitor? So that means I could still go out there and do this.
Oh, yeah. You got him out there from 16. And I think our oldest rider, and I'm not going to mention his name because he might be listening to us down there. But he is, I believe, 68.
Wow.
Yeah, so we've got guys here that are racing from 16 to 68 on these personal watercraft.
And it shows age. Age does have an effect on what you're doing, but if our leader is of the age that he is, showing that it can still be done.
Yeah, there's second place right there, Christian Daly. We talked about him a little bit yesterday. His father, Derek Daly, former open wheel driver. His mom Beth used to race stand-up skis. Brother races Indy 500.
Big racing family, as we mentioned.
Oh yeah, they've been around. Let's just say that. But they're out of the Carmel, Indiana, just down the street from Indianapolis. Really nice family, racing family. Been seeing them in the pits since her mom used to race up in the.
I believe that's our top 2 right there. Maybe even our top 3. They are close enough to throw a blanket over all 3 of them. This is going to be a great race as it winds down and the water starts to get just a little bit choppier. Not from weather conditions, but just from other boatway.
Yeah, so Daly's actually moved up into second. Smith back to third in the Sea-Doo. And the Yamaha's starting to move on out here with Tim Miller and Christian Daly. Smith on a Sea-Doo, Edworthy on a Sea-Doo, and Radetich on a Sea-Doo.
Well, and as they run, it's starting to get a little bit rougher again just because of boat wake, and maybe you're starting to see the slightly heavier Yamahas stay in the water just a little bit more stable, running a little bit more clean.
And you got the 2 Yamahas right behind them in 6th and 7th with Devin Farthing and Vanjie Ramji. So
he's a Sea-Doo he's a Yamaha sandwich right now.
Right, exactly. We've got a Sea-Doo Oreo. But, the Sea-Doos are looking good out there. Smith, he was a winner last year in the 300 class, our amateur 300 class, moving up, one of our rookies here in the pro class, and showing you that he's definitely got the skills to be there.
An awesome ride for him for sure. As you know, it looks like it takes a little bit more to control the Sea-Doos through the corners, definitely. He's having to move his body weight around and shift a little bit more than I think the Yamaha guys are.
Yeah, they definitely have to work it a little bit more on the Sea-Doo. It's a little bit rougher, probably a little more taxing on your body because you're having to move around. And like you said, those boats are really light, so they kind of skip around, You know what I mean? Their back end skips around, and now that things are chopping up, they're trying to stay out of the wake. You can see them trying to stay out of the pump wash right there.
Trying to find clean water.
Yep.
As our second place boat goes back to the outside, he's going to try and dive in, maybe.
There's your race leader, Miller. So only a couple seconds between Miller and Christian Daly, who currently sits in second, as we are at the 20-minute mark, 1/3 through this race. So with Farthing and Ramjeet on the move, they're going to try to get past those Sea-Doos. Meanwhile, the Sea-Doos are going to try to hold where they are. Ian and Jay Edworthy, as well as Anthony Radetich. And like I said, Radetich, one of those racers that races internationally with us. We talked about him yesterday, being a former military helicopter pilot in Iraq, in the Iraq War. Unfortunately, when he came home, he was in a motorcycle accident and was paralyzed. But I'm telling you, there's no handicap there for that kid.
Doesn't stop him. That's a great shot of our leaders. That's our top 4 there. And, man, really, this is really anybody's race at this point. There's nobody's comfortable out in first place and they think they're going to stake the win with just over 19 minutes, remaining.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of time in Aquacross, a lot of time. As we take a look at Jay Edworthy there as he runs alongside the causeway. Miller still out in front of Daly, Smith in third, and Edworthy in fourth, Radetich in fifth. So there are no lead changes on that last lap.
So at what point does Devin Farthing start to think, I've got to move forward in this group? We're not halfway yet, but we're getting closer halfway sooner. Now he's got to start maybe thinking.
Right. At the halfway point from the ops boat out there, they'll show a green flag, and that'll signify to them that the race is halfway complete. So a lot of guys will wait till that. They'll just try to stay there with the lead pack, and then when they see that, that's when they hit the gas.
And they start thinking, now I've got to get up to the front. I've only got 15 minutes plus a lap remaining to try and make my move.
Daly's chasing Miller down right now, so Daly looks like he's turning some of the fastest laps on the track right now. Miller still your race leader, who we're taking a look at on the screen, but Christian Daly's just right off screen. If we go back there, and there is Snyder. I'm not sure where Snyder's at either, because Torrey Snyder, he took a third yesterday. He's also one of the Farthing Racing Yamaha teammates, also sponsored by Snyder Built Construction Company out of Bradenton, Florida.
Beautiful drone shot there of the dogleg back into the corner, but look at this race here. That's Devin Farthing.
Yeah, Vanjie Ramjeet is all over him.
They might have touched each other there a little bit, little Rubbins racing.
And Devin Farthing is a teammate of Ramjeet's father-in-law. So, I mean, there's all kinds of family stuff going on out there, too, which is really neat. I mean, a lot of these families have pretty much grown up together. Ramjeet taking a little bit wider line here, and this is, I believe, your battle for sixth place. You can see him taking that wide line,
But they're a lot further back, I think, than we anticipate. There's no white water up in front of them, and the boat's ahead. And it sounds like our producer's saying they may be even as much as a half a lap back, which means they would be coming into the screen maybe right there at the top of your screen. That might have been Devin there. So he's got a lot of work to do to make up. But they've also started now running into a little bit of lap traffic. That will affect our leaders and maybe tighten this group up a little bit more.
Well, and we'll see if the boats can hold together, too. I mean, we're still got more than half the race left. So, a lot of things can happen here in the last 16 minutes, that's for sure. We've seen it year after year here with P1 Aquacross. Because, again, remember, that boat's got to hold together for 30 minutes, too. It's not just the rider.
Got to finish to win it.
You got to finish it. That's right.
And after this, we will have race 1 of the offshore powerboat races. That should be promptly at 11 a.m. That will be Mod V in the first start, Class 2 and Super V. Race number 2 will be factory stock. That should be around 12:20. Race number 3, 145 Class 1, and race number 4, 245 Super Stock. And then Mikey will see the pro guys come out one more time for their third and final race.
Fantastic! Great day for racing here in New Orleans, down there at the Bonneville.
Do see a little bit of rain there, off though in the background. You can kind of see just about in this shot here as we pan across, right about there. It looks like it's raining just a bit. You can see it darken up, and then it lightens up. So I think there's rain back there somewhere.
I don't see anything.
Okay. Well, yesterday we saw rain come from the other direction, so I mean at least it doesn't look like it's where it's going to impede on us.
Right.
But look at our top 3. Wow, this is going to be a battle here.
Yeah, Miller on 37, Daly on the 105 right behind him, only about 2.5 seconds off the pace, being thrown down by Miller right now.
And this is Daly's first race, correct? He took a hiatus last year, took a year off. So a good run for him to come out and be in second, challenging for the lead.
Yeah, riding for the new team, riding for the Farthing Yamaha team this season. It's the race for Visit St. Pete Clearwater, which have always been good friends of ours here with the P1 team. You can see Daly just outside that pump wash being thrown down, and there's Smith. Ian Smith still running in that third place position. He's the top Sea-Doo, though. Battle of the manufacturers. It's Yamaha, Sea-Doo.
Good showing for Sea-Doo in this second race. It's not getting as bumpy out there, but I think that's because we don't have as many boats as we did in the amateur race.
And this is only their second race, so they'll earn points for this race, and then we'll have them come back on the last race of the day after we do the offshore boats. Once again, folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to the New Orleans Grand Prix Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown.
And there's the shot of the VIP tent, almost looking directly at our finished boat for the Aqua-Cross race. Hope all of our VIP guests have a wonderful day. Go to P1 Offshore, check out our schedule, check out the teams, keep up on the latest information, and we will be in a town near you. Sheboygan in August and St. Petersburg at the end of August, Labor Day weekend. Make sure to get your VIP tickets. The best way to watch a boat race is to be waited on with great food and plenty of cold Monster Energy beverages to enjoy. So P1 Offshore to score your VIP tickets.
Well, Tim Miller is still in control of this one, and he must have ate his Wheaties this morning and drank his Monster, that's for sure.
He did, for sure.
But, yeah, Tim, like I said, probably the oldest rider out there in the pro class, and it's good to see, one of our veteran riders, do very well out here.
Well, I wonder where was he on the pole? Was he kind of right in the middle of everybody?
Well, as I take a look down, he was all the way on the outside. Yeah, he was third from the outside.
But that might have benefited well. He could have kind of stayed out of that mess in the middle.
Yeah.
Carried a little bit more speed and got in that dog leg, and that really could have helped him.
Yeah, and he's got really fast equipment, too. Really fast equipment. Taking a look at Daly again. Christian Daly. Hoosier.
And Christian Daly coming in with a fourth place yesterday. This is really going to bode well for him, especially if he can get up in first over Devin. This is going to give him a good points boost today in the overall standings.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. We touched on it a little bit. It's consistency that wins championships. And, you don't have to win every battle to win the war.
Exactly.
So it looks like your leaders are starting to come into possibly some lap traffic there. As you take a look at Daly right there, Tim Miller just to the right, just off of the screen as we view it here. And look at Daly.
Man,
Daly's pressing him.
Yeah, he's there.
I think Daly's baiting him right now. Daly is about, I believe, 25 years younger than him.
And this is going to really help Ian Smith on that Sea-Doo. These two are going to start battling. And as they get into lap traffic and start battling, that will allow the Sea-Doo, Ian Smith in third place, to kind of catch up to this group a little bit, make it a three-way battle for the lead.
Great racing going on here in race number 2. Again, winner of race number 1 was Devin Farthing. Edworthy took a second. Tori Snyder took a third. Daly took a fourth. And Williams took a fifth. So
Daly is really our only one that got in the top 5 yesterday that's in our top 5 today.
Well, except for Jay Edworthy.
Jay Edworthy, yep, you're right. Sorry.
Edworthy running a 2 yesterday, and he's got a 4. That would tie them up, I believe, in points going into the last race of the day. But that's if things stay as they are. There's still a lot of time left in this one.
Just under 12 minutes, rather. And, Mike, it's interesting to look at what Connor Daly can do. He's making up time somewhere on the course, but he's also losing it somewhere. It's almost like he's faster through this section, closer to the shore. But then when they get more out into the open water, he definitely seems to be losing a little bit more ground. Maybe it's lap traffic, maybe it's conditions, but let's see what he can do here. This is where he was right on the back of your leader, Miller.
And you can see 1, 2, 3, and 4 all right there within 10 seconds of each other.
Yeah, see, he seems to make up a little bit of ground right there. Not as close as he was last time by.
Daly charging hard, trying to reel in Tim Miller. In the battle of the states out there, you got Texas out in front of Indiana.
It would make sense that the Daly family is from Indiana. Just a random thought.
Yeah, right.
Based upon all the information you have provided.
Well, and both riders, the top 2, sponsored by Monster Energy.
That's interesting. The Sea-Doos or the Yamahas don't run as big or as of a defined wedge on their back of their seat as much as the Sea-Doos do. The Yamahas, much more lower seat. What is the reasoning behind that? Is that just a comfort thing, or is that rider preference, or is that boat preference? What drives that?
No, I think that is pretty much they're stock seats.
Okay.
When you get into like the modified classes and the GP classes, then you'll see the different kinds of seat styles and stuff like that. And they're able
so that's
to,
a manufacturer difference more than it is anything else.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think the Yamahas are kind of really more built for comfort.
Yep.
Where the Sea-Doos are built for speed. And then taking a look at Tori Snyder right there. He's in probably 7th or 8th place. I believe he's right behind Ramjeet and Farthing back there, and I believe they were running 6 and 7 here a little bit earlier.
Hitting the 10-minute mark plus 1 lap remaining. If Devin's going to try and get up towards the front, he's got to start making his move, because our leaders, they are racing hard and racing strong out front.
By the way, we'd like to say a special thanks to Progressive, Experience Kissimmee, Sunoco Race Fuels, and of course all our friends here at Jefferson Parish, as they are celebrating 200 years of their bicentennial.
Amazing town, great food here. Just an awesome race site. Looking forward to coming back in 2026. But got more racing coming for you today. Offshore races up next. 4 races. Spec classes and Class 2 running. A little bit of drama yesterday at some of the starts. But everybody's going to reset and come out. And it was BoatFloater.com taking the win in our first race, Mod V. And I'll tell you what, the Killdalls looked fast. Looking forward to see what they can do again. However, that first race was that red flag situation, and that really changed the start. So it'll be interesting to see what today, if we don't get the red flag situation, what happens on the start.
There you go. And 110, Tori Snyder's who we're concentrating on right now. Again, Tori out of Bradenton, Florida. Following in his father's footsteps. His father was a pro champion in the stock division in the IJSVA National Tour. And he also won a couple of world titles.
Nice.
And so Tori's been around the pit since he was just a little grommet.
All right, there's Miller. He's starting to deal with some lap traffic, and that's really going to let Connor Daly look up to the outside of him. Connor really trying to find his clean water. But there's a lot of lap traffic. I just counted 2 riders in front of him, plus the rider they're trying to work around right now. Faster to the inside, slower to the outside. Look, Connor Daly, he's back in that striking position, Mike. He pulled back up on him. It's this lap traffic. Oh, I'm sorry. Christian Daly, sorry. We said Connor Daly and my brain got pulled up.
You just went right to Indy.
I did.
Right to Indy.
It's the last name.
That's right. Well, 105 is right there, and it's right in Tim Miller's back pocket right now. And he is slowly reeling them in, and you can see Miller's just off the screen here on the left-hand side. You can see the white water he's putting up, the pump wash rather. And Daly just trying to stay out of that pump wash, ride smooth.
There was a slower boat on the outside of that group. I don't know if that was a course marshal or another racer, but there was a slower boat that they went to the inside of. Hard to say who it was.
Well, a lot of these guys, like I say, there's a lot of camaraderie amongst the people on Aquacross racers. And if they see the leaders coming on, they're just going to move out of the way.
Get out of the way. They've got no bone in this fight.
Right, exactly.
You don't want to be the one to mess them up.
No dog in this hunt.
But look at Miller. Now he pulls away from Daly again on that Monster Mile straightaway towards the Causeway Bridge. he kind of opens up that gap. So, again, I think he's faster on a certain part of this course more than Daly, and is able to open up his lead a little bit, where this is Daly's part through here. He likes these turns. He likes these water conditions. This is where we've seen him catch up. Let's see if he can do it again.
Well, right now, really, Tim Miller's playing the spoiler out there because, Tim with a DQ in that first race, he's only going to have points from 2 different races, whereas Daly's got 4th place points. He'll get 2nd place points if things stay as they are here. So Daly looking to kind of take that points lead. He'll be right there knotted up with Jay Edworthy. Edworthy has moved ahead of Smith now. So Edworthy might be the points leader coming into that last race if things stay as they are.
Things stay as the way they are, yep.
And again, we appreciate the staff for getting the points and stuff over to us so we can talk about this, because everybody likes to know what's happening in the race. I know the number 37 is the leader of this race, but yesterday got DQ'd. Probably not a good chance for an overall.
Yep.
So,
boat number 477, Edworthy, he is currently running in 3rd place as we're just a little over 6 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this race.
Jay Edworthy, again, one of the power factors there of the Jet-X racing team out of Canada.
And again, somebody you said that would be the guy to try and get Sea-Doo up onto the podium. It looks like he might be able to do that. But, man, they've got to really watch those turns. That's a precarious position. I mean, that boat literally flew sideways through the air briefly, but that's really what can catch their edge and buck them off like it did to Caldwell yesterday.
Right. Well, Jay's a tall, lanky guy, very strong, though. And so he is able to hold on to that Sea-Doo. As we look, Daly still in 2nd, Edworthy in 3rd. But Daly still pressing as Miller works his way through the lap traffic there. And that is boat number 77, Jason Russo. Russo out of Bradenton, Florida, where he owns Russo Marine down in Sarasota. Does a little working on boats.
I've heard before. A lot of these jet ski, personal watercraft racers, it seems like, own repair shops for personal watercraft or boats.
Yeah, we get a lot of our folks from there, but, really they come from all walks of life. I mean, I've seen doctors, I've seen lawyers, bankers, a little bit of everybody. And Farthing might be having an issue. That's why he may not be up there in the front. So, look, you can see him pointing to the left right there. I think he's got somebody coming up on him. He said, just go ahead, go by me.
Get to the inside of me. But this is going to be detrimental to his weekend.
Yeah, well, he's going to be back in that 3rd race, got 25 points. If he can at least get,
He's got to salvage something here.
Right, yeah. Unfortunately, there's 4 minutes and 38 seconds left to go, so, he's going to have to at least keep it out on the track, because the last thing he wants is a DNF.
Right. 0 points are not going to help his cause.
No, not
moving
at all.
into that 3rd and final race. But he is looking around. He definitely knows that something is wrong.
And once again, Devin taking a 2nd place last season to his father, Dustin Farthing, who retired in Clearwater last year at the final P1 Aqua-Cross race.
Now, the good news is they'll have a long break between this race and the final race of the day, as we will get 4 offshore powerboat races in, so they will have plenty of time to look at that Yamaha GP 1800 to try and get it dialed in for the 3rd and final race.
So there is boat number 37 coming up on Jason Russo, your race leader, Tim Miller, trying to go wire to wire here on the Monster Energy Caldwell racing machine.
Where's Christian Daly in all of this as we get up into this lap traffic? I believe that might have been him right there.
Yeah, that was
him. Look how close he gets there. Mike, I'm telling you, that he likes that part of the course. There's something he does better there than I think our leader Miller does.
Like I say, I think what Christian's trying to do is he's just trying to get in his head. Like in motocross, we always say
pressure.
On the berm turns, you show him a wheel.
Yep.
In watercross, you show him a keel.
Yep. Or spray.
There you go. As long as they can see you.
Yep.
As long as they can feel the heat.
Now, can they hear the boats behind them? Are these loud enough to know that somebody's back there?
Yeah, a lot of them can hear the boats behind them. Yeah, especially.
They're not as loud as a motocross bike, right? So and not as loud as an offshore race boat. So it's not probably as easy, but.
All right, that's your top 3 on the drone right here in the top left-hand side of the picture here, folks.
See, that's where Christian Daly has his issues right there. He tried to stay on the inside lane, and Miller just cut him off, and Daly got hosed down. Although, look at the speed of Daly on the outside. If he can carry more speed right here, he might challenge for the lead. Can he make it happen? But look at that battle for 3rd behind them. 2 battles happening right now.
And I believe that's Jay Edworthy that's just battling it out with Daly, and they are bond rail to bond rail right now. And Daly looking to push him wide as they come in. And you got your leader over here on the right-hand side of the screen, Tim Miller.
But now you're going to have a dog leg Edworthy's might be on the inside of that dogleg. I think he's going to. He can push Connor Daly out. What a race here. Sea-Doo versus Yamaha. What a pass by number 477.
Oh, my. How about that? Jay Edworthy on that Jet X Sea-Doo moving up into second place and getting past Daly. That's no easy feat right there.
No, and he kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, he was lingering back there. He was kind of putting the pressure on Christian Daly, but, man, he just popped right in there. And he made that pass look effortless going into that dogleg. What a run on the Sea-Doo.
Well, and I'll tell you what, Jay Edworthy has got Tim Miller set in his gun sights right now.
He does.
And Edworthy didn't get the best of starts. Remember, he was back there in like 6th place and moved his way all the way up through the pack, now into 2nd place. So Jay Edworthy on the move.
I would love to see the lap times of Edworthy versus Miller right now. I'd love to see who's the faster rider on the course. But it's not. Look at that. Holy cow. He is right there, Mike. He is right there on his tail, trying to find that clean line. Looked like he jumped back to the outside, but what a race for first.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. He's just waiting on a slip, trip, or a bobble. And
Miller doesn't want to look around right now. Miller does not want to let Edworthy know that he's thinking about him. He wants to run his race in front of him, because the moment you start looking around, Edworthy's going to think, okay, I've got you. You're worried about me. I'm coming for you.
And look at this. Edworthy going to work to the outside as they work their way down that front straightaway.
Coming up on 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining. This race will go down to the wire.
I think Tim Miller wants to make a statement after getting disqualified yesterday. So.
But Edworthy wants to put the win towards the overall win for the weekend, just not close enough. Do get into some lap traffic. I think that may have an effect on this race.
Well, Edworthy just had to cross over that wake right there, and that slowed him down about a second, so that gave Miller a little bit more breathing room. And that's your top 3 on the screen right now. And you can see Edworthy once again charging.
Dude, he is driving into the corner so hard. And that's really where he's making up his ground. He's waiting to the very last minute to make his turn, and it's working. And he's going to have that inside leg on the dog leg, though, because this is where they're going to turn back right. Can he be close enough to make a move? I think he might be. He's charging hard, Mike.
He's jockeying for that position right now. Once again, that's Tim Miller on the bottom of your screen.
Oh, sorry, they're going to make a left.
And it's a drag race, and look at Miller just goosing that throttle.
Yeah, Miller closed the door on him, and that's a totally good move. He had the right to do that. He didn't have to leave it open, and look what it did. It kind of gave him that boost a little bit to keep him out in the lead.
Well, they headed down that monster mile section of the track, and that's where he had that straightaway. And again, there's Edworthy coming into those turns, and he's coming in hot, baby.
Edworthy likes going out wide here, and he swings in tight to this buoy and makes up a tremendous amount of ground. Let's see if he does it again. Miller is looking around all over the place. He knows he's back there hunting him down. Now, Edworthy's looking back at Daly. Daly now coming back up into the mix as he was slowing a little bit on the previous lap. Could this be a 3-way battle down to the finish?
Well, I'll tell you what, the white flag will be coming out the next time that they come past the ops boat out there. Edworthy now looking behind him to see where Daly's
he
at.
hears Daly back there. He knows that Daly's in striking distance. So now he's got to really manage his race. He's got to start thinking about the overall position, I think, in the day, though. If he thinks he can stay in second and maybe conserve points and not run the risk of losing back to third or moving back to third, that could be what he's thinking right now.
Wow, what a great race out here. You know, a lot of times you don't see them this close all the way at the end after 30 minutes plus a lap. But these guys are within 7 seconds of each other from first to third.
And they've never really separated. It's been this way the whole race. But look at that gap now back from first to second. It has gotten quite large since they were on this part of the course last time.
Well, I think Edworthy was actually worried about Daly coming up on him, and that's why he was looking behind him. So
can't race behind you. Got to race in front of you.
And that's good news for Tim Miller.
But this is where, to me, Edworthy's been faster. He likes this. He'll go out wide here, and he swings out wide towards the bridge, and then he swings back into that buoy, and he just carries a tremendous amount of speed. And let's see if he does it again. Miller looks behind him to see what's going on. There he is standing up.
Yeah, well, once again,
I haven't seen anybody stand up that tall, I think, all race.
Yeah, well, his legs, his arms kind of be, like spaghetti right now. He takes a look behind him. Remember, he's the elder statesman
I'm 47, so I can imagine how he feels. I'd probably be feeling just the same way.
30 minutes plus a lap, full speed. Woo.
More lap traffic as they come into the course marshal boat. Looks like the white flag is going to come out this time by. The lapper is looking back. They're going to stay out of the way. This is the battle here, though. What a race.
And there's the white flag. Less than a lap to go for Tim Miller out of Waco, Texas. Going back on board there with Daly, who was in third, and that's Edworthy right in front of him on the Sea-Doo. And you got a couple of, I believe, lapped riders that were kind of moving over to the right as you see Daly go by. I believe that was Juan Lescano. Good sportsmanship there by Juan Lescano from the Miami Jet Ski Shop.
Now, this is Edworthy's time right here. If he's going to do it, this is where he likes the course. He likes running towards that causeway. Let's see if he can just drive a little bit harder to the corners. That's where he's been able to make up his gap, or close the gap, rather. He's just diving into those corners hard on that Sea-Doo. Let's see if he continues to do so. Man, he is within striking distance. One mistake from Miller would give him, or would allow Edworthy to catch up, and he's going to be right there. This is going to go all the way down to the finish line.
Oh, it is. And this is why we love P1 Aquacross so much. And this is only round number 1 of the Monster Energy Triple Crown.
Edworthy jumps back to the outside. He's going to try and carry more speed through this turn. He's a little bit further behind now than he has been this time, in this area of the course prior.
Edworthy having to cross over the wake again, but again, it's going to be a drag race all the way here to the finish line.
Here he comes. He's coming.
He's coming hard. Flanked to Miller's right.
They're going to be side by side coming through this corner. Not quite, a little bit further back. Kind of hard to tell from our camera view there.
Yeah, Edworthy went a little wide right there. They should be.
This should be the last turn, I believe.
Yep, out comes the checkered flag. Is it going to be Tim Miller?
I believe so.
Tim Miller. How about that? Tim Miller and Jay Edworthy and Christian Daly, 1, 2, and 3 here with our second pro race finish. And wow, what a race that was, Mike.
Miller had to earn that one for sure, 100%. What a race. That was fantastic.
Yeah, great stuff right there. And Tim Miller making a statement after that disqualification yesterday. And Jay Edworthy took a second yesterday, took a second today, and he's going to come to that third race at the end of the day today with the points lead.
Now, or not Christian Daly, but Devin Farthing, rather, is going to have to go back and figure something out. He's got to figure out what happened to his Yamaha jet ski there and hopefully come back in that third race and make a statement. He's got the most to well, he doesn't have the most to lose at this point. I think Edworthy probably has the most to lose. He's got to come back and really run consistent in the third race to get up in that top spot.
Well, that's the thing with it. Sometimes you're the bug and sometimes you're the windshield,
yep.
And unfortunately, the bug met the windshield there in the Farthing camp. So anyways, congratulations to your winner once again, Tim Miller out of Waco, Texas. He did it on a Yamaha GP 1800. Taking a win here in the second race. Taking a second was Jay Edworthy on the Jet X Sea-Doo, the new 325 RX PX. And taking a third, sponsored by Farthing Racing 105, Christian Daly. And you can see Edworthy cooling off here in
jumping
Lake
in the water
Pontchartrain.
a little bit. And it's got to be hot with the wetsuits.
Well, let's take a look at these highlights. These are going to be some hot highlights. Here we go. You see the start now. That is Miller starting at the top of your screen. You see how Miller squirts out, able to grab that hole shot. And once he grabbed that hole shot, never looked back. But there was a lot of action, a lot of passing, a lot of stuff going on behind him. With that guy right there, Ian Smith. And there's Ramjeet. Ramjeet gives Farthing a little love tap.
I think
right
there was
there.
some contact there.
Oh yeah.
And is that what maybe started messing up Daly's day? Was that a little bit of a nudge there?
Well, that was actually Farthing that he came onto the backside. But who knows, that could cause Farthing's, mechanical issue.
Yep, maybe.
So you never know. And then there we go. We got the pass right there by Edworthy on Daly.
Edworthy was just on fire the entire race. I think if there was about another 5 or 6 minutes left, he might have been able to take the lead.
Well, Edworthy with a 2-2, going to come in the points leader for that third and final race. So I believe we've got some Powerboat racing coming up.
Got Powerboat racing come up. This is the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Harvey Golf and Jefferson Parish. Round 1 of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown Race 1, 11 o'clock, is going to be Mod V in the first start and Class 2 Super V in the second start. And race 2 will be at 12:20 p.m. That'll be factory stock. We will refuel the helicopter. Then we have race 3, which will be Class 1. Race 4, which will be super stock, 145 for race 3, 245 for race 4, and then one more pro race as your winner Miller takes the checkered flag.
Now, I believe this is Tim Miller's first P1 Aquacross win.
Ever.
Wow.
Big
congratulations.
Big celebration.
No, he's letting everybody know. This is my checkered flag. Congratulations to that man right there. Like I say, in the 55-plus club, taking one home for the veterans out there.
And he's the one, I made a mistake. I thought it was a Caldwell's, but he's the one that's sponsored by Marine Technology Incorporated. And, of course, you'll see a Marine Technology Incorporated MTI boat out later today in factory stock with 151 Express. There's a beautiful duck enjoying the view. We've got offshore powerboat racing coming up next. Race 1 at about 11 o'clock.
The New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix is brought to you by Harvey Gulf International Marine and by Jefferson Parish Councilman Hans Liljeberg.
It's time to turn it up to 11 and ride full blast. The all-new Jet Blaster series from Yamaha. We didn't just create a new wave runner, we invented a whole new way to ride.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
All right, Mod V, Class 200, Cat 300 now in this race, and Super V all running next. Super V, Cortez Cove, Kurt Brito, and Bob Locklear. Cat 300, Lanier Custom Boats, Mike Bethard and Sean Lanier, Jackhammer C22, Connor Langheim, and Ricardo Maldonado. Class 200 is going to be OC Racing 221, Joseph Oliverio and Billy Glick, and Justice League, who Kev just spoke with, boat number 208. Jack Fowler and Richard Davis. And then Mod V. Mike, Mod V, one of our biggest classes this weekend with 6 boats.
Yeah, I see that boat number 2 is going to be Boat Floater with Stephen Kildall and Steve Kildall. Boat number 19 is RNS Racing, Howard Richardson and Tom Crowley. On the Double Deuce, it's the Punisher, Charles McCarthy and Anthony Silviera. Boat number 33 is NorthMyrtleBeachResort.com. with Travis Petco and Tom.
Nope, Kirk Hanna and Mark Rinda.
I'm sorry.
Nope, you're good.
And well, I was talking about Relentless.
There you go.
I was talking about Relentless.
No worries.
47, Travis Petco and Thomas Madalena, and then you got finally El Bandito Tequila, boat number 51 with Steve Miklos and Stephen Furman.
So this is our first spec class racing that you're going to see out here. These boats can go as fast as they need to go to be able to win, but they are restricted on engine size, cubic inches, drives, drive height, propellers, weights. It's the first spec class. It's the first spec class we're seeing as we're going green flag racing in Mod V. El Bandito Tequila on the pole. There is Relentless just to the other side of them. Tom Mandolina and Travis Petco in Relentless. North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. Easy boat to spot from this far away. Why? Because it's all red. And they are out to the early lead. A boat just to the outside of this group. And they are starting in that Monster Mile straightaway and then headed towards the Causeway Bridge over Lake Pontchartrain. Mod V going to run 4 laps today. Class 200 going to run 4 laps today. Cat 300 going to run 4 laps today. And Super V going to run 4 laps today. 4 laps for all of these boats. As now we start to get some grouping together here in Mod V. And we did have a boat take the lead away from North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. Looks like Relentless is in 3rd now. And I believe that's El Bandito Tequila in 1st. Here is Class 200. There is OC Racing. And I believe Justice League should just be the outside of this group. And I think they started Cat 300 with this group as well. There is Justice League. So the biggest difference here, Mikey Young, is Justice League. They're the same boats. They're Phantom hulls. One is open and one is canopy. But back to this Super V battle. El Bandito Tequila leads. North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort in second. There is Relentless in third. And Boat Floater, big hop there by Boat Floater. They are currently running in fourth.
Yeah, Boat Floater got a little bit sideways there, but they're going to have position as they come into this next turn.
Yep, North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort looking really good. Hats off to Relentless, though. Hats off to Relentless because they had to do a motor swap last night. They hurt a motor in testing. They ran the kilo run on Thursday, then they hurt a motor in testing. Oh, no, North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort slowing quickly after a great start for that team. Kirk Hanna and Mark Rinda. Actually, something's going on here because a couple of boats just moved to the inside and slowed. That's two boats that were running up in the top there. That was Mod V racers. Nope, we've all slowed. We've all slowed. All boats have now fallen off a plane. I believe this is going to put us in a red flag situation. Haven't seen one yet on that pace boat at the top of your screen, but all boats have slowed. Mikey Young, I'm not sure what happened, but I saw Kirk Hanna I saw the North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort guys lift, and they did just that. And, yep, we just got confirmation from race control. It is a red flag situation, so that means all boats are to stop. And that was a good race there in the beginning. I didn't see Sunprint, or I didn't see Boat Floater in this group as we came back around. So not sure what happened to the Killdalls. Maybe they're in a rooster tail and I just can't see them. But that's El Bandito Tequila. There's Boat Floater. Okay, they were just way out in front of this group. So there's Boat Floater. So El Bandito Tequila, Boat Floater, North Myrtle Beach RV Resort, Relentless, and RNS.
And North Myrtle
Beach yellow
RV.
flag. So yellow flag, what that means is they've got to start getting lined up. That is an indication that they're coming up towards that start buoy. The start buoy is where that race is going to start. They've got to drift back a little bit. Big slingshot there by North Myrtle Beach RV Resort and Relentless. Paceboat telling them, push back a little bit, guys. Don't slingshot up that far. They have to be in line by the time they get to that buoy. Yellow flag still up. Yellow flag still up. Come on, boys. Let's go racing here as we get ready to restart Mod V. Now this group is starting to catch up a little bit. That is Boat Floater and El Bandito Tequila. I'm sorry, Boat Floater's going to have the pole.
Yeah.
And there's a green flag going racing Mod V restart here in Louisiana. And a shotgun start for that North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort team. They jumped out to an early lead. But there is El Bandito Tequila and Boat Floater all deck to deck going into this first turn.
Yeah, Boat Floater going to have the inside position right here as we take a look back at North Myrtle Beach RV Resort.com. Easy to pick out in the red boat, and we are on the Monster Mile.
Yes, we are headed towards the Causeway Bridge, and you're exactly right, Mike. BoatFloater.com, who was really not in this mix on the first lap of the race, is now up in it, and they're going to control that inside lane, and they've got a lot of speed. Look at that boat run. That is actually probably the oldest boat in the fleet right now is BoatFloater.com. That is an extreme hull, but it is Gen 1 of the extreme hull. El Bandito Tequila is what I call Gen 2, and then North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort, the red boat, is going to be Gen 3. The first two boats were built by Mark Spates, and the last boat was built by Britt Lilly. As you see, BoatFloater.com, the father-son team, Steve and Stephen Kildahl, 3 laps to go. This is going to be more of a sprint than it will be a race. Whoever can get out to the lead and control that water will probably be the winner.
Well, Boat Floater definitely has the advantage right now. You see him coming out of the water just a little bit, but they weren't up in that pack when they stopped the last race. So you have to wonder if maybe somebody from their team said, hey, this should be a red flag start. Because
it's hard to say.
They said it was a bad
start.
But,
I mean, the hard part about that is so for a team to communicate back to you don't get to protest the start of a race at the start of a race. You can protest something after the race is over, but they're not calling in saying, hey, race control, we're protesting that start, we need a restart, because there's too many variables that have to go in to just restarting a race. There's decisions that have to be made and people that have to have influence and input, and just to say, hey, we're going to restart a race is not something that normally happens. But hey, it's New Orleans, and anything can happen for the first time down here, I guess.
Right now, yeah, as you pointed out, it's all Team Kildahl.
Yep. Class 200, that's Justice League in the league. There is OC Racing. They are in second. The Lone Super V, Cortez Co. Fountain Racing, they are on the outside of this group. It'd be interesting to see if we could go back to the Cat 300 boats, the 2 lone outboards in the fleet, 2 lone outboard catamarans in the fleet nonetheless. That is a new class Just made its debut last year. Oh, wow, look at this on the inside. Look at that move by OC Racing. They threw it into the inside lane and made the pass and made it stick. I was really nervous there for a minute, thinking that boat was going to maybe spin out because they dove into that corner so hard. But what a turn by OC Racing as they now take the lead. Momentarily, though, I believe, Mike, in Class 2.
Well, that was Joseph Oliveri and Billy Gluick. But here comes boat number 208, Justice League. Jack Fowler, Richard Davis pulling up right beside him. And some great racing going on here in the bracket 200 class. Even though we only have 2 racers, they're getting at it.
That was a heck of a pass on the inside. And one of these boats, that took some gusto to get that boat in there and do that. I was thinking to myself, there's no way they're going to get in there, but they did.
Yeah, he needed a shoehorn to get in
there. They did,
and
they drove really hard into the corner. And the thing about a step bottom boat is when you run it and you run it really hard and you have to chop the throttle to be able to kick the boat over that hard, it picks the back of the boat up and it really upsets the boat and how the boat wants to turn. So not an easy move by Joseph Oliverio and Billy Glick in OC Racing.
We are currently on lap number 2 of 3 laps here after the restart.
But Justice League now getting to run the dog leg, so they're going to get to make the right-hand turn before we head back east again. I did get a text with a little bit more information. It does sound like there was some sort of an issue with the start. Didn't get a bunch of details about it. But whatever happened, they felt it necessary enough, or felt it bad enough that it was necessary to restart the race. And I'm sure there might be a couple of people there that aren't too happy with that restart right now, but such as the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, I was going to say, but the folks in Boat Floater are going to be happy.
The Killdalls, I think, are quite pleased with what's going on. There is a look at Fountain Racing Cortez Cove.
Yeah, Kirk Brito and Bob Lockyer.
And I'm looking for the Cat 300 boats. Like to see those guys run. They should be fun. This is like perfect conditions for those little boats to have fun out there. Again, a new class just started last year. Single engine, outboard powered catamaran hull. 23 to 26 feet in length. Their minimum weight is 3,200 pounds, and they are currently racing the Mercury 300R engine. As we go back to Super V, Fountain Cortez Cove, running unopposed in Super V. This is actually used to be one of the most popular classes in offshore powerboat racing. Back on the Monster Mile here for one more time, lap number 2 of 3. There goes a Cat 300 boat quickly across the screen. But Super V used to just be one of the best classes. You used to have Peter Meyer, Billy Glick, Mikasuki Indian Gaming, Instigator. Man, those guys just used to battle deck to deck. Just great sounding boats. It was always just a great race to just have those guys out there. And I know there's a lot of Super Vs out there right now, and we hope that they all start to slowly make a comeback because that really was a fun class. There is BoatFloater.com, boat number 2. They are leading in Mod V. Mike Young, the restart worked out in their favor.
It definitely worked out in their favor as they work the east side of our track here on Lake Pontchartrain. And one final time down this front straightaway, and I believe they should be seeing the checkered flag. I believe we completed 2. This should be the 3rd lap here.
It would be great to get that exact shot of one of the other extreme hulls, and you can just see how much different these 3 boats really are between the 3 different generations of extreme hulls. But right now, it's the old school girl, BoatFloater.com, getting it done. Stephen Killdall, the father-son team based out of Sarasota, Florida, as they begin their final lap here in race number 2 of the Monster Energy Triple Crown, round number 1.
And it's been an eventful day so far.
It has been in Aquacross and in
been a little
offshore side.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah, I think so.
Weather hold, restart, red flag.
Yep. And all of these boats will run again tomorrow, so it's a combined lowest score points event. So first place gets 1 point, second place gets 2 points, so on and so forth. Lowest amount of points at the end of the weekend will win. There is OC Racing. Ron, this is the first time we're getting to see this boat in competition. Connor Langheim and Ricky Maldonado, of course, Ricardo Maldonado. Ricardo is of Manatee Marine, based out of Florida, which Connor's mom owns part of Manatee Marine. And they were able to get this boat put back together. There's a really good, cool story behind this boat. I don't remember all of it, and I apologize. But it's good to see this boat get out there. That is a skater canopy that they molded onto the deck, so that's why it kind of looks like it. But, you know, this is a new class. This is really this is the Class 7 of catamarans, if you would, for entry-level racings. Boat number 22, Jack Hammer. Mini, I believe, is what they were calling it.
Yeah, the catamaran hull, 23 to 26 inches, or I'm sorry, feet in length, a weight of 3,200 pounds, and they're all powered by Mercury Racing 300R engines.
All right, back to Mod V on the final lap. They enter the Monster Mile one more time. BoatFloater.com continues to lead. El Bandito Tequila in second, and I believe North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort in third. This is Lanier Custom Boats. This is Mike Bethan and Jake Lanier. Now, this is the newest boat in this fleet. It's purpose-built to run this class. Todd DePhillips helped put that boat together. But there is Boat Floater, and there is El Bandito Tequila. And barring an incident from Boat Floater, I think it's going to be their race.
Yeah, Boat Floater, again, taking advantage of that restart and able to work their way to the front of the pack. And once they got to the front, they haven't looked back.
And this is just a perfect race for these little Cat 300 boats. I mean, this is just great water. You can see they're not getting beat up a lot. They're not getting jarred around a lot, and they're able to keep the boat in the water. Maybe not as exciting for the throttle man as they would like it to be. They'd probably like a little more air time or hang time, but a good race for these boats making their debut here at the Monster Energy Triple Crown event. And here comes Boat Floater. So they're going to run back up towards the dog leg. And the start-finish boat and get the checkered flag. Now, let's just, race control told us, Mike, that they were going to run 3 laps, and let's hope that the teams accounted for that when they pulled off. If they didn't think they completed a lap, they may go out and run 1 extra. But it did look like Boat Floater, yep, they're pulling in, so they know they only had to run 3 laps. So BoatFloater.com, your unofficial winner in Mod V, El Bandito Tequila in second. I believe that should put North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort in third.
For over 60 years, ICOM has been your trusted companion, keeping you connected on the water, in the air, and on the ground. Whether you need a two-way radio for your cruiser, center console, personal watercraft, or anything in between, ICOM has you covered with the most innovative marine, amateur, aviation, land mobile, LTE, and satellite network products.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
Welcome back to the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Harvey Gulf and Jefferson Parish. Round one of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. I am Mike Iwaski. Along with Mikey Young, we have wrapped up Aqua-Cross for the morning. One more pro race this afternoon, but Mikey Young, it is time to go offshore powerboat racing on Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah, I think we got 4 great races coming at them. Let's talk about the schedule here.
Yep, first race is going to be Mod V in the first start, Class 2 and Super V in the second start. A little bit different than what we did yesterday. No bracket classes running today except for bracket class number 200. And earlier, Kevin caught up with the Progressive safety team.
We're making sure that all of the racers, whether on jet skis or boats, gets onto the water and off again safely is really important at an event like this. And the man that's in charge of all of it is Sean Siner from the Progressive safety team. Sean, thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us. Tell us about what you and your guys might be getting up to this weekend.
Okay, yeah, we have a 15-man safety team. They're all firefighter, paramedics, and rescue divers. We station them on the course in 6 rescue boats, and then we also have what we call an Angel helicopter with 2. We're able to deploy 2 divers from that as well to anywhere on the course in about 30 seconds.
That deployment time is really impressive, about 30 seconds. Like I said, it's good to know that everyone's safe out there, but they have to be able to do their bit as well, especially on the boats. They need to know how to get themselves out of that boat.
Sure. Part of the event is the self-extrication training, which we refer to as a dunker, and they're required to go through that at least once a year. A lot of teams go through it more than once a year, and that's just for them to be able to execute their escape plan, and if they run into any difficulty or they're unable to extract themselves, we're coming in from the water.
Listen, Sean, it's great to know that you guys are here. Thanks for everything you do, but you are the kind of people at an event like this that we hope just have a relaxing weekend and you don't have to do anything.
Thank you, Kev.
Thanks, Sean.
Well, we couldn't do it without Sean Steiner and the entire safety team. They are the reason that the racers are able to get through some of the incidents on the course. Luckily, none of those here this weekend. Let's hope that keeps up this way today as you look at our Mod V entry. El Bandito, Tequila, Steve Firmland, Steve Miklos. They took second place yesterday in the Mod V race behind BoatFloater.com. And Kevin caught up with Steve Firmland and Steve Miklos earlier.
Well, I'm down here in the Progressive launch zone where it's getting noisy because the Mod V boats are about to go out once again, and these boys brought it home in second yesterday. Stephen, guys, you had a good run up until the restart. You're running in first to start with yesterday.
Yeah, we were. We had a good start. Second start, it bumped up a little. Stephen drove a great race, but Boat Floater boat got us, and today we got a win.
And Stephen, yeah, Boat Floater took the win yesterday, but you've clearly got the pace, so you must be positive coming into this one.
We are. We're just going to go out, do our thing, and hope for a good result.
What's the water running like out there today, do you think? You got any take on what's going on?
We're hoping it's more like our Friday testing and what we were expecting yesterday. If it's like that, I feel pretty good about our chances. We need to win by about 15 seconds.
Okay, well, best of luck with it, guys. It's getting noisy. They've got to run to the start, so Mike and Mikey, it's back to you.
Thank you.
Well, Steve Firmland and Steve Miklos of the El Bandito Tequila team going after Steve and Stephen Firmland in the BoatFloater.com. You know, when I talked to a lot of teams yesterday, Mikey Young back in the pits, everybody was really surprised how fast BoatFloater.com went. That is the oldest boat in the fleet. Everybody else has got newer equipment. That is the oldest boat. But the Killdalls have found something, and they found it good because that boat was fast yesterday.
Well, do you remember yesterday's first race? They got red flagged. They got back in because they didn't get a good start on that first one, and then they came back on that second and was able to get out there in front and not look back.
Yep, let's go through our start list. Our winners yesterday, BoatFloater.com, Stephen Kildahl. Number 51, El Bandito Tequila, Steve Furman, Steve Miklos. North Myrtle Beach RV Resort, Kurt Hanna and Mark Rinda, RNS Racing, Howard Richardson, Tom Crowley. Relentless, Travis Petco and Tom Mandolina. And Punisher, Charlie McCarthy and Tony Silveria. Unfortunately, Mike, you were talking about that restart yesterday. North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort were the not-so-good benefactors of that restart. I talked to Kirk yesterday back in the pits, and he said, you know what? He said, I had it on the first one. We went back for the second one, and I just didn't have it. And that, unfortunately, really hurt them, I think, in the overall standing. Still came in third, still sitting third place in points, but you got to be able to do it today, and hopefully we will be able to get past that as we look at Class 200 entries, 221 Justice League, Jack Fowler, Richard Davis, and 208 OC Racing, Joseph Oliverio and Billy Glick.
Well, lucky for them, this is only round number one of the P1 Offshore Triple Crown Series. And that was only the first race. So they'll have 6 races in which to gain or not gain so many points.
Yep, and the BoatFloater.com team, the Killdalls, they are the true professionals of this sport, of this class. They've always had good factory sponsorship. BoatFloater.com, you see PB Blaster there on the back of their boat. So just very professional at what they do. But Mike, take us through this course one more time.
All right, we're going to start up here at the Monster Mile. You see the green buoy at the start of the Monster Mile. That is where the boats will actually start. That's where they'll take off. They'll get the green flag. They'll have 10 buoys. They got that big dog leg there right past the front straightaway, and then they got a hairpin turn up at the west side of our track.
And all the racers I talked to yesterday really enjoyed this course, liked all the turns, liked the different areas, the different, really had to manage the race in many, many different ways. Talking to Billy yesterday from DeFalco, they hit that cruiser wake out there, really took them for a ride, but everybody talked about how they had to manage this course and what it was doing. Is there you look at R&S Racing, Howard Richardson and Tom Mandolina. This is a one-off boat. It's called a Bad Boy boat. Built out of New Jersey. It's the only one to know that I know of in existence that is a canopied version. And, Howard Richards and Tom Madalena are really starting to get this boat figured out. Tom Crowley in this boat with Howard, and they're really starting to get it figured out.
So BoatFloater.com with the win yesterday only got 1 point. El Bandito Tequila, 2 points. Then you had North Myrtle Beach RVResort.com with 3 points. R&S Racing with 4 points. Punisher with 5 points. And Relentless with 6 points. Let's go through that point system for everybody real quick.
Yep.
Where it's kind of like Monster Supercross, where basically you want to have the lowest score. It's almost like moto scoring, and you're going to have pretty much 6 motos, throughout the season.
Yep.
And the lowest score at the end of the season will walk home with that Monster Energy Triple Crown Championship.
Exactly. So if BoatFloater.com wins today, they'll get 2 points, and they will obviously take the win. But North Myrtle Beach RV Resort, El Bandito Tequila, R&S, they are the boats that could be the ones that break up BoatFloater.com's dream of taking the overall here. Tough weekend for Punisher and Relentless. They've been kind of plagued with mechanical issues. Good to see Relentless back out there. He actually hurt a motor on Friday in testing and was given a motor by another team to be able to go out and race. These are built by Charlie McCarthy. They're called Spartan boats. I think Punisher's not racing today. I think he is out with a mechanical issue. But Travis Petco and Tom Mandolina in that Relentless boat. That's a brand new boat this year. Again, built by Charlie McCarthy, a Spartan. They're trying to get these boats figured out. Very much a cut-down deck. And really cool-looking, sleek-looking boats, and I wish them the best of luck in being able to get figured out. I'm sorry, Punisher did make it back out today. So that's the sister ship to Relentless. This is Charlie McCarthy and Tony Silvera in number 22.
In this Mod V class, the V-bottoms are 29 to 32 foot in length. They got a single engine, 510 cubic inches, limited to 5,600 RPMs, single and two-step, 4,750 pounds, and the triple and more steps, 5,000 pounds. That's your weight when you get off. And again, like you say, the speed is kind of limited.
Yep, they can go as fast as they want. I think they were saying they were running mid to high 90s yesterday, 95, 96, somewhere up in there. There is North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. That is an extreme hull. We talked a lot about extreme hulls yesterday. This is Gen 3 of the extreme hull. Kirk Hanna and Mark Rinda. Up in front of them is El Bandito Tequila. That is Generation 2 of the extreme hull. And then BoatFloater.com is Gen 1. And what I mean by that is as these boats have changed over the years, the first two, El Bandito and Boat Floater, were built by a guy named Mark Spates. He built them, and then Mark Spates passed away. Britt Lilly, through Steve Miklos, who owns El Bandito Tequila, ended up with the molds, and so he's built some now. And North Myrtle Beach RV Resort is one of Britt's boats out of LSB Sports Boats up in Maryland. So that's Gen 3. And those really right now are the boats to beat. They're the fastest ones out there. I know Charlie McCarthy and the Spartan team are trying to get those boats figured out, but Britt has those LSB Extremes dialed in, and they're wicked fast.
Well, it's great to see all the different kinds of, I guess you say, manufacturers, with all these different boats, as long as they fit inside the specs.
Yep, that's the rules. The motor has to fit in the spec, the drive has to fit in the spec, the prop has to fit in the spec. There's all kinds of, this is true spec class racing. This is as close to NASCAR as you can get on the water as far as rules are concerned. And it is great racing, and you saw it yesterday. Nobody was really able to catch anybody or make up a tremendous amount of ground once they got through that start and they got situated. But this is a team to really watch here. Steve Miklos is a very well-known car racer, does a lot of motorsports racing away from the water, and he's a very analytical guy, very technical, data savvy, always paying attention to what the boat's doing electronically with sensors positioned all over the boat and stuff, and really puts a lot of time in trying to get this extreme hull figured out. Been doing this a very, very long time.
Boy, and I'll tell you, the starts are so important in this class.
Yes, they are. And it's a different start procedure. We just started doing this Monster Energy, the Monster Mile start line last year. It started with a couple of the other classes, and now it's kind of gone to everybody. And it really makes it kind of fair because you know where you're going to start. You know where that green flag is going to go up, so you can kind of time it. As we talked about yesterday, there is some possibility of slingshotting it back and forth, but man, you've got to be exactly right to slingshot it, because if you're not, it's really going to hurt you and put you pretty far back in the pack. As there you look at boatfloater.com. Again, another extreme hull, and the Killdalls are the ones with the targets on their back after taking the win yesterday.
Boy, what a great job there. Father and son team, got to love that.
And they were emotional in their interview. You heard Stephen Killdall get kind of weepy, just saying how awesome it was, and it's great. It's great to see them win. They've been doing it a long time. If you've watched some of these shows between races, we raced in Sarasota last year, and I believe that was the 44th or 45th year we've raced there. And Steve Killdall has raced in every single race in Sarasota, Florida. So that's 40 years of racing he's been down there, and that's just an awesome feat. So for them to go out and win yesterday, it was a great boost for that team. Look forward to seeing what they can do today.
Well, and from what I understand, that Sarasota is going to be back on the schedule in 2026, which is good for all of us.
You know more than I do. That's impressive. I didn't know that. I know it's been kind of a question mark. I've done some work down in Sarasota for my real job, so to speak, and there's a lot of development happening in Sarasota, and a lot of commercial development, and that is having an effect on what's going on with the races. But glad to always be back there. I used to be on 4th of July weekend, which I consider to be the hottest weekend of the year down there, and it's just a terrible time. But they moved it to September last year, and I think it was just as hot. So maybe the date move didn't make a difference as you see these Mod Vs getting up on plane. BoatFloater.com is going to have the pole. El Bandito Tequila is going to be in second. North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort is going to be in third. RNS in fourth. Relentless in fifth. And boat number 6, Punisher, is going to be all the way on the outside. Interesting to see what those Spartan boats can do of Punisher and Relentless.
Well, right now, from the VIP tent, you can watch them move right to the left as they work their way to that green starting buoy.
Yep.
You'll see the yellow flag come up, and after the yellow, you'll see the green come up, and that signifies to these race, it is go time.
And we will not do a parade lap, so what they're going to do is take them up. It looks like they're going to kind of maybe slightly around the dog leg and then through that hairpin turn that you talked about. Once they're on that Monster Mile straightaway, the yellow flag will go up. That signifies them time to line up, get your stuff together, get organized, and then by the time they hit that monster start line, it will be a green flag race.
That's right, folks. You're watching Mod V Racing here from New Orleans, Bonneville Park, the New Orleans Grand Prix, race number 1 of the Monster Energy P1 Triple Crown.
This event is powered by Monster Energy, the official title partner of the P1 Offshore Triple Crown. It's presented by Harvey Gulf International Marine, leaders in offshore sustainability and innovation, and proudly supported by Progressive Insurance, protecting what moves you. A special thanks to Jefferson Parish District 5 Councilman Hans Lingeberg for his incredible support in bringing world-class racing back to Lake Pontchartrain after 20 years. And, of course, Florida's favorite vacation destination, Experience Kissimmee. And, of course, our additional support, Yamaha, Sunoco Race Fuels, ICOM Radio Communications, SPT, Fly Racing, TWL Power Sports and Marine HydroTurf, and Cycle Spring Power Sports for helping bring this event to life. There's the dog leg. That's the yellow buoy. So now they will sweep around this hairpin turn on the eastern end of the course, and be on the Monster Mile, and we will go racing for the first time on Sunday, the second day of racing for the Monster Energy Triple Crown.
And I believe this race here going to be 4 laps in length.
Yep, 4 laps, just like what we did yesterday. And then this group will move up to Sheboygan, Wisconsin, which will be the second stop of the Triple Crown.
And for those of you folks that weren't here yesterday, the first race got red flagged about a lap into it. They brought them back, restarted, and BoatFloater.com was able to grab that hole shot and take the win.
Yep, and as I mentioned, the North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort team who got the hole shot in the first start, they just told me, they said they just didn't have it on the starting. They didn't time it right, or they just weren't there in the groove. So hoping for much better results today, as it looks like our spectator fleet is kind of filling in the back there. But that's your pace boat all the way to the left. They are flying the blue flag. So when they exit this turn, it should change to yellow, and once it does, the boats will start lining up, head towards that monster start line.
Well, luckily we don't have the weather threatening like we did yesterday. We got some nice weather out there, a little bit of overcast, which is nice. Keeps the heat down to the mid-80s, which it's a muggy mid-80s here.
Yep, there is the Class 2 boats. And I apologize, I thought Super V was going to start with this group, but they're not. That was Class 2, OC Racing and Justice League. As now the Mod V boats will start to get lined up. Mike, you can start to see them tighten them up a little bit, kind of getting bow to bow, deck to deck, as they approach this monster start line.
El Bandito in North Myrtle Beach, right there. North Myrtle Beach, easy to pick out with that red boat. It's the North Myrtle Beach RV Resort boat.
There's the yellow flag. Now that symbols to start lining up. They are approaching the start-finish line for the first race of the day in Mod V, the Monster Energy Triple Crown, coming to you live from Lake Pontchartrain, Louisiana, New Orleans, Jefferson Parish. What a great town this is. Awesome meals. Let's go racing in Mod V, still under yellow flag. Holding yellow flag. This is, a lot of people said to me yesterday, they felt this was a long way to go to get to that start buoy in order to start the race. Still under yellow flag. It looks like the group is in pretty good order. And there's the green flag. We're going racing Mod V, first race of the day here. Mike, not a slingshot like we saw yesterday, but look at RNS Racing kind of making the move there in the middle, as it looks like Relentless maybe on the outside, but the 3 boats on the inside, Bow Floater, El Bandito Tequila, and North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort are going to control that inside line. But what a start by RNS.
Now, Bow Floater going to have the inside line here as they hit into that first turn after the Monster Mile.
And Relentless get kind of swallowed up there, getting relegated back to the back. BowFloater.com just about in the lead now, but not by much on the inside lane. And let's see how they handle this turn.
We'll see if he can make it stick right here. The Kildall team, father and son team, up there in front right now.
El Bandito Tequila in second. The battle was now for third. And, Mike, I believe if El Bandito can stay in clean water, they will be within good striking distance of BoatFloater.com as they work their way around this course. 4 laps to determine the winner in Mod V.
Running alongside the causeway there as they will get ready to make the turn. 5.6 miles is the length of this track right here. Now, how does that compare?
Whoa, we got a boat. We have a boat that spun out there. A boat spun out, and I believe that is Relentless. They were upright, and that was a battle that was happening for third. I was just about to point out all those boats were clumping together there as they ran along the causeway, and it looked like maybe Relentless just got caught in a weird wake and spun out, but they were upright. As Boat Floater continues to lead, El Bandito Tequila in second, North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort in third. The battle now for fourth between Punisher and RNS Racing. And there's Relentless. They were just starting to get moving there after their incident on the course. But your leader, BoatFloater.com. Mike, didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no problem. I was just asking, how does the size of this course, the 5.6-mile course, compare to a lot of the courses that you've been to because you've been a boat racer for a long time?
The size is pretty comparable. We run 6 or 7 miles usually pretty frequently. It's the amount of turns that are in this course. We don't normally turn this much, especially a hard dog leg like this where they're turning a hard left back to a hard right to get down to that narrower turn. That's a lot different. Look at Punisher, though, right now. They are starting to make a move on North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. This is for third place. Punisher's had some mechanical issues all weekend long. Charlie McCarthy, Tony Silvera. What a run for boat number 22, Spartan Powerboats.
A nice pass there by Punisher as they'll move into, I believe, that third place position.
Yep, and look at Relentless. They were able to save it. Tom Andalina and Travis Petco. That was a hard spin. A lot of spray there. But normally what they'll do is when the boat starts to spin, they just hold it wide open. They don't want the back of the boat to go underwater and then swamp the engine, so they hold it wide open to keep the exhaust blowing out of those tailpipes.
And as you said, these boats are approaching 95 mile per hour. You're going down into that first turn, so you really got it hammered down.
And it was tight in that turn, too. There were a lot of boats going into a tiny space. And as I mentioned yesterday, you get these step-bottom boats, and they ride up over top of a wake. It'll disrupt how the boat is turning, and it caused exactly what we saw there. So they really want to try and stay clear of the wake, try and stay clear of the whitewater, the boats leaving in front of them. But right now, Punisher running in third. A good comeback weekend for Charlie and Tony.
Yeah, great job there by Punisher. Punisher, again, taking a sixth yesterday. So
yep, they actually didn't restart after the red flag situation. They pulled back in after a mechanical issue. So a good run for this boat. Again, this is a brand new boat. There's really no data. There's no information. So every time this team goes out, every time that Tony and Charlie race, they're learning something new about this boat. And when I say that, I mean you're talking the slight, minute prop changes, anything you could possibly do to make the boat slightly faster. They're learning every lap they run.
Well, I can imagine the most important thing for a throttle man and a driver is to get some seat time together.
Exactly. Yep, exactly. Tony and Charlie have been racing for years together, though, so they have pretty good communications. But look at BowFloater.com. They're picking up right where they left off yesterday. They've opened up a nice lead over El Bandito Tequila. Steve Furman and Steve Miklos kind of running exactly how they were yesterday, 1-2.
Yeah, it looks like about a 4-second lead right now.
That's a good shot of that turquoise, silver, and white Extreme hull. Oh, no.
No.
Punisher is now down on the middle of the course after making a great pass into third over North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. Tough day for Tony and Charlie as they are down in the middle of the course. So the Spartan boats having their fair share of bad luck. Did get to see some Class 2 boats behind there, though. It looked like OC Racing was in the lead over Justice League.
Yeah, I'll tell you, if there was a hard luck award, it would go to Punisher this
I think
weekend.
It probably would. Well, no, Relentless hadn't had it very easy either. They blew a motor in Friday in testing, got another motor from another team, got that put in, went out and raced. I think they had a mechanical issue with a seat or something yesterday from what I understand, and then spun out today. So we'll give a hard-fought award to both of those teams, Punisher and Relentless.
There's a nice shot from our drone, Green Flight TV. And you can see North Myrtle Beach RV Resort.
And, of course, if you're out there flying a drone and you are not part of the TV production crew, which we pretty much know you're not, please get your drone out of the air. The only one allowed to fly is the TV drone providing this footage right now. Understand that you are risking the life of the helicopter pilots up there because they can't see your drone when they're flying. So if you have a drone and you are flying it, please get it out of the air as quickly as possible. But a great shot of boat number 33 currently running in third.
Yeah, that's Kirk and Mark. Kirk, the driver, and Mark, the throttle man.
Of course, Kirk owns North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. A lot of teams go and stay there on their road trips north to south.
Boy, I'll tell you, a beautiful area up there, too. I used to slide down there when I was stationed at Camp Lejeune in the Marine Corps.
Okay. And you can kind of see that boat chime walking a little bit side to side. I talked to Kirk yesterday, and he said, you know what, I'm just really not happy with this propeller. He said, we thought it was going to be right, and we got it, and it was just a little bit off. And it's interesting, when we say not right with a propeller, you're talking millimeters of a change, microscopic changes to a prop. But unfortunately, it takes about a week for it to happen. So Kirk will go home tomorrow. He'll ship this prop out to Herring, he said, who was working on it. It takes them about a week to turn it around. Then they got to get it back, and then they got to test it. And you figure, well, if it's not quite right or they think they can make some changes, they got to send it back out again. You're talking a week turnaround time in order to get a prop back and forth.
Well, actually, that's not too bad because round number 2 of the Monster Energy Triple Crown, 8 until Sheboygan. And that, from what I understand, is a beautiful race site there as well.
But completely different water conditions. One, because it's pure freshwater, so everything's you're not as buoyant in freshwater. The water isn't as dense, so everything tends to run a little bit slower. And then the conditions in Sheboygan, wow, they can be true rough water races if it blows up out of the southeast, as I mentioned yesterday. A big surfing town. There is Justice League. They are currently, I believe, running in second in Class 2. Yep, there is OC Racing. So it's OC Racing in the lead in Class 2, Justice League running in second as they are starting to lap up into the Mod V teams.
So once again, this is a combined race here with our Bracket 200, Class 2, and, of course, our Mod V class.
Next race is going to be Factory Stock, and then after that we will have Class 1 and then Superstock to wrap up the racing here today. And there you see OC Racing getting around to R&S, putting not putting them a lap down there in a different part of the course. And it looks like Relentless has rejoined the race after their spin.
Well, it's nice to see everybody was okay and they were able to get back out there on the track and compete today. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it's scary when you spin. It's just like you see with the jet skis, except we are a lot more likely to flip over and high side when we catch that edge. You know, as you're coming around, you're skipping, and then you hit just this little tiny wave of the rear corner of the boat, and it's going to want to roll over and on top of you. And there's been a tremendous amount of modifications to the canopies on these boats, and Relentless is really one of the newest boats out here. And the reinforcement, the canopy design, how they're insetting the Lexan windshields now, not using fasteners, basically sandwiching them together to not give any penetration points. A lot of advancements in the canopy designs in these boats for safety purposes.
And taking a look at our leader right there, that is boatfloater.com as he nears the end of lap number 2.
I've been watching this boat for a lot of years, and to me, this is the best I've seen this boat look in a long time. It looked perfect there. It was hung up. It was set on the back, carrying the bow nicely, not too much of the boat sticking in the water. And look, El Bandito Tequila just doesn't have anything. They can't catch him. This is the same thing yesterday. The gap stayed the same between all of these boats, top 3, and that tells me that their setup is almost spot on because nobody is particularly faster than the next. But just like Aquacross, this is a race of attrition. You got to finish to win it.
Yeah, you were talking about getting together yesterday. The only person that really got together with anybody was Cooper Caldwell yesterday in that P1 Aquacross amateur class that we had at the end of the day yesterday, which had to be red flagged.
And that, to me, that was a vision thing. I mean, you just couldn't see. I mean, we couldn't see from a camera view, let alone, what they were seeing through goggles and a helmet.
Yeah, and for those of you that might be listening in on the live stream, it was raining sideways yesterday.
Yep.
And we actually had a weather hold for lightning, so we've seen a lot of drama yesterday.
They had to regrade the road through the pits where a lot of the boats were parking yesterday afternoon. Jefferson Parish was in there yesterday with bobcats and dump trucks trying to get the ground shored up just because it rained enough and hard enough that it really softened everything up.
Yeah, hats off to all of our emergency folks over there at Jefferson Parish. They really, really rolled out that proverbial red carpet for us.
As you just saw Relentless go through your screen there, so they were able to get up and running again after they spun out. Haven't seen Punisher, so I believe they have dropped out. As they run right now, live standings would put boatfloater.com would be your winner, El Bandito Tequila in second, and North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort in third. Pretty much their finishing order of how they're running would be their finishing order for the first race of the Monster Energy Triple Crown.
So boatfloater.com with the lead out there and the advantage here as we near the end of this one. We are 3/4 of the way through.
There's a beautiful Justice League boat. That's an open canopied Phantom. And OC Racing is a closed canopied Phantom.
Boy, I'll tell you, I seen that boat back in the pits last night. That is one beautiful boat.
And the livery on that is great. Jim Fowler and Richard Davis running that Phantom hull.
Hey, by the way, we'd like to say a special thanks to a couple of our sponsors out there: Progressive, Experience Kissimmee, Sunoco Race Fuels, Mercury Racing, ICOM Communications, and of course our friends at Jefferson Parish, who are celebrating their 200th year bicentennial.
And that would be a tie in Class 200 if they finished as they are standing today, because yesterday it was Justice League that took the win and OC Racing in second. That is the only class, Mike, that we're running out here that is monitored by the speed brackets, so they cannot run over 95 miles per hour. So if Justice League thinks that OC Racing broke out, then they could think that they have the win. But Billy Glick is a throttleman that's been around a long time. And he's not really known for breaking out. I think he's probably got some good self-control in there to go out and possibly take the win.
Yeah, in that Class 2, you can use a twin-engine inboard or outboard, correct?
Yep. So lap number 3, this should be the white flag lap this time by lap number 4 for Mod V. And it is boatfloater.com's race at this point. And I think maybe inside that cockpit they're watching their gauges and watching everything going on, saying, come on, baby, let's get her done here on Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah, it was so great seeing that exit interview yesterday and the emotions between. It's just, just really brings it to heart, all the camaraderie and everything that you see down there in the pits. And like you were saying, people are lending people engines and stuff like that. And these aren't cheap engines.
No, not by any means. But great shot there of boatfloater.com. They're going to head back now into the dogleg and get the white flag. So one more lap to go for the Killdalls. You think there was emotion yesterday. Think about the emotion today as you just came out and dominated both days. You know, and it wasn't even, Mike, it wasn't even a question mark this time. There was no restart, right?
Right.
They got the lead at the start. They controlled it going into that corner. They were on the pole, and they have led since the start. So you can't say, oh, well, we did something different on the restart, or this happened, or that happened. You know, it was their race since the beginning.
Bottom line, they just went out there and got it
done. 110%. In the oldest boat in the class, were able to go out there and take the win. And from what I understand, he has a new boat on order. I believe one of the new Extremes on order. But the joke was yesterday is that, well, man, if this thing's running that good, maybe not make the change to it, you know? Stick with the old girl. She's obviously getting it done. And these are hard races to win in Mod V because they're flat water races. You need every bit of speed out of these boats. You know, rough water is the equalizer in offshore powerboat racing. If it's rougher, you know, it's all about the conditions and making sure the boat can stay together and the throttle man and the driver. These races, I mean, you know, I'm talking the teams, they're not lifting. I mean, they're holding wide open as they go around the course. But did you see that big cruiser back over there? That might cause a big bump for one of these teams.
Oh, yeah. We were talking to someone in the pits yesterday where they said that they came around and almost thought that they were going to high side because they caught a big sport fisherman's wake.
And they were like, oh, wow, look at that. So there goes BoatFloater.com. There is El Bandito Tequila. Now, don't worry, that orange buoy that you see on the upper part of your screen there, that is actually to protect the spectator boats from not coming onto the course. So that wasn't a course buoy that they missed. That was just a marker of the outside of the course.
No swim zone.
Exactly. No anchor zone, no swim zone. How about it just don't go in there?
Don't go in there. Right, exactly. Not a good idea.
Steve Furman, Steve Miklos probably would like to get this race back just a little bit. I think the conditions are fairly similar today as to what we had out here yesterday, but I mean, this is just a flat water race. You better have your fastest setup on your boat when you come out here because it's exactly what you're going to need to take the win.
That was a nice drone shot there of the west side of the course here in New Orleans.
And here comes BoatFloater.com. They have entered the Monster Mile for the very last time for the weekend, leading in Mod V. Let's see if they can take the win. Keep it together. The father and son team.
Well, they are right where they want to be.
And I know they're communicating with their team. I believe Kim is back on shore, probably giving them lap times so they know what the distance back to second place is. And they're hoping that, they can just watch everything there. Yep, there is Justice League, who we're hearing is now in first place in Class 2. So not sure what happened to OC Racing as they were leading last time we saw them, but they are on their last lap as well.
And that's Jack Fowler and Richard Davis, your driver and throttle man.
So up next will be Factory Stock. The catamaran-powered boats with the Mercury 500 competition engines. Here comes BoatFloater.com. Couple more turns to go, Mike, and they will take the checkered flag in Mod V. And the unofficial win is they will have to go back and pass their tech inspection post-race. Had breakfast with Steve Papp, Tyler Crockett, and Greg, the inspectors for P1. They will be the ones that go in and check the engine, the drive, the prop, and make sure that they are a legal win. And into the dog leg one more time.
I tell you, what a great weekend for the Kildall family.
Yeah, they're going to walk away from this one high. They're going to go to Sheboygan very, very confident. Congratulations to the Kildalls. A well-deserved win, hard-earned win for this team, and congratulations to them. There's going to be a lot of celebrations tonight in that camp. El Bandito Tequila takes second place, and it should be North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort coming across the line in third.
Yep, there they are.
So mirroring the finish results as of yesterday, and how they finished today and yesterday, or how they're going to finish in the points for the weekend in the first leg of the Monster Energy Triple Crown.
Well, barring anything crazy in technical inspection, Boat Floater will come into Sheboygan with 2 points.
And look, crazy things can happen in tech inspection, right? I mean, you can't predict the future. So what we tell you, it's completely unofficial. There is Justice League. They should be coming across the finish line in first in Class 2. So not sure what happened to OC Racing as they were leading this race early on.
And you're watching the finish here at Lake Pontchartrain, just outside Bonnabel Park, where our pits are this weekend.
Hats off to Travis and Tom in Relentless. They have had a anything but easy weekend. Mechanical issues, and then spun this boat out. Actually spun it out in the first turn on the first lap, and they were able to come back, and I think they're going to get 4th place, as I think RNS is going to come across the line in 5th, I believe, but don't hold me to that.
Once again, conditions cooperating with the racing this weekend.
And I believe RNS is going to finish ahead of Punisher. I apologize. As the boats will turn to the inside of the course, this will wrap up race number 1 of 4. Up next will be Factory Stock, and that should happen at just about 12:20. So I think we're going to have a little over an hour, or a little under an hour, rather.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights here, Mike.
Well, it looked like it was going to be relentless early on. The boat looked great, had a nice rooster tail, but it was this group inside of them that just kept moving up, and eventually it was BoatFloater.com, picked up where they left off yesterday, took the lead, and never looked back.
And there's your 3rd place driver and throttle man.
But then we understand that Justice League finished in 1st, but it was BoatFloater.com's day, the Killball, Steve and Stephen Killball, as they just led wire to wire both days here on Lake Pontchartrain, taking the win in the first round of the Monster Energy Triple Crown. Looking forward to Sheboygan, boat number 2. BoatFloater.com, your winner in Mod V.
Awesome job.
El Bandito Tequila came across the line in 2nd, and North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort coming across the line in 3rd. But imagine the celebration going on inside that cockpit now, Mike.
I could imagine it's pretty emotional.
I would think so. Probably on shore for the team and inside the boat as they will go over and collect their checkered flag and head back to the pits, put the boat back on the trailer, and this team will head back to Sarasota, Florida. Provisional standings for the Mod V class, Mike?
Yeah, we got BoatFloater.com with 2 points. And 2nd, El Bandito Tequila with 4 points. North Myrtle Beach RV Resort.com with 6 points. RNS Racing with 8 points. Punisher with 11 points. And Relentless with 11 points.
I'm so impressed with how you say North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. That does not flow off my tongue easily. And they tell me, they say NMBRVResort.com. And I'm like, I don't know if that's any easier or not. But Mark and Kirk are great guys, great teams, love them to death. Just got to get down saying that name a little bit better.
We'll get it. We got 3 rounds to do it.
Yeah, we'll get it. We'll figure it out. But El Bandito Tequila is going to have to go home and do their homework. They're going to have to figure out why this boat is so much faster than they are. Same with the North Myrtle Beach RV Resort team. Got some work to do between now and Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Great view there of the pits in Bonneville Park and the levee and the walkway. It's such a beautiful area.
Yeah, it sure is. We appreciate everybody for watching us here on the New Orleans Grand Prix.
All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to have Factory Stock. That should be around 12:20. You're watching the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Harvey Gulf and Jefferson Parish, round 1 of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. I am Mike Iwaski for Mike Young. We'll be back right after this.
Majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
Yeah, this is... Hello and welcome to New Orleans for round one of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. My name is Kev Harris and I'm pleased to say that along with the whole broadcast crew, we are going to be bringing you some of the most high performance, closest powerboat racing action that you are going to see anywhere in the world right now. This then, the first weekend of 6 races across 3 weekends, and we hope that at the end of this we'll have some of the, most, at the end of this, we will be bringing you what will be the P1 Offshore Triple Crown champions in some of the most glorious settings. We're here then in New Orleans for this weekend, and then we go to Sheboygan on Lake Michigan for round 2, and then after that, a little bit later on in the year, we'll finish things up in St. Petersburg, Florida. Now, in the show, we will be bringing you factory stock 500 Mercury XS engines on the back of those. But before that, the Mod V class are here. Specially designed V-shaped racing hulls with an inboard engine on board. It's just incredible. Race 1 and Race 2 are in the books for them, and it was everything we would expect from this highly competitive race class. So let's go and join your race commentators, Mike Yowalski and Mikey Young, to see what went down.
The Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown is brought to you by Progressive Insurance and by Monster Energy Unleash the Beast.
Let's take a look at the highlights here from Mod V.
There was some drama in this race as we got under one start and supposed to jump out to the early lead. North Myrtle Beach RV Resort, relentless, all good starts, and then we went to a red flag situation. And when we restarted, Mike Young, it was a different story altogether.
Yeah, you know, North Myrtle Beach Resort.com got out to an early lead, but then they really dropped off.
They really did, and BoatFloater.com picked up. But this was a heck of a move by OC Racing. They dove to the inside of Justice League, tried to make the pass, but then Justice League had the inside lane going back into the dogleg. They were able to take the lead and the unofficial win here in Class 2. Jackhammer Mini won in Cat 300, and there are your winners in Mod V, BoatFloater.com, as we wrap up race number 2 here on Lake Pontchartrain. Well, 2 down, 3 to go.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights here, Mike.
Well, it looked like it was going to be relentless early on. The boat looked great, had a nice rooster tail, but it was this group inside of them just kept moving up, and eventually it was BoatFloater.com, picked up where they left off yesterday, took the lead, and never looked back.
And there's your third place driver and throttle man.
OC Racing led, but then we understand that Justice League finished in first, but it was BoatFloater.com's day, the Killball, Steve and Steven Killball, as they just led wire to wire both days here on Lake Pontchartrain, taking the win in the first round of the Monster Energy Triple Crown. Looking forward to Sheboygan, boat number 2. BoatFloater.com, your winner in Mod V.
Awesome job.
El Bandito Tequila came across the line in second, and North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort coming across the line in third.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
It takes your breath away. That's how you can tell. You found the perfect landing spot. The vacation home capital of the world. Trade out the traditional for your own private sanctuary. Your own splash, your own snacks. Bring the whole family. Make it 2 families. And while you're soaking up the fun, never forget what's at the heart. It's big and it's bold, day after day. Welcome to More Than Special. Welcome to Kissimmee, the big, bold heart of Florida.
up to 11. And ride full blast. The all-new Jet Blaster series from Yamaha. We didn't just create a new wave runner, we invented a whole new way to ride.
Awesome action there from Mod V, the single hull class delivering everything that we would expect here on the water in Lake Michigan. From single hulls then to catamarans, and we're now talking about factory stock. Twin Mercury 500 XS racing engines on the back of these. Makes it some of just the fastest racing in the most good-looking boats that you're ever going to see. Race 1 yesterday, well, it didn't disappoint, did it? So let's go and join Mike Yowalski and Mikey Young to see what went down.
Yellow flag, that is the symbol to start moving up on that pace boat, start to get in line. The next flag you will see will be green. 8 laps here in factory stock. This will probably be the most exciting race of the weekend in my opinion, but Class 1 could be kind of fun too. Boats are starting to tighten up now. Yellow flag still up, waiting to go green flag. Still waiting. I tell you what, that's a little bit longer of a run there between that turn and that start buoy. But I believe that's the green buoy they're going to pass now. And it is! We're going green flag racing. And what a start by Mottlick Injury Attorneys. Logan Aiden and Giovanni Carpatella out to the very early lead. 151 Express giving chase in second. Hard to see behind the Rooster Tails, who is in third and fourth. But what a start by Mottlick Injury Attorneys.
Yeah, they just slingshotted themselves right into first place.
They did. That was a heck of a jump. They were waiting for that. They knew that green flag was coming, and they staged it perfectly. Now they will be able to come down and pinch the door on 151 Express if they feel the need to do that. Heritage Canados, they are currently sitting in second. Michelle Carcenti and Irvin Grant. It's such a cool sound these make, and they're not loud, right? They're not loud by any means, but they just have this nice high whine pitch sound. Just sounds really, really good. And of course, Mercury Racing really changed the boat market even when they came out with the Verados and the 400Rs and the 350s and continue to improve these outboard engines. I mean, all you see now are outboard powered boats, whether it's a catamaran, whether it's a B-bottom, center console, pleasure boat. I mean, everything is just outboards, 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 because they've just become so reliable and so powerful that they can just get a lot more speed out of these boats than they used to back in the day.
Taking a look at yard arm right there, George and Michael Stancombe, currently sitting in third place.
It is lap 6, so I apologize about that. Good run for the father-son team. So this is the second father-son team we'll see race out here today. Of course, we saw the first father-son team take the win in BoatFloater.com in Mod V. Congratulations to Steve and Stephen Kildall for your win there. And here comes Mottlick Injury Attorneys. This should be the white flag lap this time by. They have led since the start, uncontested for the most part.
Yeah, great start by Mottlick. And
they really slungshot that start. I mean, they jumped out there.
Yeah, it's probably the best start that we've seen so far today.
And just a beautiful shot down the tunnel there. As you can see the boat dig in and set in the corner. And then Giovanni will start to accelerate. And there's videos of back in the day, especially with Paul Whittier and Bob Teague on these cat boats, that some teams will actually take their hands off of the steering wheel because you don't want to turn the steering wheel in the least slightest way. You're going to start slowing the boat down. And it's completely different than the jet ski, right? Jet ski runs on propulsion, pushing water, so even if you turn it, it doesn't scrub speed like a dagger that sits down in the water that turns. I mean, that's just a wedge that slows you down. So when you get out of these turns, you really just want to keep the boat straight and kind of let the boat do its own thing going down the straightaways. And you used to watch videos of Paul Whittier and Bob Teague. Actually, Paul Whittier used to take his hands off the wheel. I mean, not put him in his lap, but he'd have him hovering over top of the wheel, so he made sure that he didn't make any sudden corrections that could cost them some speed.
Well, we're on our final lap here, and Mottlick has led from start to finish.
And while these boats can go as fast as they want to win, they do have to pass a post-race tech inspection where their ECUs are checked. They'll obviously check for weight. They can check their propellers. They can check for seals on the engines to make sure the engines weren't tampered with. So while it looks like somebody may have won, there could be some sort of penalty infraction, and that would take away their win.
Again, looking at 151 Express, Ian and Nick. Got to interview Nick right before we got started with this one.
Yep.
Seemed pretty happy, and unfortunately, just got a bad deal here in this one.
This is a happy-go-lucky team, and they're out here to have fun. They're out here to enjoy it, and of course, taking the win in Cocoa Beach definitely made their experience a little bit better. But nobody's going to take anything away from this team today. Mottlick Injury Attorneys, factory stock winners. Just a few more turns to go. Nope, actually, just a checkered flag. Your winners, Mottlick Injury Attorneys.
Awesome job.
As they wave the checkered flag, Logan and Giovanni will pull back into the center of the course. I believe that's Al and Al on the top leg of the course, or it could be 151 Express. Heritage Canados comes across the line in second. Michelle Carcenti and Irvin Grant taking a solid second place in factory stock.
Once again, coming up next, we're going to have our Class 1 with Monster Energy, MCOM, and DeFalco Construction Racing.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
It takes your breath away. That's how you can tell. You found the perfect landing spot. The vacation home capital of the world. Trade out the traditional for your own private sanctuary. Your own splash, your own snacks. Bring the whole family. Make it 2 families. And while you're soaking up the fun, never forget what's at the heart. It's big and it's bold, day after day. Welcome to More Than Special. Welcome to Kissimmee, the big, bold heart of Florida.
For over 60 years, ICOM has been your trusted companion, keeping you connected on the water, in the air, and on the ground. Whether you need a two-way radio for your cruiser, center console, personal watercraft, or anything in between, ICOM has you covered with the most innovative marine, amateur, aviation, land mobile, LTE, and satellite network products.
So down here at the Progressive Launch Zone, the factory stock boats are getting set and ready to go once again. Race 2 for them. Of course, yesterday's winners are just across the way over there. That's Montlick Injury Attorneys, Giovanni Carpatella and Logan in that one. A lot of experience in that boat. But up here, here's some guys for whom the fortunes were slightly different. Let's take a chat with the guys who came home in second. Heritage Canada, we've got Michelle and Irvin. Michelle, come and have a quick word with us, buddy, because you're about to go out. Second place yesterday, but I'm sensing that you probably want to do better today.
Yeah, we want to do first. I mean, that's the goal. You know, we have leitmotiv, win or swim. I don't feel like swimming with all the alligators, so we're going to try to win.
And they're out there because I saw a gator yesterday as well. Here's the man that's also in this boat. Let's go and chat with Irvin. So, Irvin, you're keeping it nice and chill. Win or swim is what your man's saying.
Yeah, that's true. That is true, and I can't swim, so we got to win.
You got to win. But second place yesterday. Do you think you can get the win today?
Yeah, we're going to try to. Yeah. We're going to try to, for sure.
Well, go for it. Best of luck, because over here there's a couple of chaps that will have something to say about that. Let's just spin it around. Stay there for a second, camera chap. George and Mike, great to see you. Third place for you guys yesterday. Second place just over there. What are you going to do for race 2 today?
Well, we changed our setup just a tad bit last night and 5 a.m. this morning, and we're going to give it everything we have. And, you know, the biggest thing, we're going to go out and have fun with some of our friends out here. The friendship ends at the drop of the green flag. But we're all friends when we get back. But this man drive his ass off, and I'm looking forward to finishing in the top 3 again today. It'll be great for this 17-year-old boy.
That's phenomenal. 17 years old and still out there running at the front. George, great friends here on the dock, but adversaries as soon as you hit the water?
Yeah, you bet your ass. Yeah, they ain't my friends when that green flag drops, man. No way. I don't even know them.
Well, listen, very best luck. Behind you, we got Nick and Ian. Let's just bring the boys in from 151 Express, boat number 66. Now, the race for you yesterday didn't quite play out how you were expecting. A little bit of an issue with the outboard on the back.
Yep. The starboard motor kept shutting off in the middle of the corner. Messed us up pretty good, but I think we got it figured out and see what we can do today.
Nick, you seemed pretty positive when we spoke to you this time yesterday. How are you feeling right now?
Well, if everybody just maintains their plan in the beginning of the race. Yesterday's start was a little hairy. Not everybody played nicely, but it's part of racing. So today will be better, and I know we got a fast boat. So the boys did a good job putting our shit together. We'll be all right.
I think this is going to be a really exciting race. What about the boys over there, Montlink Injury Attorneys, Giovanni and Logan? They know what they're doing. They're going to be the team to beat?
Hopefully we are.
We are.
We are. There you go. Boys, you heard it here first. Mike and Mikey, it's back to you. Let's go racing with factory stock.
Thank you, Kevin. I am Mike Uoski, joined by Mike Young here in the broadcast booth. You are watching the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix, round 1 of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown on Racer TV. Mikey Young, we are bringing them factory stock. Boat number 66 there on your screen. It was kind of an exciting race yesterday. Going to be looking forward to it again. But let's go around this course. Let's bring our fans up on Racer TV.
All right, through the start here, you're going to go on the Monster Mile. And you notice the green buoy right beside the Monster buoy on the right-hand side of your screen. That is where they're going to be dropping the green flag, somewhere before there. You got 10 pins, dogleg down there right after the front straightaway.
Yeah, beautiful course here on Lake Pontchartrain. And to change the rules, we found out just before we went on air, they are not going to start at the Monster start line. They're actually going to start with a green flag, which is how we traditionally do it. Once they're lined up, official starter Jim Jackson for P1 Offshore will decide that he's happy with how they're lined up, how they're positioned, and he will throw the green flag up at any point on that Monster Mile.
Well, let's take a look at the start list here. Boat number 40 is Montlink Injury Attorneys, and your driver is Logan Aiden and Giovanni Carpatia. Boat number 36 is Heritage Canados, who took a second yesterday. Irvin Grant, the driver, and Michael Carcenti, the throttle man. Boat number 2 is Peppers, JBS, Brown's Oil, and Yard Arm. Driven by Stancombe, George Stancombe, and Michael Stancombe will be the throttle man. 66 is 151 Express, Ian Morgan and Nick Imprescia, who you just seen that interview with. And 22 is Pasta Amato with Roberto Lapiano and Alfredo Amato.
All right, well, that's your factory stock entries. And they are going to head into the turn. I don't think they're going to do a mill. I apologize, we're on Racer Network, not Racer TV. They're going to do a bend around this this tighter turn on the easterly end of the course, and I don't think they'll mill. I believe the pace boat's going to take them right into a start, running 8 laps here on this 5.6-mile course on Lake Pontchartrain. Conditions a little, it looks like the wind might be picking up just a little bit, but not nearly as rough as some teams would like it to be. And it was interesting to hear what Nick Imprescia said yesterday about the start. There was some drama outside of our purvey yesterday. We kind of wondered what Montlink did, and we're not going to get into discussing it, because we don't have the official word. But even the boat all the way on the inside knew what was going on the outside, and everybody's hoping they play a little bit better today than they did yesterday.
Yeah, you got to play nice with each other. Let's talk a little bit about the specs here with the factory stock class. This is a canopy catamaran hull, 35 to 40 feet in length. All boats must be out of a production mold, no customer-built hulls or one-offs. Maximum tunnel width is 72 inches. Minimum weight, 6,750 pounds. The engine must be a Mercury 500 competition stock with a 6,800 RPM limit, and props must be Mercury Racing OEM.
meaning that they can only really run Mercury Racing props. And the production mold comment is like you said, it just has to be a stock boat that you can buy off of the showroom floor tomorrow if you like. Mike, I'd mentioned it. It's a lot different conditions out there than what we anticipated. Look at that wind. It's coming, it looks like, out of the southwest, blowing up across the course. So that means along the Causeway Bridge there is probably going to be the hairiest turn because they're going to be coming right into that breeze. And it's significantly rougher than what it was earlier. There you see the Monster Energy flag right outside the VIP tent. And they are getting a good look at the conditions right now.
Yeah, and those bad conditions are going to be right down there where your hole shot is after the Monster Mile.
Exactly right. And these boats are very sensitive to this type of wind. They're designed like the wing of an airplane. They pack air in the tunnel and create lift. And that's what will kind of cause their they'll get a little upset. I don't think they're going to be bad, but it's quite breezy out there. It wasn't this windy nearly as much earlier for the Aqua-X race or the Mod V race, but we are still waiting for a start. I believe we might be doing a full parade lap.
Yeah, well,
they've kind of come far down that Monster Mile straightaway there. So they're going to do a full parade lap, full sight lap, it looks like. And then we will go racing.
Yeah, you can tell there are a lot of white caps out there. And just about an hour ago, we were fine. Everything was flat. It was slick, calm. So the wind has obviously changed directions. And we'll see if weather plays a factor here.
All right, the blue flag is up. I don't think we're going to do a parade lap. I apologize. We're going to go racing. The blue flag is the signal for them to get lined up. There is the finish line boat on the other side of the course. As they peel away, now the boats are turning to the inside.
And
yeah, it looks like they're coming into the middle and coming off a plane. So I think maybe what happened there is the starter wasn't happy with how they had lined up. Now they're going to turn back and go make them do it again. Again, this was a change in the start procedure. Yesterday we were doing the start buoys. Today they're going to start off the green flag from that pace boat. Great shot of our spectators down there on the Monster Pier.
Yeah, lots of spectators coming through this weekend and a great pit party to start everything off.
It was fantastic band down there on Friday night. Great food vendors. Always great to see the community get behind an event like this. You know, Jefferson Parish has just been fantastic as we are bringing the boats back around one more time. Oh, and I apologize. I know what they're doing. I read it. I apologize. They're starting them on this end of the course. They're going to start them on this side to go across the start-finish line. So that's what they're doing.
So bring them right down past the spectators in the VIP booth right here at Bonneville Park.
Exactly. So they'll have to get lined up. This is going to be opposite of where they started yesterday. And I'm learning from Racing Control that we have a loose buoy. So we're also trying to get that resolved.
Well, as the wind is picked up here, it probably possibly picked up one of those buoys, and they're big buoys, and they're not that real aerodynamic. You can see the big marshmallows there in the background by the causeway.
Well, and this wind makes you start to think, because you're as familiar with the water as I am, and when you see wind like this come up as quickly as it did, this normally means there might be a storm somewhere around us. So while we had really beautiful, nice conditions earlier in the day, conditions could be deteriorating just slightly as these factory stock boats start to get lined up for their race.
Yeah, we've seen those same conditions yesterday. We started off real nice, and then we had a blinding rain that you couldn't see through, and then we had a thunderstorm that came through that caused a weather delay. So we got our fingers crossed that we're not going to run into that today.
Mottlick's going to be on the pole. Heritage Canados is going to be in the second position. Peppers is going to be in the third position. 151 Express in fourth, and Pasta Amato all the way on the outside. That's the blue and white boat on your screen now. So hopefully they're getting that buoy corrected. And it was an aborted start, I'm hearing, so they're going to get that buoy taken care of, take the boats back around. Hopefully we will be green flag racing this time by here on Lake Pontchartrain.
Once again, this is round number 1 of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. Mike, we're also going to Sheboygan, and we're going to end up down in St. Pete.
Going to race up on Lake Michigan, a beautiful body of water up there, and then good old Tampa Bay and St. Pete, Labor Day weekend. A very, very famous race site. Lots of racing in St. Pete over the years. Not only IndyCar, but also Powerboat racing as well. There you see the JBS Peppers team. We talked to Michael and George Stancombe earlier. So now they're back on that long straightaway. They're back on the Monster Mile. This is where they're going to start from. I apologize, I misread our instructions. As these changes threw us for a little bit of a loop, they will start on the Monster Mile and head into the first turn. They were going to mill in front of the start-finish boat, but we had a buoy turn loose, so they had to get that figured out. So we're back on yellow flag. Now they're going to get these boats lined up. I think we're going to go racing here. They'll be starting with the green flag.
And once again, they're going to be taking that Monster Mile, going right into that dangerous portion of the course.
Yep, we're going to be running right towards that bridge, right into this breeze.
Yeah, it's kind of like a washing machine down there. You don't know which way, the water's coming from.
And it's a pretty steady wind. You can see the white caps on your screen there. The boats start to line up. There's a green flag. We're going racing factory stock. 8 laps here on Lake Pontchartrain. Helicopter in tow. Let's see who jumps out to the early lead. It was Mottlick yesterday, and it looks like they're able to do it again today.
Yeah, Mottlick going back-to-back with hole shots here on Lake Pontchartrain.
Heritage Canados jumps off to the inside. So they were in the second position off pole. They went to the inside to try and find an inside lane. And look at Pasta Amato, a team we really didn't see much of yesterday. They look to be running in third, as Logan Aiden and Giovanni Carpatella have jumped out to the early lead, picking up where they left off yesterday.
Yeah, Mottlick took a first yesterday. Then you had Heritage Canados take a second, and then JBS Peppers and Yardarm.
All right, we have a red flag, so we're stopping this race, a red flag situation. Not sure what's caused that. Don't know if it's a weather-related situation or they've lost a buoy. As you mentioned, the hard part about these buoys is once a wind starts blowing, it's really hard to keep them in place. And these teams did a parade lap, I believe, or, well, not even a parade lap from yesterday. They have the course in their GPS, so they know where they're going. GPSs leave a breadcrumb trail all around where you've been, so they can run off of that if they needed to. But we are under a red flag situation. I'm not sure if Mottlick knows that.
And do you think the conditions could be too rough out there?
I'm reading that something's going on with the course. I'm not really 100% sure what it is. So we are waiting to see what's going on. Again, the conditions have changed quite a bit. It has gotten considerably rougher. So we'll call it basically 2 false starts here in factory stock. Not something that we're very much used to. Not sure if Heritage Canados heard about the red flag situation. But we are waiting to get this race underway. So kind of what we saw yesterday in the Mod V with the red flag.
There we go. They're coming out of it now. They must have seen the red flag.
Well, and they're in communication. I mean, all these boats have radios with their land-based teams, but then they also have radios that will communicate with race control. And Stu Slotnick is in race control, and he's telling these guys, hey, red flag, stop, get to the inside of the course. As we'll wait for an update as to what's going on. Back under a red flag situation for factory stock as the conditions have deteriorated. Not to the point where we won't be able to race. I mean, it's just gotten a little bit of windy and a little bit of choppy.
And you can see the flotilla, the hard chargers back there in the background that came out to watch the Monster Energy Triple Crown here.
Yeah, not quite as big as yesterday from what I can tell, but it does look like there are some big boats out there as we are still trying to get this course secured. I am checking radar right now to see if there's anything around us that could be blowing this in. There is one, looks to be just to our southwest. And it does look like it might try and blow across us at right around 2 o'clock. All right, we're going to take a short break, kind of figure out what's going on with the course and what's going in these conditions. You're watching the first round of the Monster Energy Triple Crown in Lake Pontchartrain, North Carolina. I am Mike Iwaski for Mike Young on Racer Network. We'll be right back after this.
It takes your breath away. That's how you can tell. You found the perfect landing spot. The vacation home capital of the world. Trade out the traditional for your own private sanctuary. Your own splash, your own snacks. Bring the whole family. Make it 2 families. And while you're soaking up the fun, never forget what's at the heart. It's big and it's bold, day after day. Welcome to More Than Special. Welcome to Kissimmee, the big, bold heart of Florida.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
It's time to turn it up to 11 and ride full blast. The all-new Jet Blaster series from Yamaha. We didn't just create a new wave runner, we invented a whole new way to ride.
For over 60 years, ICOM has been your trusted companion, keeping you connected on the water, in the air, and on the ground. Whether you need a two-way radio for your cruiser, center console, personal watercraft, or anything in between, ICOM has you covered with the most innovative marine, amateur, aviation, land mobile, LTE, and satellite network products.
All right, welcome back. You are watching the New Orleans Grand Prix, round one of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown, coming to you live on Lake Pontchartrain. We are on a red flag situation. I am Mike Yawoski for Mikey Young, and we are waiting to get our course secured. So as we mentioned, as this wind kicks up, buoys kind of tend to get blown out of place, and you need to be able to reset those.
Well, you got a lot of boat traffic coming through. You never know if maybe one of those big sport fishermen, threw a big wave beside one, lifted it up, and moved it, because we have certain coordinates that we are actually going from.
Well, Mike, look on that sport fish at the top or the left-hand side of the screen. There's a little boat tied up next to it, and look at that boat bob up and down next to that sport fish. It's quite rough out there, a lot rougher than what it looks. And of course, we're racing closer to land. And so as they get further out in the Lake Pontchartrain, it's just going to get rougher and rougher. And it looks like a lot of our spectator boats have cleared out, so they know something could possibly be coming. We did check the radar. Again, there are storms off to our southwest. Looks like they are moving in this direction, and this could be wind pushed out in front of those storms. Now, we will race in the rain like we talked about, but we will not race in lightning, and the crane will also have to shut down if lightning start to happen.
Once again, the camera right now on Montlick Injury Attorney's machine, and they were the big winner yesterday, but it didn't come without a little bit of controversy after the race.
Yeah, a little. Well, actually, the controversy was at the beginning of the race. They just worked it out at the end of the race. They went back and watched some live footage and saw what was going on and what had happened. Some decisions were made, and we won't get into those on the air because we're not. I'm not a race official, so I'm not going to say what happened, but. It was a much cleaner start that time, and actually saw the Pasta Amato team out in third place. So that was a much better start for those guys, as they are all waiting now patiently to get this course reset.
And again, we'd like to thank our presenting sponsors, Progressive, Experience Kissimmee, Sunoco Race Fuels, Mercury Racing, ICOM Communications, and we'd like to celebrate with Jefferson Parish, as this is their 200-year bicentennial.
All right, so it looks like they're getting the last buoys in place. I think the engines are starting to back up on these boats. The hatches are going down on the canopy, so we could possibly be going racing here finally in factory stock after about a 15-minute delay due to course issues. There you look at the JBS Peppers Racing Yardarm Skater. As Michael Stancombe said, that boat is 17 years old. It actually won here in 2008 in SuperCat Light. So kind of a cool story about that boat. SuperCat Light used to be powered by Mercury Racing 525 horsepower engines. And this boat sat for quite a few years, and then once this factory stock class, which started with the 450s, kind of grew and became what it is, the Stancombes decided, hey, let's put the 500s on the back of it. They knew they were going to get to that point in racing and be able to join this class.
Well, that looks like
an interesting ride in these weather conditions.
Yeah, if you're going to watch the powerboat races, you might as well do it that way.
Yep, and looks like the wind might be getting the best of the pilot there. Does look like a good time, though. But she will have to steer clear of the race course as we do fly helicopters, just like the same thing for drones, to stay out of the way. Helicopters have our safety divers on board. There is Heritage Canados. There is Pasta Amato. Again, waiting patiently. Pasta Amato, Roberto Lo Piano, and Alfred Amato. And Heritage Canados, Michelle Carcenti and Irvin Grant in boat number 36.
And once we do get started today, the race course is 5.6 miles in length.
And you can see they're still waiting, I guess, to get this last buoy set. Makes for a long day for our P1 officials, for the racers. Those are 2 Doug Wright hulls. You can see there. Of course, Doug Wright just bought by Justin Wagner of Waves and Wheels out of Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. I believe he's going to keep production in South Florida as they are now, but he does all the rigging of the boat. So the boats are built in Florida and then transported up to Lake of the Ozarks, where they are rigged by the Waves and Wheels team. There is Motlek Injury Attorneys, your winners from yesterday, Logan Aiden and Giovanni Carpatella. Giovanni Carpatella is a world-famous throttle man out of Italy. Runs with the 222 Offshore Racing Team, which is a Class 1 team. Haven't seen them in the U.S. in a year or so.
I see Liqua Molly is giving them some support.
Yep.
And they're down there in the pits. I talked to the marketing manager, Gary, the other day, and they are super excited to be here and to be a part of the Monster Energy P1 Triple Crown.
Well, and they're also involved with the Aqua-Cross racers, too. A couple jet skis I noticed had the Liqua Molly banner on them.
Yeah, they do a lot of support for a lot of different boat racing and motorsports. Do a lot of Formula One as well.
All right, so it looks like the buoy is set and the helicopter has the green light. They may have had to take the helicopter down, I don't believe because of wind, but these conditions have definitely changed.
Wow.
I mean, it was beautiful out there this morning. If you watched our first Aqua-Cross race, man, it was great. It was flat, calm. And now, you know, these teams may be kind of questioning their setup. They may have gone for a really fast setup because it was so flat, and because of these conditions, that may not be the most ideal setup. So I'm wondering if some of these teams are second guessing. Nothing you can do now. You just have to go run your race and do the best that you can do. You know, but you're going to have to see what happens. I think these conditions probably would favor Peppers just because it's a bit bigger of a boat. I don't know exactly what it weighs. It might be a little bit heavier, so it might like these windy conditions a little bit more to kind of stay planted just a little bit. But again, these boats are designed like the wing of an airplane. They're designed to lift based upon aerodynamics down underneath that tunnel. And when they get into these breeze, these puffs of wind can upset them, not to the point where something bad will happen, but they'll just have to slow down and get the boat under control a little bit.
And there is the JBS Peppers Yardarm boat.
The skater hull, number 2, Mercury Racing 500 competition engines. And there is Heritage Canados. Everybody waiting patiently. We cannot race per insurance without a helicopter. We have to have the helicopter up in the air. So if it gets grounded for lightning, weather, any reason, malfunction, even if it doesn't have divers on board, we cannot race. But the boats are starting to get up on a plane, so I believe that means our pace boat. Yep, there goes our pace boat. So Jim Jackson's got the blue flag up, so he's signaling these teams to get up and moving again. And let's see how this shakes out. A couple of big boats riding out the conditions out there. Going to watch this 450, this factory stock race. And there is Pasta Amato, there is Peppers, there is 151 Express.
And you know, it's just amazing how these conditions deteriorated so quick. No, our last.
Well, that's a really good shot there of what we're looking at with these conditions. And this is going to be an interesting race for sure, because it actually looks like by there, Mike, it looks like the wind is coming more almost out of the west. So which means in that whole Monster Mile, the longest straightaway in the course, they're going to be just running right into that stiff breeze. And not sure if it's raining looking out the window at a broadcast booth. It's not raining here, but it doesn't look to be the best conditions out there as we try and get this race underway here on Racer Network. Points after the first race, Mottlick Injury Attorneys with 1 point, Heritage Canados with 2 points, Peppers JBS with 3 points, 151 Express with 4 points, and Pasta Amato with 5 points. This is a low point scoring event, so first place gets you 1 point, just like you see. Second place gets you 2 points, just like you see, so on and so forth. Lowest combined points for the weekend will win round 1 of the Monster Energy Triple Crown Series. As you mentioned, next, off to Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Yeah, Sheboygan, I hear that's a beautiful place.
If you like Michigan City, you're going to like Sheboygan, I can promise you.
Fantastic. Yeah, we've been going to Michigan City for quite some time.
Yep. Another beautiful area. Nobody anticipates that to be a beach town like it is up there, but just a beautiful sandy beach. Crystal clear water. A little cooler just because it's on Lake Michigan, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's still got a really nice beach up there. Beautiful.
It does. And it's like jumping into a bottle of Dasani water. It's just clean. It's just clean. It's pure. It's glacier water, though, that floats down Lake Michigan, so it's just nice. There is Pasta Amato, so the boats are around now that turn, or almost all the way around that turn. They will go on to the Monster Mile. And as I mentioned, I think they're going to be running more into that breeze. I think it's deceiving what we're seeing now as far as these conditions go. And there was a flash right there. Don't know if that was lightning or not, but there was some sort of a flash. But we're still trying to get this race underway. Yeah, see, they're exiting that corner, Mike, and now they're getting on that Monster Mile. So, yeah, they're running more into the breeze than what I had anticipated.
Well, and just so you know, they have reduced this. I just heard from Race Control. They've reduced this to 6 laps instead of 8 laps.
Yep, so we've taken 2 laps off of it. And we've got the yellow flag up. Now they're going to have to get back in line. Pasta Amato's going to have to slow down tremendously in order to get back with the pace boat. It's hard to see from this vantage point how they've lined up because we're a little bit in front of the pace boat. They're kind of racing towards us. Still need to get Pasta Amato to slow down. They've completely left our camera view. And we are still under a yellow flag. We'll hold them until they get into their spots. Now, it does look like they've lined up now. Still under yellow flag. Still holding yellow flag. 38-foot cigarette Top Gun slicing right through these conditions. There's the green flag. Now we're going racing. Factory stock finally underway after some course malfunctions. Let's see if the fortunes change for any of these teams and who will jump out to the early lead.
Once again, factory stock, race 2, 6 laps.
It looks like 151 Express, a better start for Ian Morgan and Nick Impressia, but here comes Mottlick Injury Attorneys on the inside. There is Heritage Canados on the inside. They are going to bunch up going into this first turn. As now, look, Mike, it looks like the sun's starting to come back out, so weather breaking up just a little bit.
That's it. If you don't like the weather, stick around. 15 minutes, it's going to change.
And it doesn't look as nasty out there as I thought it would be. But if it's coming out of the west, they're going to run towards that bridge, and that's going to break it up a little bit. Mottlick Injury Attorneys looks to take the lead now in factory stock.
Running side by side right there with the causeway, getting ready to come down the front straightaway.
There, now they caught that. Caught a little bit of that breeze there. You saw the bow carry just a little bit. Look at 151 Express. They are really pushing on the outside, trying to make a move. Really carried that nose, so that's going to be the spot where we're going to have to watch these boats get a lot of lift, a lot of breeze, a lot of air packed underneath that tunnel. Look at how they're carrying around that turn. Now, the breeze is going to come kind of at the, whoa, big move by the Heritage Canados. They jumped out of the rooster tail there, kind of rode up just a little bit.
And then they're heading.
Yeah, these boats are dancing all over the place. These boats are crazy right now.
I was going to say they're heading up toward that dog leg now, and like we were talking about earlier, these boats aren't used to making a lot of turns like that.
But now the breeze is behind them, so now they won't have to factor that wind into them until they get going back down that Monster Mile. But that is going to be the hairiest part of the course, I believe, will be right there along the Causeway Bridge. Mottlick Injury Attorneys is in the lead. Heritage Canados, I believe, is in second, battling with 151 Express. Pasta Amato right now is running in fourth.
And it's 151 Express running on the outside, running an outside line.
Well, that'll be the inside of the dog leg, though, if that's what part of the course they're on. A little bit hard to tell from this vantage point. I believe because of the weather, we've probably lost our drone shots. But what a race between the Doug Wright and the MTI. Yep, that's the dog leg because there's the yellow buoy. So 151 Express. Oh, man, they're close. They're close.
Whoa.
They had no choice there.
They had to back out of it.
Yeah, overtake. You know, they kind of had to lift. Heritage Canados, they were so close, may not have known they were there. But they had to lift out of it to get off of that rooster tail. And you could see how much that boat carried by that rooster tail as they went across that wake. But let's see if they can reset, compose themselves, and get back in it.
And Mottlick still in the lead out there with Logan and Giovanni.
Well, this is what Mottlick wants to have happen. They want these boats behind them to battle up, or to start battling, so it'll slow them down, rather. And you can see how much Heritage slowed right there. Look how they're not exiting that turn as fast as they have been all weekend, and I think that's because of these conditions. I think it's quite rough out there on the outside, and they're just having to run a really negative setup to keep that boat down.
And you're looking at boat number 36, Heritage Canados.
Currently running in second place on lap 1. And 151 Express didn't really pick the pieces up after they got hosed down after that dog leg.
Tell me, Mike, you were a boat racer. When that lift gets underneath you and you start dancing like that, what's going through your mind?
Just lifting the throttles and just hoping that, there's enough drag on the props to get the bow to come back down. It gets to the point where you kind of can't do anything about it anymore. If it's going to keep going, it's just going to go. But they lifted soon enough, I think, that they got enough drag through the propellers to kind of pull the bow back down and keep it under control.
Well, that was close.
It was very close. Not only for, possibly going over backwards, but the boats were just close together, period. And I don't think Heritage Canados knew exactly where 151 Express was. It wasn't a bad move. It wasn't an intentional move. I think they just closed the door on them, and there was just nowhere for Ian, and Nick to go.
Well, in those canopy boats, it's hard. You don't have much peripheral vision.
Yeah, I mean, if you put your hands up alongside of your head at 90 degrees and put blinders on, that's kind of what you're looking through. Most of these teams do have cameras hooked to their GPSs inside the boat, so they have rear-facing cameras, sometimes quarter-facing cameras off the side of the boat, so they can see what's going on. But you're not necessarily watching that. All right, so we're back into a red flag. Wow, look at this, and look at Pasta Amato. They were trying to make a move on 151 Express. But it is, I think we have a boat over. From what I understand, we do have a race boat that is over. We do not have a view of it right now, but I believe it's probably going to be Peppers because that's the only one we haven't seen over. So the rule is if a boat is over and divers are deployed, then we will go to a red flag situation. All racing will stop. So we'll see if we can get some sort of an update as to what's going on.
Unfortunately, it wasn't on our screen here.
But the boat is rolled, but I'm being told the boat is upright. So sometimes what that means is it did a full barrel roll and landed right side up.
Wow.
Because if not, they would have to get a towboat to flip it over. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a commercial break. We'll get some updates from Race Control. You're watching the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix, Round 1 of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. I am Mike Uoski for Mikey Young. We're going to be back right after this.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
It takes your breath away. That's how you can tell. You found the perfect landing spot. The vacation home capital of the world. Trade out the traditional for your own private sanctuary. Your own splash, your own snacks. Bring the whole family. Make it 2 families. And while you're soaking up the fun, never forget what's at the heart. It's big and it's bold, day after day. Welcome to More Than Special. Welcome to Kissimmee, the big, bold heart of Florida.
For over 60 years, ICOM has been your trusted companion, keeping you connected on the water, in the air, and on the ground. Whether you need a two-way radio for your cruiser, center console, personal watercraft, or anything in between, ICOM has you covered with the most innovative marine, amateur, aviation, land mobile, LTE, and satellite network products.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix, round one of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. An unprecedented red flag again, as what happened is the JBS Peppers skater actually spun out. They did not barrel roll, they spun out. So as they were going into a corner, the boat was probably hopping around the corner, and it broke free from the water, broke suction from the water, and it spun out literally just like a jet ski would do. And it's a very good thing that they didn't flip over, because like I talked about when we were off the air, they could have caught that corner of the boat just like a jet ski does, and that's what caused them to roll.
Right. And
but I can tell you this, though, and sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but whatever they did a significant amount of damage, because, look, there's no motors hanging on the back of that boat anymore.
Wow.
Or there's something hanging back there that I can see. So it was a pretty violent spin. It looks like maybe one motor there hanging on the back, but there should be two of those.
Yeah, it looks like they may have lost the motor on the right-hand side.
Yeah, which is a hairy situation, because could they possibly be taking on water if they rip the brackets off the back of the boat, or there are holes in the back of the boat and taking on water? So they're trying to get the boat under tow right now, and I think they went to a red flag just out of caution to see what was happening. But, yeah, those motors, Mike, it looks like to me both of them might be gone. It's very hard to tell. If we could just get a little bit different shot of the boat, of the rear of it, we could see. Now, this happened at a race in Ocean City, Maryland last year to Heritage Canados, actually. They actually rolled and ripped a motor off, and believe it or not, the divers went down, found the motors, picked them up, and salvaged them. I don't think it's the motors they're currently racing with. They would take parts of, but, yeah, both of those motors are gone off the back of that JBS Peppers skater. So a tough day for that team. We've got just about a month before we end up in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. It's going to be hard, I think, to get that boat back together, but if there's anybody can do it, it's Michael Stancombe.
What a tough break for Stancombe crew.
So there is Pasta Amato. They were starting to charge there on 151 Express, so kind of a change of fortune for this team here, as they didn't have the best of luck yesterday, but starting to put the pieces together here in factory stock. So we are down to 4 boats from 5.
And speaking of 4, we're going to be going down to 4 laps as well.
4 laps remaining here if we can stay away from these red flag situations. But quite precarious conditions out there, and I think that's kind of what caught Peppers maybe a little bit off guard. And it wreaked havoc along these boats along the Causeway Bridge there. And you can see in that background, it looks like most of our spectator boats have gone. So I think it's pretty nasty out there.
And hard for us to tell in the broadcast room that we're in. We're on the other side of the causeway, hanging out at the Marriott.
Yep.
One of our partners
so
here.
We don't get to feel the conditions, so to speak. Can't just walk outside and see what's going on. But the P1 staff, obviously, it's safe enough to restart. And I think this might be a good time now to talk to Sean Steinert, who Kevin caught up with earlier. He is the safety director for P1. And he's the one in charge making sure that if something like this happens on the course, it's their team that responds to help.
Yes, sir.
Well, making sure that all of the racers, whether on jet skis or boats, gets onto the water and off again safely is really important at an event like this. And the man that's in charge of all of it is Sean Siner from the Progressive Safety Team. Sean, thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us. Tell us about what you and your guys might be getting up to this weekend.
Okay, yeah, we have a 15-man safety team. They're all firefighter, paramedics, and rescue divers. We station them on the course in 6 rescue boats, and then we also have what we call an Angel helicopter with 2. We're able to deploy 2 divers from that as well to anywhere on the course in about 30 seconds.
That deployment time is really impressive, about 30 seconds. Like I said, it's good to know that everyone's safe out there, but they have to be able to do their bit as well, especially on the boats. They need to know how to get themselves out of that boat.
Sure. Part of the event is the self-extrication training, which we refer to as a dunker, and they're required to go through that at least once a year. A lot of teams go through it more than once a year, and that's just for them to be able to execute their escape plan, and if they run into any difficulty or they're unable to extract themselves, we're coming in from the water.
Listen, Sean, it's great to know that you guys are here. Thanks for everything you do, but you are the kind of people at an event like this that we hope just have a relaxing weekend and you don't have to do anything.
Thank you, Kev.
Thanks, Sean.
Well, what better time to talk to Sean Steiner, our safety director here for P1, and obviously they are the ones that keep us safe in situations just like this. As he said, they can be on scene in about 30 seconds if there is some sort of an issue. I don't think they deployed divers here. I think the boat was upright, so they were able to see what was going on. But we will wait for an update on this Peppers crew. It looked like they were getting under tow. Man, there's been a lot of false starts here with this factory stock team or factory stock race there.
Yeah.
They can't quite figure out what's going on. I'm sure the racers are starting to get anxious and probably starting to think about a little bit of fuel as they've been idling and milling around for quite some time. You can see shut down now. And Mike, it looks like maybe to me the wind is laying down a little bit.
It does look like the wind is laying down a bit. And again, it looks like it could be just changing directions. You don't see as many white caps out there on Lake Pontchartrain.
Exactly, and that's a little center console there that looks like it's actually riding pretty good through the water, so the conditions may be changing slightly as we are under a red flag situation because Peppers spun out, and I think it was on the easterly end of the course from everything that we could tell, and it looked like the engines were ripped completely off.
Yeah, that had to be violent, as you were saying.
Yeah, it had to be pretty rough, and we wish the best for Michael and George Stancombe, who are the driver and throttle man for that team. It'll be interesting to see if they coordinate trying to go down and get the engines off of the bottom of Lake Pontchartrain. I don't know how deep it is out there. It's not super duper clear water, but they can use things like side scan sonar and regular sonar and track along the bottom, and then they'll notice maybe a hump or something down there and go in and see what they can find. As I mentioned, they did it in Ocean City, Maryland, which was in the Atlantic Ocean, so I think doing it in Lake Pontchartrain would be a possibility.
And I'm sure being here in New Orleans that you've got some specially trained divers in the area.
I would think so, yeah, for sure. And look, the P1 divers would love to go out there and do it. They would probably really enjoy getting to go down there and try and find the engine if the opportunity arises. But I don't think it'll be today. Probably end up being maybe tomorrow if they're able to do it at all. So we are waiting to restart factory stock for the 3rd time today alone. And we are down to 4 boats, 3 Doug Wrights and 1 MTI.
Well, it's definitely been a day full of adventure, a weekend full of adventure. We've seen a little bit of everything. We've seen not only the red flags, but we've seen bad weather conditions. We've seen really good weather conditions. There's been a little bit of everything. It's kind of been a potpourri of racing, if you will.
There has been. We've done a lot of events together. Nothing's quite been this exciting or been this dramatic, and it wreaks havoc on our schedule and our timing and our helicopters and our Coast Guard permits and so on and so forth. This is a Coast Guard permitted event, so what that means is P1 Offshore has a permit from the Coast Guard to close this area of Lake Pontchartrain to put on this race. So there is a barrier, an invisible barrier, if you would, around our race course, and we have patrol boats out there that prevent boats from coming inside the course, so it is a closed area.
Now, Mike, with this restart, will we do a complete restart? Or will they go in the last position that they were scored?
I believe they're going to do just a complete restart, from what I understand. But
well, your top 5 before that, we had Montlick out in front, followed by 66, the 151 Express, 36, which is Heritage Canados, and 36. I'm sorry, boat number 22, Pasta Amato.
And Pasta Amato was really starting to hunt down 151 Express. I think this might be a good thing for Ian and Nick as they got washed down by Heritage Canados. Now they can kind of reset, regroup, get back up there, and hopefully make a move and get out to the lead. But this Mottlick boat has been fast. It was fast in that restart, and it was fast yesterday. So I anticipate Giovanni and Logan to pick up where they left off. Giovanni joined this team about halfway through the season last year, and it's been nothing but good luck and good fortune for this team. Not good luck, but good fortune. They work very hard to make sure this boat is prepared every single race. But Logan has really fit in with Giovanni very well, and they seem to be meshed well inside the boat, and their results show just that. So we look forward to things to come from this Mottlick Injury Attorneys team.
You were talking about fuel possibly being an issue now with 3 different red flag starts.
It's hard to say. It's hard to say what's going to happen. Look, these motors are very fuel efficient. They don't lose a lot of fuel. They're probably not running right now. They're probably just shut off and sitting there idling. But they have a minimum weight requirement, like you'd mentioned earlier, and they have to make sure they meet that. And if they calculate their weight based upon fuel that could be remaining, they're burning more fuel off than what they anticipated right now. So they could, in theory, come out short on weight, which would then assess them a penalty.
Yeah, and that minimum weight is 6,750 pounds.
But the thing is, it could. But the thing is it could happen to all the teams because all the teams are going through the same thing. It's not like one team has this problem. And it sounds like Kev has caught up with Steve, and Steve and Kildare are Mod V winners. Kev, what do you got?
Well, Mike and Mikey, thanks so much. While you're filling out there with the action in factory stock, it's just been a little bit delayed with some tough conditions down here in the progressive launch zone. One young man who is grinning from ear to ear, Stephen Kildare. You got it right for both your races in Mod V, and well, you're just stoked, aren't you?
Yeah, you can't ask for 2 wins in a row, sweep the weekend in Mod V class. You don't ask for anything better. Boat ran perfect all weekend. We nailed our setup both days. Luckily, we were able to get out there before this storm moved through, so it's still relatively flat for us. And we just did exactly what we did yesterday. We hit our marks. We got a clean start on the pole, picked our line, and just didn't make any mistakes. And, El Bandito Tequila was a lot closer today than they were yesterday, so we couldn't really make any mistakes. They were telling us our gaps behind us, and we just tried to manage that. And just like I said, these were sprint races for us this weekend, so they're a little bit shorter. No mistakes. Boat ran good, engine ran good, and 2 checkered flags ready to bring home to Florida.
The boat ran good, no mistakes, but also the father and son team ran good as well, didn't you? And we saw how much it meant to you yesterday when you got out of the boat running alongside your dad, and it just must be great again. What a weekend.
It is, yeah. The old man still got it, so I don't know how much longer he's going to do it, so I try to enjoy these wins as much as I can because you just never know. But yeah, he still pushes harder than ever, and we're going to take these checker flags when we can get them.
Yeah, and BoatFloater.com have been a great supporter of yours for many, many years. One of the longest kind of partnerships in powerboat racing, so they must be thrilled too.
Yeah, when you can bring home a checkered flag and get in front of the fans with that, and their website's on the side of the boat, that's what they want, and I'm sure they're tickled to death watching the live stream, so we can't wait to talk to them after.
A quick word about the live stream, because right now factory stock boys are out there, are fighting in some really difficult conditions. We've had a red flag, we've had a boat go over, and it is blowing an absolutely hoolie out there right now. This is what boat racing is all about, isn't it? It's not like a racetrack with a flat tarmac that never changes.
Yeah, this is typical boat racing. Honestly, it's even more tricky on the lakes because the lakes can go from flat like our race, and then 20 minutes later you got 2-footers out there. So I feel for those guys out there. I've been at the dock before too with the wrong setup on, and the weather just changes on you, so I'm sure they're out there frustrated. But $500 put on a great show. I'm sure they'll do that for the fans when they get back rolling.
What happens for you now between now and the next one, Sheboygan and Lake Michigan?
Yeah, so we get a little bit of a break, so we're going to go back. We're probably going to take the boat completely apart, just go everything. Innovation Marine will go through the motor again and make sure everything's clicking like it should. And we're just going to cross our T's and dot our I's and show up in Sheboygan and try to repeat.
Mate, listen, it's always a pleasure talking to you. Congratulations once again. Mike and Mikey, it's a different scene down here in the progressive launch zone and the hot pits area to what's going on out there. Relaxation is the order of the day right now for these boys.
Well, congratulations to the father-son team of the Kildaws taking the win in Mod V, BoatFloater.com, winning back-to-back days. A very difficult thing to do, as Stephen talked about, but they were able to get it done, hit their setup, and it was interesting what he mentioned about the sprint races.
Well, and even with the adversity yesterday of the red flag, they weren't doing that well before the red flag. Red flag came out, and then they went wire to wire after the restart.
It's amazing. That race went through what we're going through now with this factory stock race.
Right.
They only did it once. They haven't done it 3 times, but we are waiting to get this race restarted. That's one of our patrol boats, I think, just behind the spectators there on that jetty that we'll have to get back out.
And you can see the loyal race fans down there all out here for the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown, round number 1.
Of course, go to P1 Offshore, keep up with your favorite teams, keep up with the schedule, see when we'll be in a town near you. Sheboygan, Wisconsin is up next. And one of the best things you can do to watch boat racing is get your VIP tickets on P1Offshore.com. You can be down under a tent right there on the water, get some excellent food, some Monster Energy, cold Monster Energy beverages, and just have a front row seat for offshore powerboat racing. A great way to take in your first race if you've never got to experience it before. Mike, I see there in the background, boat number 18 lurking, waiting to get into the water. That is DeFalco. They were the dominating winners yesterday in Class 1, probably looking to repeat today.
Yeah, they actually came in just in front of the MCon Monster boat.
Yep.
And DeFalco coming, I believe, down all the way from New Jersey, where they own a concrete company.
Yep, New York City, actually. True New York Cityans, or New York Cityers, or however you're supposed to say that. There's the VIP tent. A beautiful shot there, as I'm sure all of our patrons are getting treated well, enjoying those cold Monster Energy beverages. Mike, when they were interviewing the boat floater team, the sun was coming out. I could see it overhead, maybe even some blue sky, but the wind is still blowing pretty good.
Yeah, you can take a look at the monster flags, the teardrop flags over on the right-hand side of the VIP tent, and they are at full staff right now.
I don't think that's ever knew what they were called. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, the wind has definitely not laid down by any means.
So that means the wind is actually now coming out of the north.
Well, and it's, that big building behind us is probably wreaking havoc on the wind, too. If it's coming around that, it's wrapping around it, and it's kind of changing the directions on it. The best thing I could compare it to is we raced in Detroit, Michigan years ago, and it was really breezy out of the west. And when you were running down the Detroit River in Michigan, when you got between where the gaps in the buildings were, you'd actually feel the breeze hit you slightly, and it'd want to push your boat over a little bit, and then you got back on the other side of the building, and then you would kind of be able to straighten it back up because of how that breeze was coming between those two buildings. And I was actually in a little tiny sailboat in a Hobie Cat in Aruba many, many years ago sailing, and I was sailing between the buildings along the beach, and a big puff of wind came through the building and flipped the boat over.
Wow.
So same thing can probably happen here. Not, we don't have skyscrapers as frequently, but, it can wrap around that building, and especially the bridge, can really wreak havoc on it. I think Kevin has caught up with the stand combs. Kev, what do you got?
Well, I'm down here at the Progressive launch zone. I've managed just to catch up with the two boys who gave us a little bit of a scare out there, Mike and George. Boys, talk us through what happened. It looked pretty scary from where we were sat.
Oh, I had it tucked in, and we were doing the best we could, and a gust of wind just literally popped us up in the air. I believe we barrel rolled and did a pirouette. Luckily landed right side up. That was the worst flipping start in offshore history. Every boat that was out there other than us, because I stayed with the pace boat, should be DQ'd. It's insane. 3 starts, we got hit by the stupid Italian owl, and it was dumb, and they did it 3 times to us, and all 3 starts came across the race course. So, we got a destroyed boat right now. They're morons.
George, what was it like from where you were sat? Obviously, Mike's sentiment there, it says everything, but what did you make of it?
Somebody better call the police for the Italians get in. That's all I can say. The rotten beep, 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 beep.
Mikey, we'll go straight back to you. Obviously, tempers and emotions running high down here at the Progressive Launch Zone.
Well, that's going to be some situations back into the pits if we ever get this factory stock race back underway. As Kev mentioned, a lot of attitudes there. It didn't seem like the Stancombs were very happy with something that happened at the start. Unfortunately, something, Mike Young, we can't see from our perspective is what happens during these starts, but it kind of sounds like similar to what happened yesterday. And I mentioned this to you in Sheboygan. I was watching a start of a race, and I actually said, oh, so-and-so, I think cut so-and-so off. And following the race, I spoke to all the teams and to all the people, and they said, well, no, you just didn't see everything that we saw because we can't see all the buoys of what we're looking at, right? Yeah. And if a team is all the way on the outside and they're looking at that buoy, they can start thinking they got to turn down to that buoy to get into it, especially if there's going to be any sort of a dogleg after it or anything. This is more of a wide sweeping turn, so it'll be interesting to see what the Pasta Amato team has to say after this. They had a much better start this time. It was hard to tell what went on there, but we hope the best for all teams involved, and obviously the Stancomb crew know their boat sounds like it sustained some pretty significant damage.
Yeah, well, you could tell by the no filter.
Yes.
Like you said, a lot of times we're at an angle where we can't actually tell what's going on, and we've got a monitor in front of us, you know, so we're taking a look, and we're seeing the same thing that everybody at home is taking a look at right now. And obviously, tempers are flaring down there in the pits, and hopefully they can resolve everything amicably.
And based upon what Michael had said, it does sound like it was two separate instances, though. It sounded like the start was the start. It happened, they were getting past it. They were moving along accordingly. And then he said he was tucked in. That means he was running really negative. He did say we were just trying to do the best we could out there. They were fighting off the conditions. Not sure if their setup wasn't right or what was happening. But he said they were tucked in and then just caught a bad wave and caught a bad turn, unfortunately. So a tough day for that team. Right now we're still on hold until safety gives us a clear course.
Now, what will they do if there's like a holding your line infraction?
Well, everything has changed with the rules of starts, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not really 100% sure. It used to be have to maintain your lane all the way through the first corner, so as we look at this course map in front of us, they would have to start in their lanes and maintain it the whole way around that corner until they got out of it, and then they could start dicing it up a little bit. And the rules, especially in factory stock, changed, I believe, last year, where it said if they had an established overtake that they would be able to close the door. So again, it's a gray area. We don't get to see everything. We don't have the crystal ball, as I mentioned earlier. Don't even really get to have a drone atop of the races to see what's going on. All right, well, we're going to wrap up the broadcast here on Racer Network. We apologize for this, but safety is of the utmost concern of our racers, and that's what we are most worried about right now. For Mikey Young, I am Mike Iwaski. We will see you in Sheboygan for round number 2 of the Monster Energy Triple Crown. Thanks for watching.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
It takes your breath away. That's how you can tell. You found the perfect landing spot. The vacation home capital of the world. Trade out the traditional for your own private sanctuary. Your own splash, your own snacks. Bring the whole family. Make it 2 families. And while you're soaking up the fun, never forget what's at the heart. It's big and it's bold, day after day. Welcome to More Than Special. Welcome to Kissimmee, the big, bold heart of Florida.
over 60 years, ICOM has been your trusted companion, keeping you connected on the water, in the air, and on the ground. Whether you need a two-way radio for your cruiser, center console, personal watercraft, or anything in between, ICOM has you covered with the most innovative marine, amateur, aviation, land mobile, LTE, and satellite network products.
All right, welcome back to the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix, round 1 of the Monster Energy Triple Crown Series, and a drama-filled day we have had so far.
Well, let's
especially
try
with
again.
the factory stock guys.
Yeah.
This is where it kind of all went downhill. It was a rough start for these guys. Obviously, the Peppers boat didn't go over, but spun out pretty violently. Looked like it took both motors off the back of the boat. George and Michael were okay.
It does look like the weather has calmed down a little bit.
Not a lot, but a little bit.
Yep.
It's not as windy as it was, and now we went from 5 boats to 4 boats, so now we have 3 Doug Wrights and 1 MTI. And it sounds like there'll be some things that need to be sorted out. After the race, as you heard in that interview, the Stancombe's not very happy with the Pasta Amato team, as they're claiming something happened on the start. Not really sure what. But there's the green flag. We're going to go racing one more time in factory stock. This is our 4th restart. And there is Mottlick. There is 151 Express. There is Pasta Amato. Where is Heritage Canados? It's hard to say. Can't really see them. And I wonder if they might have gotten pinched off. But now it's a drag race between 151 Express and Mottlick Injury Attorneys, now down into turn number 1.
And Mottlick's been pretty good with the hole shots here so far today.
They have been, and nobody's really run with them off the start like this, but Joey and Nick Nick and Ian, are doing a great job.
And before that last red flag, 151 Express got a little crazy.
Yep.
And it looked like they might come over, but they were able to hold on to it. So I know that they want to get ahead of these guys, and they want to get ahead of them early.
Well, and look at the battle behind them for third. It was Pasta Amato and Heritage Canados battling it out.
Yeah,
151 Express trying to carry more speed through the corner. Mottlick's going to have to scrub it a little bit more, and that's going to cost them some speed. Is this going to give 151 Express the lead? Hard to say. The Mottlick is a good accelerating boat out of the corner. It's only going to run 4 laps now, Mike.
And, take a look at this. Mottlick now kind of stealing that line away. And
yeah, but that's going to allow 151 Express to go back to the inside, and look how much speed it looked like. It actually looked like it scrubbed off more speed for Mottlick than what it did.
But he had to.
But Ian and Nick are really working hard to get that MTI running. It's trimmed up extremely high. They're going to have to cut back across now. They're looking inside, looking outside. Look at the acceleration, though, that MTI. They're going to be able to make it work in the dog leg.
Well, it looks like they're going to have position for the dog leg.
That turn is really deceiving from our vantage point because we don't see all the buoys, right? And we keep thinking they're out going to the dog leg, and then they got one more buoy. But 151 Express should just be to the left side of your screen. 4 laps now in this factory stock class. Let's see what Ian and Nick can do against Logan and Giovanni. Doug Wright versus MTI.
Once again, you're watching the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown, round number 1. And this is the factory stock class, and we had 4 restarts.
Yep, and the yellow buoy just went by, which was the dog leg, and we don't see 151 Express. So they were not within striking distance of Mottlick to make a move on the inside, although they were working really, really hard to get that boat to run. Let's see where they are now as we pan back out. Mottlick is going to go into this turn on the east end of the course. I believe this is where Peppers had their incident. There's 151 Express, plagued with some electrical issues yesterday. Had a motor continue to cut off as they were going through the corners. There's Heritage Canados. They've gotten away from Pasta Amato. And again, these boats are really slow. And actually, I'm not sure what's going on with 151 Express. I think they might have some sort of mechanical issue. They've slowed way too much, which now Heritage Canados has moved up to second place.
Yeah, Michael and Irvin moving into second here as we are halfway through lap number 1.
4 laps going to remain here in factory stock. And then we still will have the Class 1 race and the Superstock race coming up later today after our delays. Yep. Yeah, 151 Express has definitely have some sort of an issue. They are slowing as now Pasta Amato is trying to get around them on the Monster Mile.
And it's a drag race down there to that hole shot buoy closest to the causeway.
And we are being told by Race Control Class 1 should be ready in the water by 2:30 and Superstock at 3:15. So they did refuel the helicopter. This race should probably take about a half an hour to complete. And now 151 Express is starting to pick the speed back up. You know, Mike, it's almost exactly what we saw yesterday with them. They would run fast and then slow down and then run fast. And as they said earlier, the motor was cutting off, so I wonder if it's the same thing happening today. But now they're into a more solid third place over Pasta Amato.
Yeah, possibly an electrical issue.
Yep. Which, going through that rooster tail spray, that is what can cause that to happen. But let's see if they can catch back up to our leaders. Mottlick, Injury Attorneys, and Heritage Canados running 1-2, 151 Express in third.
Yeah, we were talking about that possible electrical issue. It could have been when the rougher water was out there. They could have knocked something loose, and now it's a little bit calmer. So, hopefully it'll hold together for them.
And these motors are, they're still engines, right? They still have pistons and valves and all that stuff, but there's so much more computers and electronics and connections on them that they just become entirely more sensitive. But I tell you what, they're not afraid to drive that boat into the corner, and that was a good shot of it right there. They went way deep in that corner. And see, look at that. Pasta Amato was able to turn tighter and actually make up some ground. But they have really got that boat set up well running on the back. And it looks great as they run this course, trying to catch Heritage Canados. See, and now they look like they picked their speed back up, so maybe they're back in it.
Well, you still got Mottlick Injury Attorneys out in front with Logan and Giovanni. And Heritage Canados back in second, but these guys got a pole, and they're trying to reel in your leaders.
Yeah, I think so. We're on lap number 2 of 4. Now, that whole group where you see that sailboat and that powerboat, that was all spectator boats before this storm blew through. And even outside the window of our broadcast booth here, it does look pretty precarious, kind of dark outside, so we'll see if we can get everything else in for the remainder of the day before these storms hit.
And it looked, as we looked at the radar, it looked like we had storms to the right of us and storms to the left of us, or east or west, and they were moving from north to south.
We were sandwiched for a minute there, definitely between some storms. There is Mottlick Injury Attorneys. They are your leaders. That gives you a good idea how far they are ahead. There's Heritage Canados in second, 151 Express in third, and there is Pasta Amato running in third. Peppers is out of this race. They spun, I believe, somewhere in this corner. And caused pretty significant damage to the boat as the motors were ripped off of the transom from what we could tell by our vantage point. I can't say that's what happened for sure, but I think possibly may have what gone down and happened to that team. But George and Michael were okay.
But not happy.
Not happy. Okay, but less than pleased.
Right.
So I guarantee the P1 staff will be monitoring that situation closely when these factory stock boats head back in. But you're looking at 151 Express. They are currently running in third, I believe. I think our standings there on your screen are slightly incorrect. Mottlick continues to lead, and Heritage Canados should be in second. But Mike, Heritage Canados, Giovanni, and Logan doing exactly what they did yesterday. They put all the drama behind them and just pulled out to the front.
Yeah, and you were saying that they actually took the win at Thunder on Cocoa Beach.
They did, yes. A very dominating team since Giovanni jumped in with Logan about midway through the season last year. And this Doug Wright's powerboat is just a beautiful running boat. As we are wrapping up lap number 2, lap number 3 coming up, so 2 laps remaining in this 4-lap shortened main event. 4 restarts happened in a very short amount of time. I think the most I have ever seen in one race in that quick of a time span. Everything it happened so quick. We lost buoys on the course. We had a boat go over, a miscommunication. It was just a lot happening there. But there is Mottlick. And you can see, Mike, that wind is still getting to them a little bit.
Oh, yeah, you can see the lift there in the front. And Mottlick, they've been out front all weekend long, especially with these first couple of starts. And able to pull it off again. But the water's a little bit smoother out there than what it has been for the last 3 starts.
Well, and as I mentioned yesterday, Logan Aiden is a very, very established car driver. He's a younger gentleman. I believe I think he's only 18 or 19 years old, but he's very, very good, a very good car racer, very good motorsports driver. And he's taken to the boat racing very, very well. He says he's enjoyed it. He's gotten to learn where to put the boat and how to get it to run and what direction to go. And it's a lot different than racing in a car because asphalt never changes, but yet this course changes every single time you're out there, as you can see by these conditions we had today. As you look at Pasta Amato.
Yeah, Roberto and Alfredo currently sitting in 4th place there on the Double Deuce. You can see doing a little bit of chine walking as he works his way into that dog leg, which is right down the front straightaway, currently on lap number 3.
Yeah, that's just dancing off of that's just chine walking off of the wakes, trying to run across the top of what there is, of the conditions that are out there, our standings would be basically almost how we finished yesterday, except for Peppers came in third yesterday. And now 151 Express will move up to third, and I believe will secure third if they were able to stay where they are.
Yeah, 151 Express taking a fourth yesterday. Currently sitting in that third spot, but it looked like they were going to give Montlick a little run for their money, especially on that third restart.
Yep, they ran right with them, and then they slowed. They made that whole lap look really good, and then they got to the dogleg. They slowed up and went through that turn, and they got past, and then the speed poured back on. They got back away from Pasta Amato, but actually it looks like our spectator fleet's, it's not as big as it was, but a lot of those people rode out whatever came through with that storm and, are still out there as true troopers waiting for this race to go off.
Those are our biggest fans right there.
They are. Of course, some of those look like pretty big boats, so it probably wasn't too bad of a ride out there in that storm, but still pretty breezy. You can see the wind blow across the water there, especially from this shot. Not as many white caps as there were, so everything's starting to lay down just a little bit.
Well, all the great fans here from New Orleans, Louisiana, and the surrounding areas. Been 20 years since they've had powerboat racing here, and we're glad to bring back the New Orleans Grand Prix.
And there's a lot of history here racing in New Orleans with Al Copeland and Copeland Motorsports and Popeye's Chicken. Talked about it yesterday. Al Copeland, just a true gentleman, world champion boat owner, used to race with Chuck Norris, had just a variety of boats. I watched a YouTube video a while ago on him, just the king of toys, they called him. Boss Hog choppers, the V8 choppers with the small block engines, the jet skis, the helicopters. And he's, you even see Copeland Tower over here, not too far from where we are. So, a lot of racing heritage here with Al Copeland and Popeyes, and it's good to bring the racing back here. As you see Heritage Canados set around that corner and turn.
And it looks like the checkered flag going to be coming out shortly.
Yep, this should be the last lap because we're on lap number 3 of 4. But we'll see if we can get a shot of the start-finish boat. Done a good job all day long. Our camera crew has been able to see that and really help us get a understanding of what's happening as they head now into the dogleg.
It's a final lap.
It is a final lap, okay. And you can see what Montlick's doing. See how wide they turn out. Yep, the checkered flag is up, so that is the race. Montlick is your winner. Heritage Canados in second, 151 Express in third, and Pasta Amato should have come across the line in fourth. Peppers out very early after they had spun.
Well, congratulations to Montlick injury attorneys, Logan Aiden and Giovanni Carpatella.
Yep, and they will go probably collect their checkered flag, although race control will tell them that if the conditions look like this, don't go get your checkered flag because it's not worth pulling up next to a boat to try and catch something through the air when the conditions are this windy. And I think maybe the Montlick guys, maybe they think there's one more lap left. Everybody's pretty confused because I don't think they ever really completed laps, per se before we kept having these incidences. So we'll see what shakes out. But Heritage Canados and 151 Express have both pulled back into the center of the course, signaling that the race is done.
You got to wonder if they threw the checkered on lap number 3.
Maybe.
At the end of lap 3.
We have our results here saying checkered flag is in, so I think it's done. I think these teams will head back. I think Ian and Nick should be happy with their performance, but I think they've got some things they need to get figured out on this boat. I think there's some electrical gremlins that probably haunted them just a little bit. As you mentioned, they ran right with Montlick attorneys at the start of that third restart. And looked like they were trying to make a move up to the front, so we'll see what they have in Sheboygan for the second round of the Monster Energy Triple Crown. This is the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix, presented by Harvey Golf and Jefferson Parish, round 1 of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. This event powered by Monster Energy, the official titer sponsor of the P1 Offshore Triple Crown. Also presented by Harvey Golf International Marine, leaders in offshore sustainability and innovation, and proudly supported by Progressive Insurance, protecting what moves you. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break as we wrap up this factory stock 450 race. Up next will be Class 1. We were told that they will be off the docks around 2:30. We'll bring you that race live and Superstock after that. And then, Mike, we should go jet ski racing one more time.
That's right. We'll have the third and final race of our Pro-Am Endurance 300 class.
All right, for Mikey Young, I am Mike Uwoski. We'll be back right after this.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
Wow, pretty interesting. The Class 500, they're limited to 75 mile per hour. Boats are 30 feet and under with single inboard engines. Class 400, we got the single or twin engine open cockpit bottoms, 27 to 35 feet in length, and those boats there will go 85 mile per hour. Now, those are the fastest boats that we're going to see in this race here, correct?
Yep, exactly. And it's tough when you run this many bracket classes together because you're running with a group that can go 60, a group that can go 70, a group that can go 75, and technically a group that can go 85 miles an hour. And sometimes your ego will get the best of you, and you will want to go a little bit faster than you're allowed to go, and you will break out of your speed bracket. And it also means for the boats that are behind you, so the second and third place boats, they're always thinking that, hey, that boat in front of me broke out. I didn't break out, so I have to run my race, right, and not break out so I can possibly take the win if that first place boat did break out of its speed bracket. So there's a lot of moving pieces. This Class 6 was the last group that I personally raced. I drove the boat, I didn't throttle it, but it takes quite a bit of discipline to be able to not push your boat harder, further, faster than you need to go to win. You know it can go that far, but it doesn't need to.
Well, taking a look here, like you say, there's a lot of variables, but the Simmons Marine boat should be the boat out in front because they have the highest speed, right?
Right, and they have more power, and
right.
They're twin engines, and they're 34 feet.
Right, okay.
But there is the Warlock of Offshore Outlaws. There's the Pantera of Tunnel Vision.
I hate to be the novice here, but
okay.
I'll be asking you a lot of questions.
That's all right. We're going to reverse the roles from our jet ski race, I guess.
That's it. And hope everybody's enjoying the show out here. And once again, if you're just tuning in, welcome to the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix, round number 1 of the Monster Energy Triple Crown, powered by Short Block Technologies.
And our pace boat. So now this is something we haven't done. We didn't do this in Cocoa Beach. We are going to do a full pace lap here, which means they are going to go all the way around the course. They'll see all the buoys and all the turns. And that's because this course is pretty dynamic. This has got some dog legs in it. It's got a big long straightaway on the outside, down Lake Pontchartrain, or to the west rather, towards the bridge, and then they come back and run along our VIP tent and back across the finish line. So they will go around and see the whole course, and then they will bring them down to what's called a mill. The races will separate. I would imagine, I guess they're going to start all the boats at once because there's not that many of them. If these classes get much more crowded, usually what they'll do is they'll start, Class 5 together in their own start, and then behind them with a second pace boat, it would be Class 6 or however it would work out. But I think because there's just this number of boats in here, they'll kind of start them all together, and because of the speed parity, they will separate out pretty quickly, obviously with dirt legal being the velocity. Oh, we got a green flag. We're going racing. Class 5, 6, 7, and 4 in the first round of the Monster Energy Triple Crown Series in New Orleans, Louisiana. There is Tunnel Vision. There is Offshore Outlaws. Velocity on the outside of this group. Everybody worked up to their speed.
So it looks like this first race is going to feature 6 boats. And you can see the chase helicopter following them right there. And again, I'm just surprised with the big flotilla, with the weather that we had.
Yeah.
And that a lot of those boats didn't take off. So we were definitely able to hold the crowd.
They're troopers. I will give them that. And that when we were doing the Aqua-X race earlier, I could see a lot of those boats out there they couldn't see the Aqua-X race because it was so much further out there, or the Aqua-X race course was so much smaller and further in. But Tunnel Vision and Offshore Outlaws doing battle in Class 5 for first place. Offshore Outlaws is going to have the inside lane. Tunnel Vision is going to be on the outside. Where is Yabba Dabba Doo in this race? They are currently back in third. There is Offshore Outlaws. They are deck to deck with Tunnel Vision, running that inside lane. You can break out in corners, especially in a flat water race like this. When you go around the pin, Mikey, you're actually going to accelerate because you know that you're not going to, you're going to scrub off speed because you're turning and you're going to slow down. But if it's this flat of water, if they go out wide enough, they could potentially break out in corners too. So this is really going to be a race of paying attention to that GPS.
Yeah, you were just speaking of Yabba Dabba Doo. I believe they had a last-minute driver switch.
Yes, I believe so.
So Nelson Sawyer, not the driver. Brian Unger going to be your driver.
Yep, there is the leader in Class 6. That is the Velocity Powerboat entry, boat number 611. Bob Spitlusky and Scott McCormick. And coming up behind that group there is Simmons Marine. So Simmons was going to come up here and try and mess with the Class 5 boats, or run with the Class 5 boats, not mess with them. There is Yabba Dabba Doo. Not much separation between these boats. And Class 7 coming up behind them. Of course, Class 7, the smallest boat in the race, 22 feet long. As Offshore Outlaw and Tunnel Vision, this is, Mikey Young, this is true bracket class racing where you do not get the separation. That means both of these boats are right on their numbers right now. And that's why you don't really see any separation of it. They're running their maximum speed of 75 miles an hour for sure.
Yeah, side by side, and nothing makes a good powerboat racing. Side by side,
Exactly.
like rail to rail racing. I mean, it's so exciting, and the fans out there have to be enjoying this.
For sure, it's a great start as they are now coming away from the causeway back towards, I believe, what will be the start-finish line.
Yeah, I believe moving east to west as we take a look here on the video screen.
Now, this will be the dogleg part of the course, so that means Tunnel Vision is going to have the inside lane here through this right-hand turn. They'll be turning their right, not to their left. So that will give Tunnel Vision the inside lane, and Offshore Outlaws will have to be able to give them overtake or give them space. They won't be able to close the door on them. Let's see how this works out going through this turn.
I was going to say, now, is there a rule on how much space they have before they can move over?
Yeah, I mean, you basically have to be past the boat before you can get down underneath of them, or get down in front of them.
Well, Tunnel Vision had that inside line, just like you said, and will overtake that lead from boat number 588, the Offshore Outlaws.
Not by much, though, and Offshore Outlaws is going to have the inside lane going into the next corner, so the rolls are going to reverse right back to what they were.
And both of them, you say, maxed out at 75 mile per hour.
And that is the old bulletproof Warlock, Offshore Outlaws. Good shot of how they're going to go in the turn. Offshore Outlaws should turn any minute now. There they go. They're going to dive down to the inside. But look at the speed from Tunnel Vision on the outside.
Yeah, they were able to carry that speed through the turn.
Well, the Warlock is a step-tailed boat, so it doesn't turn really as tight as a straight V-bottom does, so they have to scrub off a little bit more speed, and I wonder if that's what happened there. Tunnel Vision was really able to carry that speed on the outside of the corner, and then Tunnel Vision actually took a pretty good hop. Makes me think it's a little bit rougher down there in that corner than what we're able to see. But Tunnel Vision now in the lead. Michael McGoggin and Robert Bryant on board.
Yeah, well, they've solidified that lead, and you can see just the gap right here between first and second. Second place not even in the picture right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting to me. That was a big loss there for a boat that was able to run right with him. It looked like Offshore Outlaws was maybe waving their hands headed down that straightaway prior to this, so I'm not sure what's going on. I knew they were doing some engine work, I believe, yesterday, so hopefully they didn't have any sort of mechanical issues. But now, Tunnel Vision, oh, there we go. We're back to that battle now. There's Offshore Outlaw, currently running second in Class 5. That is Velocity on the outside of that group. Mike, they're not as far behind him as you think. There's a whitewater just to the left-hand side of your screen. That is Tunnel Vision, so they're not as far back as you would think.
Well, Team Velocity Powerboats looking pretty good out there. Boat number 611 with driver Bob Spatulski and throttle man Scott McCormick.
Yep, unfortunately running unopposed in Class 5, so they really don't even have to worry about breaking out. They can, I guess if they wanted to, they can go kind of run up with these Class 5 guys and see how their boat does running in a bracket up. It's a 26-foot Velocity, so it could run right with that Warlock or right with this Pantera, and maybe that's what they're trying to do here in that beautiful all-white Velocity hull. Of course, that the logo on the side of that boat actually represents the old Velocity logo from many, many years ago, the Velocity 100 sign.
Now running alongside the causeway right there. You can see some boats starting to build up over there as well. So really, it's kind of an arena that they're running in right now.
A little bit of a dome they're running in, so to speak. Of course, Velocity based out of Sanford, Florida. Used to be owned by a guy named Steve Stepp, and then Scott McCormick bought it. Scott really has done a great job at reviving the brand and bringing the brand back. I know he's working on a really wicked outboard-powered center console. He's done a couple outboard-powered V-bottoms, so Scott's really doing a good job at getting Velocity back on the map. And he's got 2 boats out here, and 2 very successful boats campaigning in Class 6 and Class 7. As now you see Bulletproof. Not sure what happened in that turn, and they lost the lead to Tunnel Vision. And now they've got to deal with this Class 6 boat.
And I believe, what is that, the Offshore Outlaws back there in the second spot?
Yep. Now this will complete lap number 1. All of these classes are running 5 laps, so 4 laps left in the book. Class 700 is also, running 5 laps. All the boats out here are running 5 laps.
Oh, and look at 611 pulling right up beside 588.
Yep. They are trying to get by them. They're going to have the inside lane going into the dogleg, just like Tunnel Vision did before.
Team Velocity, once again, leading in the bracket 600 class. Unfortunately, the only team in that class this weekend.
Yep. And that's a good, Mike, that's a good shot right there. That yellow buoy is the dogleg, right? So now they've come around that turn, and now they're going to go back towards that yellow, and they're going to make the one right-hand turn away, the one right-hand turn on this course before they make their next left-hand turn. And this will complete lap number 1 of 5 for all of our classes out here on Lake Pontchartrain.
And once again, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, the size of the track is 5.6 miles.
Yep, so they have their tape on the dash of their boats. And as they go by, they have 1 through 5. So they go by, they'll pull 1, then they'll pull 2, then they'll pull 3, they'll pull 4, they'll pull 5, and that's how they're keeping track of counts. Some of these boats, I'm sure, have communication systems with teams on land, or with crews on land, rather. So they could be counting laps as well, but the good old tape method inside the dash of the boat is the best way to do it. It's been a tried and true system for many, many years.
I was going to say, that sounds kind of old school right there.
It's very old school, but there's really just no other way to do it. There's no computer system. There's no, the GPSs and everything, but that doesn't count laps. That's even the guys in the Class 1 boats, which is the top tier of boat racing right now with the technology. There is the Offshore Outlaws waving their arm again in the same exact spot they did before. They will dive. This is the corner that kind of got them a little bit. Yeah, they went much wider that time. They didn't pinch down to the buoy nearly as much, and I think they were able to carry a little bit more speed on the inside.
Well, you got to wonder if they're waving their hands, if there's some type of mechanical issue. You said that they were working on their boat.
Yeah, it's hard to say. They did in the exact same spot before, so we'll have to find out later what's going on with that. This is race number 1 of 4 today here in Louisiana, the first round of the P1 Offshore Triple Crown, powered by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of P1 Offshore Racing.
Well, in the pre-race interview, it looked like they were having fun out there. That's for sure.
Well, everybody wants to go racing. We sat around for almost 2 hours, I think.
Yeah, hopefully we won't have any more weather delays here. That's the reason we're running a little bit behind. If you checked out the schedule on the P1 Offshore website.
Our race number 2 is going to be Mod V, Bracket Class 200, and Super V. That was scheduled to start right around 12 o'clock. Obviously, it's 12:40, so we're well behind schedule on that. But we're going to refuel our helo between races 2 and 3. So I'm hoping that the Mod V, Bracket Class 200, and Super V guys can be pulling out of the pits, basically, and ready to go as this race wraps up. First race of the day. Third race is going to be Factory Stock. 5 boats here in Factory Stock. Then you have Class 1. 2 boats, the top 2 boats in Class 1, going to do battle here on Lake Pontchartrain for the first leg of the Monster Energy Triple Crown. That is DeFalco and Monster Energy MCon, and their last race of the day will be Superstock. So a lot more racing to come here, and of course, Mikey Young, more racing after this. We'll have one more jet ski amateur race after this, correct? And then we'll do more jet ski racing tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. We got one more amateur race, I believe, at the end of the day, and then tomorrow we'll have one amateur race in the P1 Aquacross and 2 pro races tomorrow.
Nice. There goes Yabba Dabba Doo. They're going to set the boat into the corner and make their turn. Definitely a little bit choppier down on that side of the course, on the easterly side of the course.
Now, Mike, we were talking about how they're scoring the Monster Energy Triple Crown.
Yep.
You were telling me that. Can we explain that?
Yeah, so this is a low-point scoring system. So what that means is that first place will get 1 point, second place will get 2 points, third place will get 3 points. At the end of the weekend, the boat with the lowest combined points, so if you went 1-1 and you got 2 points, basically you won. If you went 1-3 and a boat went 2-3, then the 1-3 boat is going to win because they got 4 compared to 5. So it's a low score. It's a low point scoring system. Not normal motorsports is you get 25 for first, 15 for second, 13 whatever. Down. This is kind of opposite of that. It's low scoring. So that's how it's going to break out.
Well, it kind of reminds me of Supercross, like the moto scoring.
The Monster Energy Supercross Series. Yep.
Yep.
Or the Monster Energy Triple Crown. In Supercross, where they do it individual races. They run 3 races a night. Low score from their 3 races is combined. So low score over the next 2 days will win here. Then we go on to Sheboygan, Wisconsin. There will be low point scoring again. Then we're in St. Petersburg, Florida. At the end of that series, then we will crown our Monster Energy Triple Crown winner.
So at the end of the series, if there is a tie, is it whoever does better on the last race?
Yes.
Because that's the way that we score it in personal watercraft.
Yes.
It makes sense as we take a look at tunnel vision right now.
Having to contend with the Class 6 boat Class 5 boat. Tunnel vision is having to deal with Class 6 and velocity. And it's cool to see this velocity up there running. I do really believe this could be a very competitive Class 5 boat. It's one of the newest boats in the fleet. Tunnel vision is a Pantera that's probably significantly older than the velocity. There we have our Angel 1 helicopter in tow. The point of the helicopter is to put divers right on top of an accident if anything ever happens. So we got to thank our rescue diver, Sean Steiner, and his entire team for keeping everybody safe.
Yeah, a bunch of nice guys. We got to meet them over at the hotel last night.
Good dudes for sure.
Mm-hmm.
There is Offshore Outlaws. They are currently running in second place in Class 5. That's a good shot of how all the boats have spaced out. And Velocity's really running its own line, its own race, staying out in that cleaner water, not really messing with anybody, especially these Class 5 boats, but a good shot there of Velocity and Tunnel Vision.
Well, Velocity being the only boat in bracket 600, they probably, they don't want to mess up the boat. You don't want to, you don't want to get too close.
Yep, just go run your race, do your thing, stay out there in clean water, don't mess with anybody.
That's it, burn some fuel.
Yep, exactly.
Stay wide.
This should complete lap number 3 of 5 this time by. We haven't seen the Dirt Legal Velocity in a little while, but I'm sure they are still out there somewhere.
Yeah, and you can see the thousands and thousands of race fans that were lined up there right by the VIP tent.
Yep, go to P1 Offshore, keep up with our schedule, keep up with your favorite team, and most importantly, purchase your VIP tickets to watch these events up close and personal. No better way to watch than to be under a tent, getting food served to you, and all the Monster Energy beverages you can enjoy. P1 Offshore to score your VIP tickets. As boat number 611 comes by one more time. Again, this should complete lap number 3 of 5. And it's cool to see that dog leg right there, Mikey Young. You can see how much that one right-hand turn really equals the field out. It spreads the parity out and allows that inside boat to be able to catch up.
Well, Velocity was able to make that pass right there, but will they steal the line away now that they've got room?
I mean, they can do it. Tunnel vision's out of our shot, so they can close the door if they wanted to. But that's not really the movement they've been doing. They like the wider line. Maybe I think the boat's going to turn a little bit better, not turning as tight, maybe carrying a little bit more speed on the outside. And we'll see how that works for them. It's amazing how much water is in this area. When I flew in here yesterday looking out the window of the airplane, I mean, there's canals and rivers and locks everywhere around here.
Oh, yeah. Well, Louisiana known for its bayous.
Exactly. And alligators. This is lap number 3 of 5.
And I'll tell you, when you're 3 wide like that, you got to have a lot of trust for those guys on both sides of you.
Oh, for sure. And I've been in plenty of situations where I've been closer than you and I are sitting in this booth together at 70 miles an hour, where I could reach out and give the guy a high five in the boat next to me. So,
wow.
Yeah, you've really got to have some faith. You've got to have some trust. But these guys are all professionals. They've been doing it for a long time. They understand the importance of safety.
Nice wide shot there of Lake Pontchartrain.
Yep, of wanting to go home to our families. We raced here back in 2007 up in Kenner was the last time I was in Louisiana. Of course, Louisiana and this area known for Al Copeland and Copeland Motorsports. one of the not, if most famous offshore powerboat racers in the world. You may have heard of this restaurant called Popeye's Famous Chicken. Well, that would be Al Copeland's baby. Started Popeye's Chicken right here in Louisiana.
I actually met Al Copeland at AJ's over in Destin, Florida. He used to come and race the Emerald Coast Powerboat Poker Run over there.
Yep.
And they had the kilo runs and everything like that, and he would always bring his boat into Destin Harbor.
Look at this battle now for first. Don't know where Offshore Outlaws came from. It's kind of like either the boat woke up or the crew woke up or they did something, because they are now in contention for the win in Class 2, or in Class 5 rather, sorry. And this is where bracket racing gets even more tricky, because Offshore Outlaws knows they can beat Tunnel Vision, and Tunnel Vision knows they can beat Offshore Outlaws if they just run a little bit faster. But if you push that speed bracket too much, then you will break out and be relegated back to last place as they go into this corner.
Yeah, Team Velocity still running that outside line.
Yep. 2 laps remaining after this. It should be lap number 4 of 5. That gives a good shot there. But what a race by Offshore Outlaw, now running it with Tunnel Vision. Warlock versus Pantera. And the Velocity team still up there messing with this group as well. Race number 1 underway for the P1 Offshore Triple Crown, powered by Monster Energy.
Yeah, and that bracket 500, it looked like in the beginning that Tunnel Vision was actually going to run away with it.
It did. I'm really impressed with Offshore Outlaws. Not really quite sure where they came from.
As you can see them pulling up side by side, 588 now getting the lead there, Offshore Outlaws.
And to answer a question from one of my number 1 fans, he owned Copeland's restaurant also.
Oh, wow.
Al Copeland did. And Al Copeland, I mean, I met him in Key West a couple times. A super duper nice guy. Just super duper down to earth nice guy. Used to race with Chuck Norris back in the day. If you ever read about him, the boats that he had, I mean, he had a catamaran that I think it had 6 Mercury Racing outboard engines in a catamaran hull, but they were mounted inside of the boat. I mean, it was just totally crazy, the stuff he came up with, but he was fully into it, and it was a really cool thing to see and be a part of.
Right. Well, you know what? If we're going to do something, we might as well be sitting here racing. You know?
Right, exactly. in fairly nice conditions inside. At least, think about doing St. Pete. We're out on that concrete pier facing the sun for a few hours. It tends to roast us a little bit out there.
Oh, yeah. I think the last time we were there, it was, just over 100 degrees.
Yeah, it was not yet. So Tunnel Vision now pulls back away from Offshore Outlaws. And again, Mikey, that's what I said. These turns really just seem to be the Achilles heel of the Offshore Outlaws team. They do great on the straightaways as we begin our final lap. But, man, they get that boat into these corners, and there are a lot of corners here. And I think they're all really, really different with how the chop is in the corners and how the wakes are going through the corners. And that just kind of seems to be what gets them. We did have a boat just turn to the inside of the course. Not sure who that was. Well, there goes another boat turned to the inside of the course. Now, all these boats were running 5 laps, and nobody was a lap down.
Well, it looked like Team Velocity took the lead there on the outside.
They did, but there's 2 boats remaining as they run up the course, eastbound on this course. Next up will be Mod V, Class 2, and Super V. Mod V, we will have Boat Floater, RNS, Punisher, NMBRVResort.com, Relentless, and El Bandito Tequila. There is the checkered flag. All right, so the race is done. Sorry, we miscounted our laps there. It happens from time to time, but the checkered flag is out for classes 4, 5, 6, and 7. First race in the books here in Louisiana. This is the first round of the Monster Energy P1 Triple Crown. Our next stop will be Sheboygan, Wisconsin, and then we will end in St. Petersburg, Florida, and crown the first-time Monster Energy Triple Crown champion. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Harvey Golf and Jefferson Parish. Round 1 of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. I am Mike Uwaski. Mikey Young sitting beside me.
Wow. Wow, what a day.
Let's see what happens next. It's been kind of an exciting one up until this point, so who knows?
Who knows? Well, we got DeFalco, who is boat number 18 out there, and then you got the MCon Monster Energy boat. DeFalco took a win by probably about 5 seconds or so yesterday.
Yep, they did. And that, Monster Energy MCon made a questionable decision, kind of going through their rooster tail a little bit. I don't think it was a place they necessarily needed to be, but I think they were just trying to look up the inside of it, and that may have set them back. But you can guarantee Tyler and Myrick are back out to try and get the win and take it away from Billy and Mike Falco, but let's see what they're able to do today. One more look at this 5.6-mile course.
Boy, I'll tell you, you start there at that monster mile, come down in, run alongside the causeway, up through the front straightaway, got a nice little dog leg, and then a real tight turn up here at the west end of the course.
And Mike, I think it's those buoys before the dogleg that confuse me the most. Like, they come around this one, you expect them to go back in the dogleg, and they're not. They're going up one more buoy past it, kind of up more towards the boat ramp, if you would, and making that turn there. So it's just a little bit deceiving, but a great course here. And it's proven to be tricky for a lot of teams for various reasons. Some people just haven't been able to turn that well. Some people have rolled over or spun out. So a drama-filled weekend here in New Orleans.
Alrighty, once again coming around and starting to head toward that monster mile right now. As you see, this course right here, 5.6 miles in length. Got boat number 18, DeFalco Construction. The driver is Michael Falco, and your throttle man is Billy Moore. And on the Monster Energy MCon boat, Myra Coyle is your driver, and Tyler Miller is your throttle man.
So let's see what this Monster Energy MCon team has in store today. Did they learn anything from yesterday after losing to DeFalco? These are the top two boats in Class 1. You're defending national champion and you're defending world champion, going deck to deck. And let's see how it pans out here. A victory hull versus a skater hull. Surface drives versus number 6, but both running the Mercury Racing 1100 competition engines. Factory sealed from the factory by Mercury Racing, cannot be tampered with, touched or messed. As we're green flag racing for Class 1, the last time for the weekend. And it looks like Monster Energy MCon ekes out on the start just a little bit, but look at DeFalco pour on that speed.
Oh, yeah, showing you some horsepower there.
Without a doubt, and they're going to control the inside lane to this buoy. And this is the wide arcing turn right along the Causeway Bridge there. And let's see if Monster Energy MCon maybe a little bit more patient this time and stays on that outside lane and then figures out where they want to go. But they're right now just in the rooster tail of that DeFalco boat.
Yeah, you can see the DeFalco boat starting to pull ahead just a little bit as they head down to the east side of the track right now and making that turn, starting to make that arc back into go alongside the causeway.
Well, I'm guessing these water conditions have probably had these teams second-guessing themselves for the better part of the day. Do we go with a long setup? Do we go with a short setup? Do we go with top speed? Do we go with acceleration? It looks like right now, as much as DeFalco is pulling away from Monster Energy MCon, they have definitely gone with the taller setup, trying to get more speed out of it. They drive really wide into that corner. Myrick and Tyler try to keep it on the inside of that wake. They're able to do so, but don't make up much ground in doing it.
DeFalco getting 1 point yesterday, Monster Energy getting 2 points yesterday, and this is the lowest score, not the highest score, that will take the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown.
Going to run 8 laps here in this main event for Class 1 as DeFalco heads into the dogleg. Where is Monster Energy MCon? They're a lot further back than I had anticipated, not even into our shot yet. Wow, wonder what's going on there. But there is boat number 18, DeFalco, that beautiful New York City skyline livery. Got the Italian flag there and a little decor there above the L. Just a beautiful looking boat.
And I like the construction truck on the side. Yep. That just throws a little personality into it.
It does for sure. Mike Falco's got the personality to go along with it as he has resumed the lead, him and Billy Moore, here in Class 1. And let's see where Monster Energy is. normally they had been coming into our shots pretty regularly. I can't believe they've lost that much ground. But again, there they are. All right, so we do have them. They're about maybe 2 rooster tail lengths behind our leader, DeFalco. And as Billy mentioned yesterday, this is right what they wanted to do. They picked up right where they left off, picked the right selection, and they are leading.
Well, I was just I went outside here during that quick break that we had, and the wind is still picking up out there. So we may not be able to see it from here, but I bet there's a lot of holes out there that we're not seeing.
Well, and Race Control was talking earlier, trying to get this race off, as quickly as possible, because they say there is weather potentially moving in later today. Remember, we have one more offshore race and one more jet ski race to go. So obviously those might somewhat be weather dependent. The only thing that's going to stop offshore is lightning. So. Look at that lead there.
Yeah, that's quite the lead after just a lap and a half out there.
Man, I feel that's bigger than it was yesterday.
Yeah, it actually does seem, probably about twice the size that it was yesterday, because once DeFalco got in front, Monster Energy, they went back a little bit, but they were able to stay with him. They were able to hang with him. Yeah.
Yep.
So.
And you just got to wonder, did Tyler and Myrick maybe think it was going to be a little bit rougher? Did they hear more talk about it being choppier out there and maybe went with more of a rough water setup? A rough water setup is not going to be a top-end setup. It's going to be more acceleration and mid-range speed, because you're in and out of the water, so you want to be able to just be able to carry your speed a little bit better, not run wide open. But meanwhile, DeFalco just seems to put on their biggest wheel they got, and they're just going as fast as they possibly can.
Well, it looks like they're having a lot of fun out there, that's for sure. And, again, I'm glad that they came down here. It was kind of a last-minute entry as the boys from New York made the trek south.
It was, and it was only going to be the Monster Energy MCon team running here. But, again, the top 2 boats in the class showed up and are putting on a show here for the fans in New Orleans.
Now, did I hear you right yesterday? One's a national champion and one's a world champion.
Yep, this is your national champion, boat number 06, Monster Energy MCon. Won the regular season of Class 1, and then DeFalco won the World Championship in Key West in Class 1. So, again, 2 top-tier boats running 1-2 here. And DeFalco, as I mentioned, this is their second boat. They actually started off racing a 48 Outer Limits Cat. And they were getting that boat figured out. Actually, Chris Hanley started throttling that boat with Mike. And then he got the services of Billy Moore. And Billy Moore went to him and said, I just don't think this boat is right for us. I think we need to go a different direction. That Victory Hull they're in now used to be a boat called CT Marine. It was actually involved in a pretty dramatic accident in Key West one year where it rode up over the back of another boat, CMS.
Ooh.
And, it was a scary one. If you YouTube it, it's all over the internet there. You'll hear my voice. Imagine that.
Yeah, right? The Monster Energy MCon boat, Tyler Miller, who happens to be their throttle man, I had the pleasure of meeting him last year at the Monster Energy Celebrity Challenge in Daytona Beach.
Yep.
Very nice family.
They are from Wathena, Kansas, own an underground utility company. Lindsay comes to all the races. His kids come to as many races as they possibly can. They're a great team. Really a good benefactor for the sport. And I remember when they came on, they bought Billy Mossel, WHM skater. He actually ran it with his cousin, who was more like a brother to him, Brett Miller, for a couple of races. And then Brett decided that's not the route he wanted to go. And they got hooked up with Myrick and really have never looked back since. So, and Myrick has tons of experience. I mean, he's been with Dave Scott, Performance Boat Center, a variety of teams, run with Johnny Tomlinson a bunch. So Myrick was a good fit to get inside of that boat.
Yeah, he was actually in a couple different races yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah, Myrick ended up running the Superstock Race as well with the Say Less MF team, who he was filling in for Rusty Williams. So I think for about half the race, I announced Rusty was in the boat. And then I heard from Lindsay and Missy. Missy is Myrick's wife, saying, no, it's Myrick in the boat.
Hey, that'll happen,
It will, for sure, time to time.
When we get paperwork, and this is all we see, this is all we got to work with. So, again, if you need to chime in, feel free, to chime in, because if you can help us, we'll help you.
Well, it's a little late in the weekend to chime in now. Let's let us get through this for these last ones, and then regroup for Sheboygan. If you got something you want to say, please let us know. But a great shot at DeFalco on lap number 3. This will complete lap number 3, starting lap number 4. And just an example of perfection. A Victory Hull built over in the Middle East. This was one of the Qatar boats raced by Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis, Spirit of Qatar. It was bought by Andy, who was CT Marine. And Andy had that incident. When you race in Key West, you race into the harbor, and it's called the Outer Mole, and then there's a cove in behind the Outer Mole, and it's where we crane the boats in and out. And CMS was getting ready to turn into that Outer Mole, And I'd have to exactly remember what happened with Billy. I don't know if he just misjudged how close it was or anything like that. But he actually just drove right up over the back of CMS and then ended up flipping over and ending upside down and basically sliced through the back of the CMS boat. It was It was a pretty dramatic, pretty dramatic wreck there. But I don't know if it was closing speed. It was in 2000 and I think that was 18. I think that may have been 17. That happened. And then this boat went to hibernation. I think it raced one more time in Englewood after that, and then this boat sat for a while. Billy knew it was available and reached out to the owner, and here we are. And they brought it out last year. First race was in Cocoa Beach, and really have run in the top 3 or won a variety of races ever since, and then claimed the World Championship in Key West. So a good move for Mike, a good move for Billy, a very incredibly fast boat, and it's benefited this team a lot.
Well, so far this weekend, they've definitely made a statement here in New Orleans.
They definitely have, and they've got, they know where they need to be. The interesting part, so one of the rules of Class 1 racing, and I'm not the rules expert by any means, but this boat runs what's called surface drives. So the motor sits up, and then the shaft comes out. It goes to what's called a drop box, a gearbox, which then drops it down, and it comes out the transom, basically in a straight tube. It's called a surface drive. The way that I understand it is the Class 1 boats who run a surface drive are only allowed to have 3 different sets of propellers. But they can change their gearing in those drop boxes much easier, so that's where they make up their speed. If they want more speed or less speed, they gear up, gear down, and that's where they go from. The Monster Energy MCon boat, they run the number 6 drive, which is similar to what you see on Justice League or OC or any of the SuperCats. That's a drive that trims up and down. They can run as many props as they want. The reason is they can't change their gear ratios as easily as the DeFalco team can. So it's kind of an equal. It tries to equal the system out, if you would. Yep.
Right. Yeah. It's just kind of like having a regular class and having, like I say, a Kawasaki versus a Yamaha.
Right, yep.
The manufacturers want to make sure, and the sanctioning bodies want to make sure that, that they're running like speeds and
And I mean, it's spec class racing, and DeFalco has a rudder boat, and you can see down that tunnel shot there, you can see the rudder right in the middle of the boat. And believe it or not, the skater of Monster Energy MCon, as you can see the rudder there, that's the steering brackets. This boat was built the exact same way. It had the surface drives on it. It had the rudder on it. They ran it for the entire season, not in 24, but I want to say in 23. They ran it, and they didn't like it. They just never got used to it. They were running SuperCat at the time with a 388 skater, and I believe they were so much more comfortable with that boat with the 6s that they sent the Class 1 boat back up to skater. They basically ripped everything off the transom, filled everything in, and then put the number 6s on the back of it. And ever since then, they've run much better. I think it's because it's what they're more accustomed to.
A lot of work, a lot of technology.
A tremendous amount. This is one of the most technically advanced classes in powerboat racing, in my opinion.
You have to have a very good mechanic, too.
You do?
A whole team of them, actually.
Yep, and Jake is the crew chief for the Monster Energy MCon team. No, Jake is his wife, Sydney Well, and their son. She takes care of the T-shirt apparel sales for that Monster Energy MCon team. But they do a great job, and they've got Craig, and they've got Mike Powell. They've got everybody over there, Dave McIntyre. They've really got a good core group team there at the Monster Energy crew, and they do a fantastic job. But today is DeFalco's day, and I will openly admit I know less about the DeFalco team than I do about Monster Energy MCon team, but they bring a great show. They've got a great-looking rig. They've got their hauler. They've got their boat, and they're just a very professional team, and it's really run by Billy. He's a world-class throttleman. His father, Billy Moore, started the throttleman position in racing with Don Arano back in the 70s, like Thunderboat Row days, and, was running and said, hey, wouldn't it be easier if you throttle the boat and I drove the boat instead of trying to do both at the same time? And that's really where the throttleman position came from. And I don't remember, but Billy, I think, was in his high teens maybe when he won his first world championship in Key West, Florida. I think he was racing Spirit of Amazon that year, but I don't remember for sure. But if you just look up Billy Moore, there's a really good history there. Billy's a good dude. He's a good Southern North Carolina boy, right down there by the Fountain Factory. Knows them all very, very well. Involved with Caldwell Marine, building Checkmate boats, and he's rigging race boats, and got a lot of different irons in the fire. But just a really good all-around dude, and really knows his stuff. Obviously, he told Mike Falco to buy this boat. I believe in it, and look at it. It's perfect.
Well, he's made it look perfect, if nothing else, here this weekend.
Yep.
As you see him sticking it in that turn right there, and now headed toward the start-finish line.
A few years ago, Billy was asked to go to Japan to race in a catamaran boat over there that used to be a boat that raced over here called Reliable Carriers. And then the Japanese owner bought it, and they race it. They don't race much in Japan. I think only once or maybe twice a year. But Billy was asked to go over there and throttle that boat in Japan. So not only racing here abroad or in our country, but also getting to run some boats internationally, which is a true honor to be, called up and invited to say, hey, come over here to Japan and run my boat.
Yeah, that's definitely an honor to speak of. Matter of fact, I just got back from Japan myself. We did a little race over there, and boy, I'll tell you what a amazing culture that they have over there. And like you say, it's quite the honor to be invited to an event that big.
For sure. And I see a lot of differences here when I look at Monster Energy MCon and I look at the DeFalco team. Monster Energy just isn't carrying the bow as much as DeFalco. They just do not have the speed. You can see the boats running just a little bit more flatter, more down, more kind of sucked down to the water. They're not carrying the bow as well, and I think it was just a setup thing. I think they may have just hoped it was going to be a little bit rougher and just went, a prop size or too small or too big, and that's unfortunately hurt them. I mean, I think we just saw DeFalco going the other way. So they may be upwards of half a lap ahead on lap number 5.
Yeah, well, the reason they probably set it up for rough water is because they were here an hour and a half ago.
Right.
And it was crazy water out there. 4 restarts in the factory stock class. For those of you who may just be tuning in here to the New Orleans Grand Prix, Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown, round number 1.
So we got one more race coming up after this. That will be Superstock. And Superstock yesterday it was Sales MF taking the win, the Firm Racing Team in second, and Demon Bikini coming across the line in third. Of course, Superstocks are the smaller version of the factory stock boats, only running the 300R Mercury Racing outboards as compared to the 500. But Superstock has been around a long time, has gone through some changes. I was actually just on the phone with Ryan Beckley, the Superstock class representative for the series and the group. And Ryan's been around for a very, very long time. But Superstock's a lot of fun, but it is an uber competitive class. And these teams, well, as I mentioned yesterday, not new teams, not for a lack of experience in the boat with the personnel, but the teams themselves, not a lot of experience racing on the series yet. So trying to build that confidence up and get better, race by race.
Well, yeah, I believe we've got the Superstock race, as you were talking about, coming up next. That's going to be the final P1 offshore race of the New Orleans Grand Prix, brought to you by Monster Energy. Hey. Also, we'd like to say special thanks while we're thanking some sponsors here. Progressive Insurance, supporting that safety team out there, and that's really cool. Of course, one of the coolest places to go in Florida, experience Kissimmee, St. Cloud, and then we got Sunoco Race Fuels. But first off, we'd like to thank all of our friends here from Jefferson Parish for really rolling out that red carpet for it this weekend. We had a couple of little weather issues. We had some boat issues today, but all in all, it's been a pretty good weekend.
No, and they've done a great job with the pits. I mean, I was talking to people last night and said that that Jefferson Parish has really stepped up to help out wherever they could. That shot right there gave you a good view of the lead of the distance between DeFalco and Monster Energy MCon. But yesterday we had all that rain in the morning, and it rained hard for probably a solid hour, and it really made a mess of that field where some of the teams are parked. And Jefferson Parish brought in a Bobcat and a couple of dump trucks full of dirt and material, and they were filling the ruts in and trying to make a road through that park. So that's on a Saturday afternoon. The dedication, you've got to call your city workers in, or your county workers, whoever it is, to come in and do that. The dedication for that is saying something for how much you want this race here.
Well, and all these pit crews, they've all got ATVs. They've all got, the trucks and everything that they're bringing down through that.
Especially you jet ski guys.
Yeah.
You tear up stuff with four-wheelers, trust me.
I don't tear up anything.
No.
They're the ones tearing.
They're not tearing anything up. They're very respectable, but that's that's just how they move the jet skis around, and it works, right? I mean, that's just
right. Normally, like we talked about a little earlier, this is a very unique site right here.
Yep.
Normally the jet skis are launching off the beach, and the boats are getting craned in. So,
but even in that case, they still use the four-wheelers on the beach to put them in and out, just to back them down, because sometimes it's sand and they need the power of the four-wheeler to get it out.
But it's not as bad in the sand as it is on the grass,
right,
because it makes the grass look bad.
Muddy, wet grass, mind you.
Yeah. When we went over there after the show yesterday, I was kind of surprised to see that, and then I remembered how hard it rained earlier in the day.
Yeah, I couldn't. I thought the same thing. You and I rode over there together. I pulled up. And I'm like, why are they doing this? And then I went, oh yeah, it rained. It probably tore this field up, and it did. I mean, I think that field was kind of soft when we got here, but that rain didn't help anything. But a beautiful shot of the boat number 06 Monster Energy MCon. just not their weekend. Don't know if they just missed the setup or what's going on, but you know, by the time we go to Sheboygan, Myrick and Tyler are going to have their homework figured out, and I anticipate that team to do well there also.
You know, it was funny. I walked past their area in the pits last night, and they were having a good old time. Their whole team.
I had a bunch of crawfish, I think, in there.
I was going to say they had crawfish, they had crab legs, snow crab legs. I mean, it was like, hey, this is the party I want to be in there.
Man, I should have gone in there, got me some crab legs. I went to a restaurant called Mr. Ed's last night, and I had one of the best meals I've had since I got here. It was fantastic. So, super pleased with that. There is DeFalco. They are starting lap number 7 of 8. So next time by should give us the white flag.
So not too much time to go in this one, and Monster Energy MCon just a little off the pace here.
Yep.
Still running a good race. I wish we had a couple more in this Class 1. Unfortunately, we've only got 2 here, but I imagine we're probably going to have a couple more when we get up to Sheboygan.
Yeah, hopefully when we get there, it'll really, the Class 1 will start to come together, and everybody will want to go racing.
Back out to your race leader, DeFalco Construction out of New York. And they have led every lap here in the Class 1 class this weekend and looking to add another point to their total, which we give them a 2, the lowest total you could possibly get.
Yep, and then Monster Energy would have 4. So because they went 2-2 for the day, or for the weekend rather, not just for the day. As DeFalco one more time onto the Monster Mile, lap number 7.
It looks like some of those boats that took off earlier today are back out there.
Yeah, I think maybe they didn't have too far to go.
I think maybe they just went and hid under the causeway for a little bit. What do you think?
No, I did that a couple of weeks ago. I did an event in my center console, and it rained, and I stayed under the bridge so I wouldn't have to. I told the people I was working for, I was like, I'm going to go protect this area over here that was by a bridge, and stayed under it and rode the rain out so I wouldn't get soaking wet. But no, glad they made a return. You know, there's some troopers down here. If they rode out that storm that came through earlier, I don't think it ever rained. I don't think it was ever thunder or lightning. But, man, did it get windy and blowing for about an hour or so, just as we took those factory stock boats out, and that just wreaked havoc on everything that was going on at that point.
And you can see that's the causeway that we're looking there. That it's on the east side, and it looks like there's still some weather over that way. And that's
I think it's still surrounding us. I mean, I think it's all around us, and I think it's an inevitability that's going to probably come over us at some point. But let's hope we can get these last bit of races in. This is going to start the final lap of Class 1. So the white flag will come out. One more lap to go for Mike and Billy. And they will put another one in the books and get ready to go to Sheboygan.
Yeah, so far they have been perfect for the weekend.
And if you look at this boat up close, this actually has a tilt trailer, but a much different tilt trailer than, say, the Monster Energy MCon team, because this boat was raced overseas when it was Class 1 over in Europe and stuff like that. And when you pull a boat like this through Europe, they have all different rules about trailers and how big they can be. So the trailer that's under this boat, uses under the DeFalco boat, is actually a trailer that's designed to be towed over there. It's a really interesting piece of equipment, the trailers. You should definitely check it out, because when the boat is flat, I think it's still like 6 feet up in the air. You got to have a ladder to get up to it. It's where when MCon flattens out, it's not sitting on the ground, but it's sitting down nice and low. And it's just the way the trailers were designed to accommodate the rules and the laws when that boat was towed around England and surrounding countries for the UIM World Championship.
Well, you got to remember when you're trailering stuff over there in Europe that they got a lot of low-flying bridges.
They do, yes.
I had a friend of mine that actually took his $400,000 motorhome right into one.
Oh.
He had just bought it a week prior. He was on his way to a race.
Not quite clear how tall it was. Maybe.
Well, I think it was a 10-foot bridge, but it was an 11-foot motorhome.
That's a tough day right there.
Yeah, it is.
But there is Monster Energy MCon, definitely going to go back and do their homework and get figured out this skater, which they have it figured out. It's not that they don't have it. I just think they made a judgment call, and unfortunately, it wasn't the right one. Tyler and Lindsay do call Lake of the Ozarks their home water, which is where Myrick is from as well. So this boat can be seen out on the lake testing quite a bit out of Performance Boat Center. And they actually opened up their own race shop. They had so much equipment, especially when they had 2 boats, that they actually opened up their own race shop and employ 2 or 3 guys full time to maintain their equipment. Last time in the Monster Mile, Mike.
Yeah, last time on the Monster Mile there for DeFalco, and DeFalco looking really smooth out there. No mistakes. It's been, like I say, perfect pretty much for the weekend. You don't see any bobbles, anything like that, anything crazy. Just holding his line and going buoy to buoy.
Yep, and this boat will have to go back. I mean, there are tech rules for this boat also, so there's a weight requirement it has to meet. The motors have to be inspected to make sure they weren't tampered with. Props are going to have to be checked, and there are things that they're going to have to do to make sure they're legal within the class and legal on the win. But nothing taken away from Billy and Mike. Perfection is the word to use to describe them for the weekend, and I think they've just done that. They've run perfectly.
Well, I think it's only them and Boat Floater that have went Boat Floater and Montlick that have all went 2 for 2 so far this weekend.
And the last race of the day, not to jinx it, but in Superstock, can Say Less MF go 2 for 2 also to take the win. But there's a checkered flag for DeFalco. They are your winners in Class 1, going 1-1 for the weekend. As I just said, a perfect example of perfection. Taking the win as they'll turn into the middle of the course. Here comes the Monster Energy MCon team, number 06. This is a great team. They are super fast. They are your national champions from 2024. I think they just got to kind of go back and do some homework and maybe just see where they went wrong. But I think it's just a simple setup. I just think they just went a little bit bigger, or a little bit smaller rather than what they needed to. But they will take the checkered flag and come across the line in second place. We'll see both of these teams in Sheboygan, Wisconsin in August for the second round of the Monster Energy Triple Crown Series. And hoping some other Class 1 boats will join us.
Well, I'm just happy that the weather held off and we were able to get that Class 1 race in.
For now, let's not get overly ahead of ourselves here. But you're right. I mean, it has held off, and hopefully we continue to do so. We've got 2 more races to go, 1 more offshore, 1 more jet ski, the last pro enduro race of the year, or the weekend, rather, of the year. We've got a long year ahead of us to say stuff like that. But then the Superstock race will come up next. The helicopter has to go refuel, so we're going to take a break. We should be back right around 3:15 to kick off the Superstock race. I am Mike Yawoski for Mikey Young. We'll be back right after this.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
It takes your breath away. That's how you can tell. You found the perfect landing spot. The vacation home capital of the world. Trade out the traditional for your own private sanctuary. Your own splash, your own snacks. Bring the whole family. Make it 2 families. And while you're soaking up the fun, never forget what's at the heart. It's big and it's bold, day after day. Welcome to More Than Special. Welcome to Kissimmee, the big, bold heart of Florida.
For over 60 years, ICOM has been your trusted companion, keeping you connected on the water, in the air, and on the ground. Whether you need a 2-way radio for your cruiser, center console, personal watercraft, or anything in between, ICOM has you covered with the most innovative marine, amateur, aviation, land mobile, LTE, and satellite network products.
It's time to turn it up to 11 and ride full blast. The all-new Jet Blaster series from Yamaha. We didn't just create a new wave runner, we invented a whole new way to ride.
So I'm down here in the progressive launch zone. I'm just catching up with Tyler Williams. Tyler, boat number 6. It's not the position you want it to be in this weekend, is it?
Yeah, not at all. Mama always said there'd be days like this, and unfortunately this weekend just wasn't our weekend. DeFalco ran a great race yesterday, so we had to make an adjustment. We had to make some sort of change. Obviously, with the outcome, it still wasn't the right one. So we got a month off, going to go back to the drawing board again, and that's just what you do. The water changes every once in a while, and it just wasn't our day. So hats off to those guys, but we got our work cut out for us.
It's been a tricky weekend with the weather, though, hasn't it? I don't think any class or any boat team has really known what to do with the boat setup because it's changing all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. The wind has changed 4 times today since we picked our initial setup. We've changed setups 3 different times before we went out on the course. Thought we had the perfect setup, and then the wind kind of laid down, came out of a little bit different direction. And once that happens, you're just kind of stuck with what you got. So ultimately, the outcome is definitely not what we wanted for our sponsor, Monster Energy, and the entire MCON team, but we'll be back.
You're going to take a little moment to regroup and have a little think about what you can do next time, but your partner there, Myrick, he's jumping straight in another boat. He hasn't got a time to catch his breath because he's going out in a moment or two in the Superstock boat, S21.
Yeah, good things for Myrick here. He got to read the water a little bit, and hopefully the wind and everything stays the same for him. But, he's jumping right in, out of the driver's seat in the Monster Energy 06, right into the S21 as a throttleman. So dual duties, and look out for him. He's a force to be reckoned with out on the course.
Listen, whatever the results are for you boys, you're obviously all having fun, and this is what you love. So, as always, Tyler, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Right, so while Tyler goes and has a little regroup, I'm going to go and see if I can catch up with the team that did take the win there in Class 1, DeFalco. We'll be back right after this. Well, I have caught up with the man that took the win, 2 from 2. Billy, you got the read of the water just right this weekend, didn't you?
Yeah, we had a really good setup going into the race yesterday, and then today the wind picked up a little bit, but I was like, the direction of the wind, it'll be a wind chop real close together. I think we'll be good. Boys all thought the same, so we went in with what we ran yesterday. At the start of the race, it was a little bit hairy with the wind blowing, trying to blow the bow around when you got into the first turn. But we were mindful of the wind. We had a big moment down in the bottom turn down there, I think second lap or something like that, went in there really aggressive, and boat skipped out. The wind wouldn't let the bow come around. Mike did a good job, saved it. We recovered quick, stayed on it, and pushed.
And push you did all the way to that checkered flag. I think teamwork was the order of the day, wasn't it?
Yeah, the team did a fantastic job. I can't, we're nothing without a good crew, and our crew's been fantastic. I mean, they prepared the boat, going over everything. I mean, you got to give it up to our guys. They work hard for us, so give us a good boat so we have something to go out and try to win.
Yeah, and win you have, and this is the first weekend of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown, and you're now top of the championship with 2 weekends to go.
Looking forward to the rest of them.
That's it. Well done, sir. Huge congratulations, Billy.
Thank you.
That's it for Class 1 for this weekend. Don't forget that Myrick Coyle, who was just in that number 6 boat, he's just jumped to the next one, and that's Superstocks, and they're going out right after this. And we'll be bringing that action as soon as we can. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Harvey Gulf and Jefferson Parish. Round 1 of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. I am Mike Uwaski along with Mikey Young. We've got one more offshore race to bring you, and then one more Aqua-Cross race before we wrap up the inaugural event of the Triple Crown Series. Mikey, welcome back.
Mike, I appreciate it.
Not that I expected you to go real far, but, welcome back anyway.
I was in the table right across from you.
There we go. Okay. Enjoying Swarma. I've had Swarma for the first time today. Thanks, Dar, for getting us introduced to it.
I tell you, I appreciate that. We
expanded my horizons.
We got 3 boats here in the Superstock division, the Firm Racing, Say Less MF, who was your winner yesterday, and Demon Bikini.
Yep, and Say Less MF has Myrick Coyle on board, is where I thought it was Rusty Williams yesterday. And Chad Rudsill, this is his second time in the boat and first time running with Myrick. But, of course, Myrick is very familiar with this boat as he ran it under the Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems in Superstock just a couple of years ago. That is S21. The Firm Racing, Pete Rivero and Ricky Maldonado in S3, and then Demon Bikini, Leanna Shadlow and Chad Havens.
For those of you Superstock fans, we'd like to welcome you back to the New Orleans Grand Prix, the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. This is their second race, and again, Say Less MF, a big winner yesterday.
Yep, let's see if they're able to do it again today. They're going to take them up around this easterly turn, which is the more narrow of the two, and release them on the back straightaway. Well, Mike, if I look at the conditions out there now, it's kind of gone back to what it was, and I listened to the Tyler Miller interview while we were on break there, and he said, you know what, that wind direction changed 6 times. The speed changed 6 times, and he goes, we just went with the setup we thought would be best, and he said it was just wrong. He said it was, he said once you kind of get into that spot, he said it's real hard to get away from it. And then Billy Moore even said that their boat got a little away from them going into one of the turns. He said because of the breeze, it wouldn't let the bow turn as much as he would have liked, so it got a little hairy there for a minute, but he said they recovered. So the wind was wreaking some havoc on those teams out there, but is that rain falling on, is that raindrops on the water I see?
All right, let's take a look at the course, Mike.
One more time, 5.6 miles around this 10-pin course off the Monster Mile into a wide sweeping turn, then down into a dogleg. You're going to go left, then you're going to go right, and immediately almost go right back into a hairpin turn. That is one lap around this 5.6-mile course on Lake Pontchartrain.
And once again, things a lot calmer than what it was a little bit earlier. You can see the flotilla starting to dissipate out there. The S21, Say Less MF, Chad Rodeskill and Myrick Coyle. S3 is the Firm Racing Team, Pedro Rivero and Ricky Maldonado. And on the S33, the Demon Bikini Racing Team with Leanna Shadlow and Chad Evans.
Yep, the Bikini Team race team is a new team, as well as Say Less MF. The Firm actually made their debut in Key West last year in 2024. As we are getting ready to go racing, I believe that's the green flag, and it is up and dropped, and we're going Superstock racing here. 3 boats, Say Less MF on the outside, the Firm in the middle, and Demon Bikini on the inside. Let's see if Demon Bikini can run up there with this group and control that inside lane, but right now it looks like it belongs to the Firm and to Say Less MF.
Last offshore race of the weekend, and don't forget, coming up after this, we do have the final race of the Pro-Am P1 Aqua-Cross.
And then we'll have our awards banquet after that. But look at this battle here in Superstock, side by side, deck by deck. A Faza hull versus a Doug Wright's Performance hull. And the Firm team is going to control the inside lane. Chad around. Let's see what Pete and Ricky have in store.
Now, I'm just wondering, maybe you can help me out with this, Mike.
Yep.
Say Less MF, shouldn't they have been in pole position with the win yesterday?
I can't explain that yesterday because they didn't start in their pole positions yesterday either. So I didn't get clear answers on that last night. So
okay, I was just asking, me being a novice powerboat guy.
Nope, so. There was really no reason behind it that I could possibly tell. But look at this battle here.
Yeah, great battle.
Wow,
look at that.
Not sure what happened there with Say Less MF. If I think that's the same place that maybe DeFalco had their problems. With the wind, although it's not blowing nearly as much as it was before. But that was a weird move, but it's put them on the inside. Now, if they can turn that Doug right and carry the speed, they will start to make up some ground as the Firm went out way wide, wanted to carry more speed through this corner.
Yeah, the firm racing, once again, that's Pete Rivero and Ricky Maldonado. It looks like they've been Michaelized.
Michaelized, yep. As that is the name on the side of their boat, boat number S3. Again, a Faza hull running the Mercury Racing 300R engines.
Now, how many laps are we going here?
We are going to look for a piece of paper that tells us that answer. We are going in Superstock. We're on 5 laps.
5 laps?
Yep, 5 laps.
Okay.
Here in Superstock. So this will complete lap number 1 as we have a different leader today, and they have pulled out and started to stretch their legs a little bit in the firm racing.
The firm taking a second place yesterday, so that would give them 2 points for yesterday, and I'm sure that they would like to stay where they're at and only take 1 home today.
Yep, and it would give them a tie because the roles would have reversed between Sayless MF and the firm. Now, if Demon Bikini is able to get around Sayless MF, that's what this team needs. That's what the firm needs to have happen because that would break the tie between the two.
As we continue here with lap number 1, just as a reminder to those of you listening in on the live stream for the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown, don't forget we've got the Pro 300 P1 Aquacross coming up next, and boy, I'll tell you, those numbers are pretty tight, so it's going to be an exciting race with 16 boats out there.
Got to look forward to that one, and Superstock class representative Ryan Beckley actually just texted me and said, and I did forget this, they reversed their start positions from the previous race. So,
okay.
Sayless MF won, so they were going to be on the outside. The firm was in second, they'd be in the middle, and then Demon Bikini, who came in third, would be on the pole on the inside.
Yeah, and see, that's a little bit different than the P1 Aquacross because you start how you finished your last race.
Right. Which isn't, as we've seen on this particular course, is not necessarily an advantage.
No.
You kind of want to be in that middle group in order to be able to line up with that first turn. But it was a great race for the firm racing team. As I said, they just made their debut in Key West last year. Ricky Maldonado, Pete Rivero, starting to get things figured out. But they do have Sayless MF in tow, about a rooster tail length behind. So let's see if these boats start to lighten up on fuel and get a little bit faster. Let's see who's able to be on their setup a little bit more. But, man, it does look like the firm pulls away from them on these straightaways. Look at the gap just getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it was just 2.5 seconds just a half lap ago, and it's up to 3 seconds now. So
right.
They are accelerating, that's for sure.
So, again, back to thinking that maybe the firm put on a longer setup, a taller setup, to try and get more speed out of that hull, instead of a smaller setup, a shorter setup, which would be more for acceleration in mid-range. And when I say taller setup, I mean put a bigger prop on. Bigger prop on is harder to turn on the bottom, but you get more speed on the top. If you put a smaller prop on, you get more acceleration, but less speed on the top. So it's kind of a trade-off of what you're looking to do. This course is actually really different because one wide sweeping turn, dogleg, one short turn or shallow or a quick turn, narrow turn, and then that long straightaway. So you've really got to find that middle of the road setup.
Sayless MF right there, Chad and Myrick Coyle in second place. It looks like they just kind of slide around that turn.
They do. It's kind of like NASCAR. If you ever watch NASCAR closely and they come out of the turn, they actually slide up to that wall. They don't. It's a controlled slide to that wall. It's almost the same thing. When you're running one of these boats, what you'll do is you go into the turn, and the throttle man will slow down, start to bring the trim in, and actually set the boat in the corner. And what that means is it'll set down in the water, and then the driver will be able to start to turn the boat. Then he'll come out of the turn, straighten the wheel up, start to bring the drives back up, and get back on the gas and start accelerating. And that's how you'll get around the course. If you don't, as I mentioned, set the boat in the corner correctly, then you will not be able to turn the boat because there's nothing in the water to catch. So you'll turn the wheel and really nothing will happen, and then also the boat will spin and high side and probably go over. But wow, look at that lead for the firm.
Wow, going through that dog leg as well. So you got, again, the firm, Sayless MF, and Demon Bikini, 1, 2, and 3, and we just seen them all three in that shot.
Yep, and this is lap number 2 of 5. And there is Demon Bikini, beautiful pink and black livery on the side of that boat. And of course, Leanna Shadlow and Chad Havens running this Doug Wright entry, number S33.
Is she one of the only female drivers that we have in Powerboat racing?
She is right now. Taylor Sissom, who ran the TS Motorsports MTI, was racing last year in the factory stock class, but her and her new husband are expecting their firstborn child, so she has taken the year off from racing. So right now, yes, I think Leanne might be the only female driver. Not the only one ever. I mean, obviously Betty Cook, and there's been others throughout the years, but currently in the racing environment, yes, Leanne would be the only woman driver.
Well, I noticed that Demon Bikini also has what you told me yesterday, those reflectors on the back of the engine.
Yep, a little bit smaller ones. That's if water comes up over the back of the deck, it doesn't directly spray on the motor. It'll deflect around a little bit. So if you look at the firm racing boat, the FASA design boat, then that has taller ones, but the deck of that boat is significantly lower in the back. So, again, it's just to prevent water from getting on the engine and possibly causing any sort of damage or harm or anything like that.
Well, that's a big salute, to some of the aftermarket companies that's seen that need.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. And it's a team-by-team basis. Some teams probably don't like to run it, but, wow, look at that lead by the firm. They have just checked out first to second place. That's probably a good 5 or 6 second lead all the way back there. So let's see if Pete and Ricky can hold on to it. It would be a tie.
Well, they're on lap number 1. It looked like they were just side by side, and then they just took off.
Yeah, the Sayless MF team did something weird going into that corner. I don't know what they did, but ever since that they have just slowed. Or not slowed, but they just haven't been able to run up front. Now, remember, these roles were reversed yesterday, but I did point out that the firm never got away from Sayless MF. Sayless MF never checked out, never ran way up front. I mean, they were able to keep them in check the entire time, and I think the setup was just a little bit off. Maybe Pete and Ricky got that figured out and are able to do something great here on the second day of the Monster Energy Triple Crown event. And going out with the win here would be a nice confidence boost going into Sheboygan.
Hey, by the way, we'd like to say a very special thanks to Harvey Golf International Marine, as well as our friends here from Jefferson Parish, and, of course, our national sponsors, Progressive, Experience Kissimmee, Sunoco Race Fuels, Mercury Racing, ICOM Communications, and, again, Monster Energy, our title sponsor here for the tour, and the Triple Crown.
Done a great job here, Monster Energy, and their marketing deployment has been successful here, I believe, in Jefferson Parish at the Bonneville Boat Ramp. As Sayless MF continues to run in second. And you can see they're trying to find the speed out of it, but it doesn't look as fast as it did yesterday. It's carrying the bow well. It looks like it's turning well, but just not all there, not as much as they had. But again, this is only Chad's second race in the boat, so he's still trying to get it figured out as well. I don't know when he purchased this. Was owned by Performance Boat Center. This was kind of their factory racing team, if you would. When he bought it from them, I don't know what he got. I don't know if he got all their props and all their setup and everything, from them. Sometimes teams don't want to give that away, and you've got to kind of start picking that stuff up yourself, your own props and, getting your own testing log going and saying, okay, this works in this condition or this works in this condition. There's a lot that goes into this, just like a NASCAR, just like a drag racing, because it's such competitive racing because it's spec that you just need every advantage you can get and need all the data you can get.
And what kind of speeds are we seeing here in the Superstock class?
Superstock class, you're seeing just probably a little over 100, maybe 105, 106, somewhere in there. It's hard to say with the wind in these conditions. It depends on where the boat is happier on the course. But you can't even see the whitewash from the firm, so they are way out in front as we're on lap number 3 of 5. The last race of the day for offshore and one more Aqua-Cross race to go. And, Mike, there was some drama with the Aqua-Cross race you were talking about.
Yeah, there's it's going to be really tight here, this final race. We've got only 8 points separating first and second place. The Aqua-Cross, we raced 3 races.
Yep.
And each race is worth 25 points, and the scale goes 25, 20, 17, 15, 14, and so forth on down the line to 10th place. Now, Devin Farthing, who won the first race, didn't get any points the second race. Tim Miller, who won the second race, was
didn't
DQ'd.
get any points the day before.
Right, yeah. So that puts Jay Edworthy on that Sea-Doo up in front. We talked about Sea-Doos.
Yep.
Look for them to be up near the front here in the final race of the day. But let's go back to our offshore race here with the Superstock class.
Well, and that if the water, let's stay on Aqua-Cross for a minute. If the water stayed bumpy like it was earlier, right? If it stayed windy and stayed rough, then to me, and based upon everything that you've said and we've seen, the Yamahas then have the advantage because you say they're the better rough water boat.
I would say that the Yamahas are definitely the better rough water boat, and you've seen that today in race number 2, where you've seen the Sea-Doo kind of lift a little bit on the turns, and you
kind of skip through the turns a little bit more. Yeah,
right. Yeah, so it's hard to keep them hooked up through the turn because they're so light.
And it looks like right now, it looks like we've just had a return to the conditions we had this morning when we started racing with the Mod V group. So not much. A lot has changed since this morning, but conditions-wise, we're kind of right back to where we were, so which makes me think for the Aqua-X race, we're going to see the same thing.
You ever notice, I know that you've been on tour and you've been doing this for a while, it's always sunny at the awards.
It is always sunny at the award, and it's hot at the awards.
Right.
And there's no wind blowing at the awards.
We had a weather delay yesterday, a couple little delays earlier today in our factory stock class with 3-4 restarts.
And it was a weather delay, but it wasn't a weather delay. We just couldn't keep the course buoy set at first. Then they thought they got them set. They started the race. They weren't set, so they had to go back. Then we restarted again. And then we had the Peppers boat have their incident spun out in the course. And ended up, I did confirm during our break, they did rip both motors off the back of that boat. So both motors are now laying at the bottom of Lake Pontchartrain. So I'm sure the Stancombs are trying to come up with a plan to get those back. The motors are done, but you figure those props are probably about $12,000 to $15,000 a piece. So that's also $30,000 worth of props sitting down there that you don't want to have to try and
replace.
Eat. So they're going to probably try and get those, get those motors brought up, and the gear cases may have survived or something like that. But tough day for the Peppers JBS team for sure.
Yeah, hopefully they can get it all together back before we go to Sheboygan.
And it had to be violent. I mean, to rip both motors off. I've seen a couple pictures. I showed you the pictures. To do what it did, I mean, it had to come around hard and be violent. They're lucky that they didn't get hurt or even flip it over. So they did have some choice words for the start. We'll see how that all plays out when we head back over to the pits. Accused a couple teams of hitting them and bumping and running just a little bit, but I do think the incidents, as I mentioned, were separate. But right now, it's all about the firm. Boat S3 leading in Superstock, lap number 4 of 5. This time by should be the white flag lap.
Happen captain out there on the course.
So as they stand, Sayless MF with 3 points, the firm racing firm with 3 points, Demon Bikini with 6 points as they stand if everything finished as it was. As I said, the firm would love for Demon Bikini to get around Sayless MF because that would really help their cause in winning the first leg of the Monster Energy Triple Crown.
Yeah, Demon Bikini would fastly become best friends with Sayless MF.
They would. Yes, they would. There might be some Demon Bikinis given out to some people there for that if it was able to happen. But Sayless MF is running good. I don't really see that happening. Of course, anything can happen. We've got a lap and a half left to go, so everybody's just got to remain calm and finish their race.
Exactly. These are machines, and anything is possible.
Yep. So after this, we'll reset the course, and then we'll go Aqua-X racing one more time. Here they are in the Monster Mile.
Trying to stay hooked up as they work that Monster Mile. And it looks like
I think Sayless MF is catching up a bit.
I was going to say, it looks like they've closed that gap now that we got the wide shot.
Yeah. And I think when I saw this shot before and we were talking, I was like, man, that seems to be getting a little bit closer. So now what could be happening is maybe Sayless MF is burning off fuel, and as they're burning off fuel, the boat's getting lighter and they're able to pick up more speed. It's kind of a double-edged sword, right? You burn off too much speed and you get too light, then you're going to have to kind of start running the boat a little bit more conservatively, not hanging out to dry as much. But right now it seems to be working in their favor. Less than a lap and a half to go, though, and they're really going to have to make up a lot of ground quickly through this section of the course. I think if they're going to try and make a move on the firm.
But if things stay as they are, they'll be tied going into Sheboygan.
Yes, they will be.
So that'd be a showdown in Sheboygan.
It will be. Always a showdown in Sheboygan. That's our next stop. Go to P1 Offshore. Keep up with your favorite race teams. Check out our schedule. See when we'll be in a town near you. Our next stop is Sheboygan, Wisconsin. That will be round 2 of the Monster Energy Triple Crown Series. And then after that, we are on to St. Petersburg, Florida for the 3rd and final round of the Triple Crown Series. And we will award the initial Monster Energy Triple Crown Championship to the appropriate teams at that time.
And I like the fact that it's kind of a series within a series.
Yep.
Because with the P1 Aqua-X, I can tell you, we're actually doing 5 events. You guys the offshore powerboats are joining us for 3 of the events. So there'll be a Monster champion, and it'll be an overall of the year champion.
And a lot of teams I was talking to yesterday said they really like the jet skis, being around. It gives the fans something to do. It kind of fills the gap, nicely. Makes our days a little bit longer because, first race until 11 o'clock. We can kind of relax a little bit and don't have to be here at 8:30 in the morning. But it's been a great weekend nonetheless. Look forward to continue to doing it again.
Taking a look there once again at Demon Bikini with Leanna Shadlow and Chad Havens.
This is the final lap. There is the white flag. It is out. Final lap here on this 5.6-mile course. And I don't see any prop wash from the firm, so, Mikey, I don't think they're as close as we anticipated them being.
Well, once again, you see that final lap flag. You know, we call it in personal watercraft racing, we call it the hallelujah flag.
Yep.
So you're saying hallelujah, only one more lap to go.
My arms and legs are done. And my neck and my back.
Right.
From getting beat up riding a jet ski.
Now that's an interesting question there. Do any of these drivers and throttlemen, do they have like shocks in their seat? Like,
there's a couple teams. There's I don't know in Superstock. Mod V, there are a lot of teams that are running the shock seats. Mm-hmm. I know Travis Petco has them in Relentless. I don't know if Charlie has them in Punisher. I believe North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort has them. And they're mono shock seats, where they have the shock in the center of them. And they do make a difference. I don't think they put them in the Superstock boats as much, but I'm sure there's probably one or two of them out there that have it. And I think maybe even a couple 450 stock boats have it. So they're becoming slowly but surely more popular, as technology advances, just to be able to absorb some of the shock to your spine, especially as you come down and kick on top of a wave. But look at that there. They're not too far behind.
Now they got about a half lap to go here as they head toward the Monster Mile one final time here. And it's been a great weekend here in New Orleans. A lot of drama, a lot of crazy stuff, but nonetheless, we're making it through.
We are making it through, and so are the teams. And the firm racing poised to take their first win of their career together here in New Orleans and winning on the second day of the Triple Crown Series. Unless MF comes up out of nowhere, which I'm not saying isn't impossible.
No, you're right.
It ain't over until it's over, and it ain't over, so we'll have to see what happens as the laps start to wind down here. So real quick on to the Aqua-X race. Who do you like? We've had two different winners in 2 different days in 2 different races. What are you thinking?
I'll tell you, my favorite would have to be Jay Edworthy for the overall win for the weekend. Christian Daly's going to be right there, but Christian only got 32 points. So when Edworthy comes in with an 8-point lead, if one gets first, one gets second, that's only 5 points.
Yep.
So, if Daly wants to win, he's going to need some help.
But based upon the finishing order now, Devin Farthing is going to be more in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, he's going to be
on the next start.
He's going to be, I believe, he's actually going to be all the way on the outside. He's going to be starting where Tim Miller started,
right,
in that 13th position in the second race.
And I don't think that pole position helped him in that second race, and maybe that's part of what caused his issue. So now the roles are going to be reversed, so let's see how that shakes out for our 2 winners from the 2 previous races. But right now it's all about the firm, and it's all about their winning here in New Orleans, the second race of the Triple Crown Series. And there is the checkered flag for the Firm Racing Group, Pete Rivero and Ricky Maldonado, getting it done in Superstock. First-time winners. Congratulations to those guys.
And we're going to be tied up going into Sheboygan.
Yes, we are. Say Less MF is going to come across in second, and Demon Bikini is going to come across in third to wrap up our final offshore race of the weekend. And it was a exciting weekend, exciting day more than anything else as we conclude our racing here. Shout out to all the P1 staff, race control, Thomas, Michelle. Everybody has done a great job. This event went off great.
One of the hardest working guys in the show business, Ralph Young, down there parking everybody. I mean, that is one of the toughest jobs.
This is a crowded one to be able to park everybody at. So this is the New Orleans Powerboat Grand Prix presented by Harvey Golf and Jefferson Parish, round 1 of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. This weekend's event proudly supports the Pontchartrain Conservancy through the P1 Marine Foundation, helping to protect and restore the local waterways and environment right here in southeast Louisiana. This event was powered by Monster Energy, the official title partner of P1 Offshore Triple Crown, presented by Harvey Golf International Marine, leaders in offshore sustainability and innovation, proudly sponsored by Progressive Insurance, protecting what moves you. A special thanks to Jefferson Parish District 5 Councilman Hans Lingeberg for his incredible support in bringing racing back after 20 years to the Lake Pontchartrain shoreline. Of course, Florida's favorite vacation destination experience, Kissimmee, Yamaha, Sunoco Race Fuels, IMCO Race Communications, SPT, Fly Racing, TWL Power Sports and Marine, HydroTurf, and Cycle Spring Power Sports for their continued support. Congratulations to the firm. We're going to wrap it up. We've got one more Aqua-X race to go. For Mikey Young, I am Mike Iwaski. We'll be back right after this.
It's time to turn it up to 11 and ride full blast. The all-new Jet Blaster series from Yamaha. We didn't just create a new wave runner, we invented a whole new way to ride.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
It's time to turn it up to 11 and ride full blast. The all-new Jet Blaster series from Yamaha. We didn't just create a new wave runner, we invented a whole new way to ride.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the New Orleans Grand Prix final race of the day, P1 Aquacross, our third and final pro race of the weekend. This is the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. Mike Young joined alongside Mike Yawoski. How you doing today, Mike?
It's the last one.
It's the last one.
This is our what do you call the white flag lap?
This is the Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
And it looks like we've already dropped a green flag. Now let me clue everybody in as to what's going on. Jay Edworthy with a 2-2 has 40 points, and he is the points leader coming into this. Meanwhile, 105, Christian Daly has 32 points, currently sitting in second. Tori Snyder has 30 points, sitting in third. And you got Ian Smith in fourth with 26 points. And then you got a tie down there with Devin Farthing and...
Look who's right up front. That's 477, because I just saw a screenshot of him while you were looking down, and he is right there, currently in second on the inside lane. I didn't get to see who he was behind, but I just remembered the ski and remembered the number.
Yeah, well, it looks like that could be Tim Miller again that is out in front. It is number 37, Tim Miller, C477. On the Jet X Sea-Doo, that is Jay Edworthy. Edworthy, again, the points leader coming into this one, and right now poised to be standing on top of the box tonight at the awards.
Where is Devin Farthing, though, in all of this?
You know, I don't know. Devin having a tough race that last race. You know, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Devin broke down on that last race, didn't get any points, won the first race, got 25 points. And then Tim Miller won the last race, but got DQ'd the first race, so he's only got 25 points. So both of your winners from both of the first few races are possibly going to get to the podium, but not likely.
Well, and if Tim Miller got the whole shot off that inside lane, because that's where he was going to be because he won the last race, that is a pretty impressive feat, but I don't think that's him.
That's Noah Skips right there.
All right.
One of our pro rookies out of New Zealand. We talked about him the other day. Didn't have the greatest race, first race. He went back in the pack, and I think he ended up finishing, as I take a look down here, he ended up finishing, he ended up DNFing. That's what happened. And,
well, this is our third pro race with our third different leader off of the start. And that's an impressive feat.
And that's Ian Smith right there on the 126. Ian came into this one sitting in fourth place. And he's on the Sea-Doo 325 RXPX. As we take a look, great shot from the drone right there. You can see the outline of the course. They really haven't spread out too much, but all the racers headed down toward the east side of the track where the causeway is located.
Yep, and conditions have returned back to what they were this morning. Almost virtually the same.
I don't know. The P1 Aquacross just brings the sunshine.
I guess it does, yep. The sun shines on the jet ski riders.
So again, it was, I believe, Tim Miller with the whole shot who took a win in race number 2. And Tim sponsored by Monster Energy. We'll see if we can't get you the top 3 this time around. That is Skips right there that is currently on the screen, boat number 373. And really hard to see those numbers.
Yep. Well, especially on the Yamahas because they're up so far on that cowling.
Noah Skips, I'm sure he's got a bunch of Kiwis watching in at home, so hello to Kiwi land down there in New Zealand.
It's almost like they got rid of the Broward Motorsports sponsorship. They could put the number right there, but that's probably a pretty expensive spot on a ski, I would think.
Yeah, I don't think Sam Nemi would like that.
No, probably not so much. They are less worried about number placement, if anything else.
I see 22 up in the mix there. That is Anthony Radetich. He's also on a factory Sea-Doo. Talked about him a little earlier today.
Our production team's starting to get us the top 3 here. Top 4.
So it looks like, I think 373, that is Skips up in front, followed by Jay Edworthy. And 37 is Tim Miller back there in the third spot. 105 is Christian Daly, and 126 is Ian Smith. So that is your top 5 right now.
And 3 of our top 5 were our top 3 in our second race.
Right. Well, and here's the deal, though. 477, if he stays where he's at, it's his.
It's his. Yeah,
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. You know, I had two second places so far this weekend. So Jay Edworthy riding very steady out there. Came in, I seen him, was in a very good spirits when I came into the pits on Friday. He said he feels confident that, you know, he's got it in him. And, you know, he's taken on a lot of the bigger teams.
And a great shot there of that Yamaha making that turn. And this is Tim Miller in third place, I believe.
Yeah, Miller on that 37 boat right there. Again, sponsored by Monster Energy, as are we all this weekend. And it's a great weekend to be here in New Orleans for the New Orleans Grand Prix, round number 1 of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. And who is going to be our first winner here in the pro class? We believe in the amateur class, for all of you Aquacross fans out there, we believe it was Cooper Caldwell will be standing on top of the box tonight. That hasn't been confirmed because I don't know what happened in safety inspection, because we are off-site as we're announcing this.
But we'll be in the pits shortly once this race is over in about a little less than 25 minutes until this one's done. 30 minutes plus 1 lap.
Yep, and we are under 25 minutes right now as we take a look at Miller, who's running alongside the causeway again. Takes a look in front of him and wants to see where second place Edworthy is. 373, though, Noah Skips. Skips, again, like I said, took a second, did very well in the 300 class, the AM 300 class last year. So he's actually a rookie moving up. This would be his first ever pro win if he can stay out in front.
Yeah, but this might turn into be a battle here. The leader's already starting to look over his shoulder, taking a long look over his shoulder on that straightaway to see who was behind him. And it looked like to me the Sea-Doo 477 was starting to catch the leader.
Well, and you've seen 477 Edworthy come on strong that last race.
Yep.
You know, he started in 6th place, and he was able to work his way up to 2nd place. And there was only about a second and a half, 2 seconds between him and Miller when they crossed the finish line.
Right. So is he doing the same thing here?
Hey,
it is a little bit rougher, I think, so he may be at a little bit of a disadvantage, but he's definitely fast still.
Yeah, Skips has got about a 3.5, 4 second lead right now, but the gap between 2nd and 3rd right now, those two are starting to run away from the rest of the pack. And that could spell bad news for guys like Christian Daly and Torrey Snyder, who are sitting 2nd and 3rd in the points.
Until they start getting up into lap traffic, which is a little bit harder to do in the pro class just because there's less riders and they're a little bit more evenly matched. And on the same skis and, you know, amateur race, we had 300s and 200s, so that had affected that a bit.
So once again, you got Skips up in front, followed by Jay Edworthy, Tim Miller in the 3rd spot, Christian Daly in 4th, Ian Smith in 5th. In the battle of the manufacturers, you got Skips on a Yamaha, Miller on a Yamaha, Daly on a Yamaha, Edworthy and Smith both on Sea-Doos.
And I believe Edworthy was the guy you said was going to do it for Sea-Doo this weekend. He was who you felt most confident about being able to get that getting that Sea-Doo up on the box.
Well, you know, and that's I was just looking at the water conditions when we started yesterday. Now, obviously, their first race, the water conditions really weren't that, you know, Sea-Doo friendly.
Yep.
However, Edworthy was able to race through the raindrops.
And it's not calm out there now. I mean, it's definitely a little bit bumpy. You can see the ski, you know, our leader getting some air there.
And this is Noah Skips. This is his first race with the Farthing Yamaha racing team.
There you go.
So making his guys proud out there. There's 4th place Christian Daly. And Daly started in about 5th place last time and then got up to 2nd. And then Edworthy was able to get by him on the last couple of laps.
That turn almost caught him there, though. He set it in and squared it up, and it kind of jerked him off to the side. Nice recovery. Could have been a high side situation, kind of like what we've seen these Sea-Doos do a little bit in that turn.
You know, when we talked about that just a little bit earlier today, those Yamahas are able to trudge through this water a little bit better.
Yep.
And you know, there's not that much of a chop, but there's enough where that Sea-Doo is bouncing around a little bit of Edworthy's.
Right.
And Jay Edworthy, once again from Ontario, Canada, works at a chicken farm up there and rides for JetX. JetX known for making the fastest Sea-Doos, pretty much some of the fastest Sea-Doos in North America, not just Canada.
No, I have to look them up. Maybe they can make my GTI 130 faster.
Well, I'm sure they could. I'm sure they
I
could.
don't think I need any reason for it to be faster, but, worth a shot.
You might have to ask your wife, Mike. 373 skips.
You haven't been with me that long to make jokes like that. That's not fair. We're getting there, though.
We're getting there.
We're getting there.
For sure.
Almost 21 minutes remaining plus 1 lap in this final race of the day. And the sun's back out. Man, we've had full circle weather this weekend, have we not?
Boy, I'll tell you, from weather delays to crazy wind today to blinding rain yesterday, we had a little bit of everything. The only thing we haven't had is snow, and I don't think you're going to see that in New Orleans.
No, I don't think
soon.
so. I don't think so, but stranger things have happened.
That's right. Smith right there in that 5th place position. And again, taking a look back, last race, he took a 4th place. So he's trying to work his way onto the podium. Came into this race right here with 26 points, 14 down from Jay Edworthy. And Edworthy looking to collect another 20 points. If things stay as they are, that would put him at 60 points in the overall. I'm looking for Daly would probably end up 2nd place on the box. And Torrey Snyder, I'm not sure where he's at yet, but I'm sure that we'll see him soon on boat number 110. Also a Monster Energy rider.
And still, what happened to Devin Farthing?
Boy, I don't know, if it looked like he had a mechanical problem, because that last race you could see him, pointing people to go around him. And he was able to stay on the track. It says, here that he ended up in 13th. But there are your top 5 right now, currently, as we are under 20 minutes left to go. Noah Skips out of New Zealand out in front on that Monster Energy Farthing Racing Yamaha. Jay Edworthy in 2nd. Tim Miller, also sponsored by Monster. And Christian Daly on a Monster Energy Yamaha as well. Ian Smith. That's one of our privateers that has been with us. And like I said, he was last year's amateur 300 champion. So 2 rookies up there in the top 5. And I told you we were going to see a lot of young guns with the retirement of the King, Dustin Farthing, and the GOAT, Chris McCluggage. We are seeing some new faces up there. We figured we would see that in the 2025 campaign.
No, changing of the guard, so to speak. There's a yellow flag from one of our course marshals.
Oh, it looks like a buoy went down. Somebody ran into a buoy right here. So the course marshal's going to stay right there by the buoy and direct them around.
That's probably a pretty precarious job to have.
Yeah, I mean, that's it's a tough job to have, but I'm sure that at this point in the race and in the long day that they don't really want to throw a red flag and put a new buoy out there. Yeah. They just want to get
so
through
he'll
this.
stay in that spot the whole race.
Yeah, he'll be right around there, but he's going to point the yellow flag over there, and then once they get around one time, then they're going to know the next time.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so as long as he can handle that first time, 373, Noah Skips, your race leader here, and grabbing the whole shot. As I take a look down here at my cheat sheet, I'm taking a look at Skips. I believe ended up in the top 6, so he was starting from the middle. We were talking about starting from the middle. And, he made it happen right there.
Well, we made the comment about Devin being on the outside. We thought that would work for him because it's worked for others, middle to the outside. Yep. And obviously it didn't work.
Yeah.
And Tim Miller also went against what we said because nobody really liked the pole because you had to run a little bit of a different angle to that buoy. But, obviously it didn't disappoint Tim Miller too much on this one.
No, not at all. And Miller, once again, out of Waco, Texas. One of Cooper Caldwell's mentors.
And he's the one that's sponsored by Marine Technology. It says it on the side of his boat.
Yeah, MTI.
As our course marshal is still marking the buoy that's down. Now, is that just because they won't be able to see it as easily because it's not as tall and it's just lowering and lowering into the water?
Well, I think it all depends on what the race director is saying to him right now, because I'm sure he's in communication with the race director, and the race director is going to say, okay, they've seen it enough.
Yep.
Don't worry about it. And a lot of times what they'll do is they'll hang out just a little further back, and if they do miss the buoy, then they'll get called for a buoy and have to hit a penalty.
Right. But in this case, just do the penalty if you've got the time to be able to do it and cover your, cover all your bases if you would.
Right, exactly. Well, that's that. We call it insurance. I mean, if you got that lead and you know that you got that lead, go out, hit it just in case if somebody called you. And I'm not sure who hit that buoy, but they may be getting penalized because at the riders meeting the other day, they said if you hit one of these buoys and you take it out, you know what they cost?
$2,500.
That's it. That's it. $2,500. And that's not worth hitting a buoy.
Nope.
That's why.
Not that you can control it, but sometimes you can. But you know, as we saw some racers in our first race on Saturday hit a buoy, just rub it. You know, just because they bow steered slightly in a corner, almost like that right there. I mean, they're running so close to it that the slightest change in water conditions could push them over there to it.
And you can see where the marshal is right there, leading them around into that turn up at the west side of the track. Just letting them know to stay on the far side. And that makes that turn up there on the top right-hand side of the track even a little bit tighter.
Yep.
Because now it's only 3 buoys instead of 4 buoys.
Yep.
That is Christian Daly. Again, we're approaching the halfway mark, plus 1 lap here in the final race of the New Orleans Grand Prix. Glad everybody could join us here for the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown, round number 1 of P1 Aquacross and offshore racing.
And Mike, we've seen some attrition during these races. You know, some people have broke, some people had mechanical issues. So our second, third, even fourth, fifth place riders really just need to stay up with the leader and stay consistent. So if anything does happen to the positions ahead of them, it's just like any other racing. But we have seen that come into play a little bit here throughout the weekend.
Yeah, and maybe if we can pan out, we can see where the top 5 are, because you got the top 2 right here. Second place should be coming into the picture. There we go. I believe that is your second place rider. Now, I didn't see Edworthy that time around on 477. That's Noah Skips right there. So you got Skips out in front. Okay, so that's a lapped rider. There is a
race control just let us know that lap traffic has begun. So they, you know, the running order hasn't changed since lap 2. So we're on lap 9, and they are still running in the same order under halfway or through halfway, past the halfway mark, let's say, of this 30-minute plus 1 lap moto.
And Ian Smith still running in that 5th spot where you were just taking a look at 126. One of 2 Sea-Doos right now up in the top 5. And it looks like Sea-Doo possibly could be standing on top of the box tonight.
If everything goes his way.
Well, it's been a minute since Sea-Doo has won a P1 Aquacross weekend event. So
really?
Yeah. Last year, Dustin Farthing was pretty dominant on the Yamaha. Devin Farthing as well. So, and Torrey Snyder. So all 3 of them on Yamahas, and those are your top 3 from last year after the end of the season. But I think it's been a couple years since we've had Sea-Doo standing on top of the box. And Jay Edworthy's doing a great job to try to put that Sea-Doo.
Well, they'll do a great celebration then, I would imagine, in the Sea-Doo camp if they're able to get it up there.
Yeah, well, they'll be drinking Canadian beer over there in the Jet X pits.
And going A. Saying, A? We want A? And like I mentioned, we're going to Sheboygan in August, and this is going to be much closer to this gentleman's hometown. Maybe he'll bring more of the friends and the family down to enjoy the race and enjoy the weekend.
Well, Jay Edworthy knows he's right now. He's in a pretty solid second. You don't see anybody else, behind him right there. It's a great shot from our drone. Special thanks to our drone pilot out there. He's been doing a great job all weekend long. Greenflight.com. Hey, Logan. Yep.
Logan, a shout out to Logan, our drone pilot, for providing us those wonderful shots all weekend long. However, not sure why he couldn't fly in the wind or the rain, Logan. Come on. A little bit harder, but no. Thanks to Logan. Great drone shots there. You see it right there. Drones have really changed the way that we watch and see sports, even in Supercross and motocross. You know, they keep drones up now with them on these tracks. So, same thing that you're seeing here. It really just does help get a better view of everything that's going on around the track.
Normally by this time we're seeing a couple of lead changes up there in the top 5 because we're approaching 12 minutes right now. We've been riding for 18 minutes, and there's been no changing up at the top. You still have Skips up top, Edworthy, Miller, and then you got Daly and Smith, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
I believe that's a lap traffic. That's a lapped rider there just to the outside of Edworthy. So he'll move out of his way and let him pass. No interference there.
Edworthy trying to reel in that guy right there, Noah Skips. Skips looking for his first win in the pro class over here, first race as a pro.
That boat looks fast. It looks good.
Farthing Racing Yamaha, powered by Monster. And boy, what a field they have out there at that Farthing truck. Yep. Boy, I tell you, what a professional setup.
I walked by it again last night. I was like, man, look at all these boats.
Look at all that money.
Yep.
Wow. But I know that Bryce and the crew up at Yamaha helping him out. So this is Daly, and Daly's catching up to Miller right now, and you can see how close they are. Both of them Monster-sponsored riders. And Daly's going to try to go to the outside of Miller. Daly's about 30 years younger than Miller.
So old versus new is what you're saying?
You know, it's the cagey vet versus the young lion.
Coming up on the 11-minute mark, 11 minutes remaining in this 30-minute moto plus 1 lap.
As again, we're running alongside the causeway, which leads you to the city of New Orleans. And what a good time everybody had at the watch party over at Felix's last night.
Did you end up there last night?
Monster Energy drink. No, but I was getting reports.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
Got to keep my thumb on the pulse.
Understood. You are the social butterfly of our group.
Well, I like to say director, but that's
okay. Social director. Again, I haven't been with you that long, so I don't know all your titles yet. But we'll learn them before St. Pete.
And Daly, once again, challenging. You can see right there how close that him and Miller are. And then you got Ian Smith. So that's your battle right there. That's 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. 5th place just off the screen on the right-hand side. And you got Miller, who's in 3rd, right behind him in the middle of the screen, 105, Christian Daly. And here comes Smith on the outside of Christian Daly. So what a battle we got going on here for 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, under 10 minutes to go.
This is a great race, similar to what we saw earlier in race number 2.
Now, I believe that the top 2 have pretty much, they've separated just a little bit, but that's really bunched these guys up.
Yep. No, I mean, this is the race right here. This is, it's going to be for 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, like you said. Connor Daly's trying to look on the inside of Miller, but I don't think he was able to stay there. I think he had to jump back to the outside.
And then he has to cross over his wake right there.
Yep.
So that's going to...
He's not losing ground, though.
Nah, Daly's, he's a tough kid, and like we talked about earlier, he comes from a racing family, and look, he's getting out the broom. He's sweeping hard.
Yeah, he slungshot out of that corner, really carried the speed on the outside. But unfortunately, he's going to be on the outside of this corner again before they get to the dog leg. So if Miller can hold that speed and get a good line through it, he'll maintain that position.
Yeah, well, you can see there, Miller did not leave that door open.
Not at all. He did not want Christian Daly to dive back to the inside, but what a drag race on this straightaway.
And here comes Daly again. He's coming right into the gunnels of Tim Miller.
And I think he was anticipating maybe Tim leaving that door open for him, and Tim didn't. He closed it pretty hard on his face.
Wow, what a battle. Great stuff going on here with the final race here of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown, round number 1. This is only the first round. We're going to Sheboygan. We're going to St. Pete for the other 2 rounds of the Monster Energy Triple Crown. But Aqua-Cross has 5 rounds this season. We're also going to Kissimmee and Clearwater.
Clearwater's a beautiful place to race.
Yeah, that's where we ended our season last year with P1. That's big.
Must have ended it before the hurricanes hit.
No, it was like a month after the hurricanes hit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they had sand all in our pits where our pits were supposed to be, but the hotel, the Sheraton down there, allowed us to utilize their whole parking lot.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, because we were supposed to be in St. Pete. We didn't go to St. Pete because of the storm, and it was an unfortunate call of events there, but, that was a hard hit for the west coast of Florida. They are recovering slowly but surely.
It looks like Miller's got a little more breathing room right now. Again, he's currently in that 3rd place position. This is your battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th on the screen right now for those of you watching in. Christian Daly coming back to racing after taking a year off, and doesn't look like he's lost a step.
Not at all.
And you can see, I believe that is 2nd place, moving up to the top left-hand side of your screen. There's your leader right now. But it looks like Skips has got a really decent lead. But Edworthy's staying right there. Edworthy's a very smart racer. He's been racing for over 2 decades. So
is he doing the numbers in his head now? I mean, is he starting to think that, this is my race to win? I just got to go out there and run it, be consistent and not make any mistakes.
Well, and that's the other thing. He wanted to get out there in front, and now he can kind of ease up on his boat a little bit.
Yep.
While the other 3 guys are battling it out for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, that's given him a little bit of breathing room. Skips has got a little bit of a lead, a couple-second lead there over Jay Edworthy. So
got some lap traffic. on the inside. Now that's going to push him a little bit wider. That would cost him maybe a little bit of time. So let's not get too complacent where we are. And this lap rider should kind of start moving over because he is definitely holding our first place rider up, it appears, a little bit.
I believe that's Vanjie Ramjeet, who I was talking about earlier, who hit the podium in Clearwater on the final round of P1 last year. But let's see how the rookie handles it.
Yep, exactly.
6 minutes plus a lap left to go here from the New Orleans Grand Prix Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown round number 1. Who is it going to be? There's the 105 again of Daly. And you can see he's still right there with Tim Miller. And I'll tell you, hats off to Miller.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, holding off these young guns right here. And Miller, one of the probably the eldest statesman out there right now.
I'm 10 years younger than him. I don't think I can do it.
No, I know.
I would try, but it would be probably a pretty failed attempt. At least I'm honest.
Well, yeah, there's no way I could do it. And I'm only, I'm his age, actually. So there is your top 5 once again. And it's going to be the whole race. I mean, you know, this is the way it's been for the first 25 minutes now.
Well, Noah Skips keeps looking back a lot, and he's not glancing back. I mean, he's actually peering back. And it looked like the cowling was loose on that boat. It's just out of our screenshot there, so not sure what's going on with that.
Must have lost the hood latch.
And I see some of the pits, some of these use the rubber latches, you know, on the outside of it, like cars use old panels in places. So you have to keep that latch down.
Yeah, that's what will happen, especially if they're stock latches like that. You know, they'll allow you to try to make sure that your cowling doesn't come up so your boat doesn't fill up with water.
Constantly getting beat out here.
4:30 on the ticker. And there's your race leader, Skips, and I'm looking for Edworthy. Looks like there's a back marker in between him. There is Tim Miller. Boat number 37.
So I think he was the one that was having the cowling issue last time by.
And Miller, again, still trying to fend off the charges being thrown down by Christian Daly. I think if Daly stays where he is, he will still make it onto the podium. But Jay Edworthy, it's his to win or lose at this point. Noah Skips, unfortunately, no points with a DNF in race number 2. Got 14 points in race number 1, so he's not going to have enough to make it onto the podium. But he could make a statement right here with his first pro win.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to end with he's going to end the weekend with a win. He's going to go into their next race with a win. Again, dealing with that lap traffic there.
And there's the 110 of Torrey Snyder. Torrey was, I believe, third coming in with points to this one, and it looks like he's about to get lapped. So I wonder if Torrey's having some mechanical issues out there. Because you don't see Torrey Snyder get lapped too often. All in 2024 in this class. Right behind Devin Farthing, and that's, I wonder where Devin is at. So look at this, 126. Ian Smith has now overtaken number 105, Daly, who looked like Daly was challenging from Miller.
Right.
So with them two battling, Smith
took advantage of the opportunity and snuck his way in there.
Yeah, they were sleeping, and he went on by.
Under 3 minutes remaining plus 1 lap here at the final race of the weekend.
Great overhead shot, and there's 126, Smith right there, who just passed Daly for that 4th place position. And again, Smith came into this one with 26 points, took a 4th in that last race. A 4th this race would give him another 15 points, which would give him a total of 41 overall. Didn't have the greatest first race. As I see here, Smith, he finished in 8th in the first race, so that kind of hurt him for the overall weekend deal.
But a good showing for the Sea-Doos, definitely.
Yeah,
two of the 3 podium spots right now owned by them. Or no, I'm sorry, 1 in 2nd, 1 in 4th, rather.
Well, we always talk about, again, it's consistency that builds championships. And Jay Edworthy has been the most consistent out there this weekend.
He has been, yep, for sure.
He's got to hold together for about a minute 35 and a lap. And this one will be in the books. And Edworthy could be the king of New Orleans.
That's a good title.
Especially coming from Canada.
Now look at this. It looks like Christian Daly has gotten around Tim Miller.
There's Skips right there that's on the board. And Skips again looking for his first pro win. Just had a DNF that last race. Otherwise, he could also be up there on the podium. There's your second place rider, Jay Edworthy. Again, if Edworthy stays where he's at, he's going to take the win.
Your potential overall winner, if they finished as they stand right now. Under a minute remaining, plus 1 lap.
Now look at this. I'm taking a look on our board here. It looks like they may be correcting that. I'm not sure. But they got 105 Daly now in third, and Miller back in fourth, and 126 Smith back in fifth. So they're jockeying around back there for those 3 positions.
Yep. Which is what you thought would happen because these 2 pulled so far ahead of everybody else.
Well, and that's great news for Jay Edworthy on 477. You know, Jay Edworthy, if them 3 are fighting it out, you know, that's going to give him quite the lead, so he can lay off his boat a little bit, make sure that he saves his boat. He makes it through that checkered flag.
Yep. Nope, that's exactly right.
And Skips right now is going to have to take it looks like another lap here as we hit the 0 mark. So we'll get the white flag the next time around for Noah Skips out of New Zealand, sponsored by Monster Energy and Farthing Racing.
Peeks over his shoulder just to see where the second place boat is at.
And there's another one of those nice Broward Motorsports logos right there on the front.
And the glare, just like we saw yesterday, Mike, the glare is really kind of getting treacherous as they head back toward that bridge. From our perspective, our camera angle, it's kind of hard to tell who's who as they run in there, so I'm sure it's wreaking havoc on these guys as well.
Well, the better thing is that, you know, it's 2 hours earlier than what it was yesterday because the sun was going down a little bit yesterday.
Yep, it was lower.
And so